Good afternoon. Welcome to the September 9th, 2025 meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Al-Sadrian,
Here.
Brotman. Here. Garpetian, Kasakian, and Mayor Najarian.
Here. Will you please read the closed session items?
Item A, anticipated litigation, one potential case. B, public employment attorneys. C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, two cases brought by Central BWB LLC. D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivisions D2 and E3 of the Government Code Section 54956.9. Two potential cases. E, conference with real property negotiators regarding property location 309 Orange Street. And F, conference with labor negotiators, employee organization IBW Local 18.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, do you anticipate reporting out on any of these items?
Mr. Mayor, anticipate reporting out item 1B.
Thank you. We will recess the closed session. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. A lot of excitement in the room today. I think we're going to have a great meeting. I call to order the September 9th, 2025 meeting of the Glendale City Council. May we have roll call?
Yes, council members Asadarian.
Here.
Brotman.
Here.
Karpetian.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Mayor Najarian.
Here. Will you all please rise and join me in the flag salute? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And this evening, we are honored to have the Worshipful Varam Martirosyan from Glendale Masonic Lodge number 368 deliver our invocation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, ladies and gentlemen. If you may please assume an attitude of prayer. Great Architect of the universe, omnipotent God, in thy name we have assembled, and in thy name we proceed in all our doings. Grant that the sublime principles of humanity and this exemplary community may so subdue every discord and passion within us all, and so harmonize and enrich our hearts with thy love and goodness, that these members of the Glendale City Council may humbly reflect that order and beauty which reign forever before thy throne. Grant these members the wisdom and strength to lead this city and its citizens with love, care, and humility, that their services may touch the hearts and minds of every soul who lives within this city, as well as all travelers who may pass through its borders. Together, its residents and leaders of Glendale, may we learn from one another and be enriched by the diversity of people from all over the world who share the streets of our jewel city. Let us find within each other the common struggles we face and extend our helping hands to all whom we can. Let us celebrate each other's successes, cultures, and differences. Great Artificer of all things, we ask you that you grant strength to our first responders and their families who work day and night to keep our city safe and serve the needs of its residents. May it be in your guidance and with the many helping hands of the residents of this city of Glendale that we may continue to aid the homeless in need, the elderly in need, the hungry in need, the children in need, the mothers, fathers, and families who continually strive for the best for their loved ones in peace and harmony. And may all that is done for those in need serve as an example to those who have found success, that they may also be humbled to give back in times of need. And upon the arrival of the hour when we are to part from one another at the close of this meeting and return to our respective places of abode, may our hearts and minds be so influenced that we each practice the great moral duties set before us, and with reverence study and obey the laws which have been entrusted to us. In thy name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have your report?
Yes. The agenda for the September 9th, 2025 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on September 5th, 2025 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item are presentations and appointments. Item A, proclamation declaring September as Suicide Prevention Month.
Very well. The City of Glendale proclaims September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month and the week of September 8th to 14th as Suicide Prevention Week, raising awareness of mental health resources and the importance of early intervention. We honor the work of organizations dedicated to suicide prevention and reaffirm our commitment to encouraging open conversations, compassion, and connection with our community. And some facts. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among adults aged 25 to 34 and of youth aged 10 to 14. And if someone is struggling that you know, help is available 24/7 by calling or texting 988, and there is a chat online available at 988lifeline.org. And I think our state senator was involved in making that happen. Is there someone from NAMI here this evening? Several people. Please come forward.
Hello. My name is John O'Malley. I'm the board chair of NAMI Glendale. And with me tonight is one of our outstanding board members, Anne Marie Smith, and our operations manager, Reg Clarkinia.
How are you? Would you like to say a few words before I present the proclamation to you?
Well, just that NAMI Glendale has been in this community for 40 years. We just had our anniversary this last week. We've been providing support group services, classes, and other activities for people struggling with mental health conditions, both families and their loved ones. I want to underscore that all of our services at all times are free to every member of the community, and we cherish the partnership we've developed with the City of Glendale over these many years. Thank you.
And thank you very much for raising our awareness. I'm going to come down and present. Would your colleagues like to say anything?
I'll defer to our operations manager.
Sure.
I would just say, I'd say John said it all, that we really do provide free mental health support in support groups, in classes, and it's always free, and we're here for you if you ever need it.
Thank you. Would my colleagues like to make a comment? Councilmember Asaturian?
I just wanted to also note that we have a mental health specialist at our Glendale Central Library. So if anyone needs mental health support, you can just walk in and request one where the patrons table is. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Honorable Mayor, may we get a picture?
That's exactly what we're going to do.
What's next?
John,
Oh, great.
why don't we balance it out? Why don't you
Yeah.
come on this side?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
What is next, Madam Clerk?
Next are consent items. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Is there a speaker?
My apologies. Yes, a member of the public would like to speak on item 4F.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Yes, the balance. Is there a second for the balance? Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian, Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Please read 4F.
4F is Public Works regarding amend professional services agreement for preparation of design and construction documents for Fremont Park renovation project. One, motion authorizing an amendment to PSA number C106224 with David Valtz Design Landscaping Architects, increasing the contract amount by $35,000 for a total not to exceed amount of $1,333,214.
Thank you. Please announce the speaker.
The speaker is Beth Brooks.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to mention this, like I mention often when there's an additional amount put into a contract, who is negotiating these contracts, and why do we always see at the city council meetings, let's give them $35,000 more, let's give them $50,000 more. You either, I believe, negotiate those contracts a bit better, or you have a really good reason to keep adding money to these contracts. It seems like every week there's more. We negotiated this contract, but they need more money. And I think this gets really tiresome, especially when you see contracts where you have no competitive bids and there's only one person who's going to just be guaranteed to get the contract. There doesn't seem to be an oversight of efficiency to say at a certain point, no, we're going to, negotiate it down to the penny and not keep coming back to get more money. Every week I see the same thing. And I don't know who's negotiating it. I don't know if it's Mr. Garcia. I don't know who's doing that, but whoever's doing that really needs to be have a little more tough love. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no comments. Is there a motion for 4F?
Well, let me ask a question on this item. What percentage of the total costs of this Fremont Park project are the consultant fees versus materials, construction? Can we get an answer on that? And also, is it feasible to put a cap on consultant fee increases at all? Some other cities do that. I think Pasadena will cap it at 10 to 15%, if I'm not mistaken.
Councilmember Kasakian, good questions. I don't know the exact percentages, but we have design consultants as well as construction management consultants on board for this project. The scope of work after it was bid and awarded increased, and hence the necessity to increase those services. The additional design work became evident that needed to happen because of the increase in scope. And once the contract period and the scope extended, then the construction management, additional construction management. We typically put a cap of 5 to 10%. You see it as a contingency on some of these professional services agreements, depending on unforeseen conditions. But when it exceeds that cap, then we have to come back to council.
Exactly. And I know that staff does negotiate down to the penny, as was suggested. And then the final step is when they have done that negotiation, it has to come here for approval because it goes beyond what we had anticipated. I will say I've visited the site at least twice during this period of final construction, and there were changes that were made, things that were moved around, some equipment that wasn't functioning the way it should have. All of those things to replace, to do properly take time, and time and effort and labor is money. And so that's part of where sometimes you see these increases. Obviously, some of it is baked in, and other parts of it just are as a result of the project ongoing and costs going up. I would like us to review as to how much of, when we do these projects, how we put a cap on the consultants to see whether it's, do we need consultants at every single step? What type of consultants? I'm not talking about necessarily construction. I know that was brought in because we're short-staffed, but just the cost to keep in mind to keep our costs under control.
Most definitely.
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve it.
4F, is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Next item, please.
Next are city council and staff comments, including reports from conferences and regional meetings.
Very good. Who would like to start? Let me start with no objection on my left, Mr. Garbetian.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that we had a great tech week, and I attended 3 of the events. It was well attended, and I think so many people are going to benefit from it, and hopefully we will see few of the youngsters who were there and they're in that industry would benefit and get their businesses up and running. Also, Alex Theater became 100 years old, and we celebrated that. It's one of the iconic buildings in Glendale, and we cherish that. And there was a international chess tournament that unfortunately I didn't get a chance to attend, but I heard it was a great event and well attended as well. So overall, great things were happening in Glendale in the last couple of weeks, and we were dark last week, and I'm looking forward to see more events that brings the community together, organized in our city.
Thank you. Mr. Kasakian.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to congratulate the organizers of the chess tournament. This was a California state tournament being hosted here in Glendale, and there were a number of high-profile, for those who follow the game of chess, a number of grandmasters, very high-profile players that were in attendance participating, and I'm hoping that we can continue to be a host to this wonderful event. I'm a big fan and promoter of the game of chess. I think it teaches a lot of important life lessons, as well as teaches young people how to focus on things that are not electronic for a sustained period of time. It brings tremendous value, and I appreciate that. Let me first address one of the issues from a couple of weeks ago. I apologize for leaving the meeting. It was not my intention to leave the meeting. I understand after I left, it was announced that I had to be taken to a hospital, which is absolutely true. I did experience some severe pain and discomfort, which was not allowing me to continue to participate. Some would argue that sitting in the ER was less painful than being in these chambers that evening. But that notwithstanding, I do want to thank our firefighters who transported me to the staff at Glendale Adventist. Not necessarily out of the woods yet, but hopefully soon I will be. I came prepared this evening. I'm here for the long haul, and it's not something I hope to ever have to do again, to leave a meeting when I wasn't planning on it. Speaking of centennials, I want to congratulate Holy Family School, which will also be celebrating 100 years in our community this weekend. So they will be having a special mass and as well as a ceremony. Just congratulations to them, a great institution. I do have one question to ask our staff. I know that in the last couple of years, as property crime and other concerns have come to the forefront in terms of criminal activity in the community, some neighborhoods have taken upon themselves to hire private security to do extra patrols in the area. And I would like to know whether, if we know of these companies that are providing security, whether they are registering with the city as they are supposed to, from my understanding. I think in the code, we do require any private security operating in the city, and I think it's right for us to do so, for them to be registered, that we know who they are, how to contact them if something happens. The individuals that they hire are appropriately trained. I'd like to know if we're doing that and which neighborhoods have them as of now. And lastly, it is with a heavy heart that I'd like to request two adjournments adjournment in memory of two very important and special individuals, both to the city of Glendale. I was deeply saddened to learn of the passing of former Glendale City Clerk and friend of mine, Doris Tweed. I was contacted by her family, and they shared with me the news of her passing away at home on August 31st. Doris devoted more than 3 decades of her life to serving the people of Glendale with dedication, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to good government. She began her career in 1973 as a stenographer. She worked her way through several departments before rising to become the city clerk, a role in which she modernized the city clerk's office, oversaw countless elections while ensuring transparency and integrity. In fact, her leadership during these pivotal moments, including the 2004 special election that paved the way for the Americana at Brand project, have left a lasting and memorable identity for our community long after she is gone. Even after her retirement in 2005, Doris continued to lend her expertise and steady hand to Glendale elections. I would often call upon her to help out with the elections, and she was always willing, demonstrating her lifelong dedication to civic service. And her commitment to our community extended beyond City Hall. In her retirement, she volunteered tirelessly with organizations including the Glendale Crescenta Valley chapter of the American Red Cross, Glendale Beautiful, Days of Verdugo Heritage Association, the Glendale Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, and of course the Glendale Kiwanis. Her contributions reflect not only her professionalism, but also her compassion and care for her community and neighbors. And on behalf of the city of Glendale, I extend my heartfelt condolences to her husband Alan, her son and daughter-in-law Daryl and Linda, and all who knew and loved her and worked with her. Doris will be remembered as a trailblazer, a public servant of the highest integrity, and a cherished member of the Glendale family, and was a dear friend. And also, it is with deep sadness that I join many in our community in mourning the passing of Marilyn Lynn Raggio, beloved wife of the late Mayor Carl Raggio. Lynn's life was one defined by service, compassion, and dedication to others. From her leadership with Sir Optimist International of Glendale and the Glendale Chamber of Commerce, to her tireless work ensuring that seniors in our city had access to safe and affordable housing, she left a legacy that continues to benefit generations of residents. She and Mayor Raggio were true partners in every sense, devoted to each other, to their family, and most importantly, to this city. Beyond her many accomplishments, Lynn will be remembered for her warmth, generosity, and the countless personal connections she made across our community. She was a source of strength and inspiration to many, and her absence will be deeply felt. I remember when Carl was still alive and we would oftentimes go to lunch, the three of us. They were very much in love, proud of their families, proud of having served the city of Glendale. For those who don't know, Lynn's husband, Carl, was one of the engineers who worked on many important projects at JPL, and he would speak very proudly of that. And Lynn would always be by his side, and they'd talk about all of their community activism and the importance of giving back. So it is on behalf of my family, the city of Glendale, that I extend my heartfelt condolences to the Raggio family. Lynn is now with Carl, and they are survived by their 3 children. Carl Raggio III with wife Mary, Paul Anthony Raggio with fiancée Natalia, Lisa Raggio Patterson with husband Greg, 15 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. So that's quite a legacy. May they find comfort in knowing that Lynn and Carl's remarkable contributions and enduring spirit will not be forgotten. So I'd like to ask that we adjourn in both their memories.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Councilmember Asatarian?
I think my colleagues covered most of them, but I did want to recognize that Armen Ambartsumian from the American Chess Academy is in the audience. We had the honor of working together last year to try to steal this chess tournament from San Diego. Had the opportunity to attend over the weekend. Embassy Suites was at capacity the whole weekend, where my understanding is that they'll be looking for a bigger space next year. I did want to take this opportunity to thank the American Chess Academy, Armen, .818, and our incredible staff. As you may remember, the City Council also approved supporting this event, and our communications staff did an incredible job with the PR, and I think it'll help build for next year, as well as our economic development team that put out a new partners concept for our restaurants and local businesses to participate. And so with both the chess tournament and then Tech Week, as well as the film festival, both the Armenian International Film Festival, as well as the Glendale Film Festival that's coming up, there's a new site that offers visitors discounts and special promotions to some of our local eateries. Speaking of stealing things from other cities, last year I had the opportunity to sit down with Stepan Partamian, who also leads the Armenian Arts Center on Orange Street. He's also the individual that organizes the wine festival. We met with him last year, and he's agreed to move that to Glendale as well. And so the wine festival this year will take place on October 12th, 3 to 9 p.m. On Orange Street, right by the Arts Center. And I'll leave it to the Alex Theater 100. I also attended that, had an opportunity to have some conversations with Miles. My understanding was that part of the agreement was that we were supposed to have the consultant who's doing communications for the library and arts help in the PR for the centennial events for the Alex Theater. Just want to ask staff to please follow up on that. My understanding is that there were initial conversations that were had, but follow-up work hasn't been really done with the consultant. So just want to make sure that all those events, I think there's like a 21-page booklet that was released with a lot of events that are happening at the Alex in celebration of the centennial. Just want to make sure that the community actually is aware of it. So I'll leave it to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brotman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one thing that my colleagues may not be aware of, but as you know, I sit on the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Housing Trust. I'm the chair this year. The trust applied for a grant. It was a competitive grant under a program called LHTF, which is, who knows what LHTF is? I forget. Trust Fund. Low Income Housing Trust Fund. That's it. Low Income Housing Trust Fund. Anyway, we applied for a grant, or the trust applied for this grant, competitive, as I mentioned. It requires local funding on a dollar-for-dollar basis to be used for the same project that this grant would be applied for. So we put up $4 million out of our Measure S funds that we had previously set aside for affordable housing. We put up that $4 million as our match, and we ended up being awarded another $4 million. So we turned $4 million into $8 million, which is not bad. I wish I could do that in the markets, but $4 million to $8 million. So now we have more money, probably not enough for any significant project right now, but we are still accumulating. But we have now $8 million that we can use on a future affordable housing project. So I just wanted to share that good news.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question from Mr. Brockman? Yes. Is there a time limit on that $4 million that's granted to us?
I don't think so, no.
No? That's good. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my colleagues pretty much named everything that occurred. I do want to reiterate the Armenian Film Festival, which had its opening night at the Alex with the Monsieur Aznavour movie, a very exciting and interesting biopic on the renowned French-Armenian singer Charles Aznavour. Coming up tomorrow, did you want me to say this, or do you want to say this? Okay. Tomorrow, the second, is this the second annual? Second annual Women's Equality Day event will be held at the Alex Theater Courtyard. It is a sold-out event. I'm not sure if they have standing room only availability, but it starts at 5 till 7. The weather will be delightful. The discussion's very stimulating, and I encourage you all, if you want to get a glimpse of a great happening, come to the Alex Theater Courtyard at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Also, for those policy wonks who haven't had enough of the land use element or are wondering if anything has changed since the last update, the land use element will be presented again. I think it's going to be Mr. Calvert. Are we still putting Mr. Calvert on there? Okay. And that will be at the police substation at 3600 Ocean View Boulevard, Suite number 11. That's Saturday from 12 to 1:30 p.m. Please ask your questions. The deadline to submit questions or make comments have been extended to an open-ended at this point. This is your chance to get some of the answers that perhaps you're looking for. And lastly, this weekend, Saturday in particular, I attended the Contract Cities Association Fall Educational Summit in Oceanside, California, with the city manager. A very good opportunity to network with other city officials from other cities and there were some very interesting discussions on Prop 50, which is the redistricting proposition coming up in the special election, how to deal with social media, the good and the bad and the ugly, and also a very bone-chilling discussion on fraud and council misconduct, not Glendale council misconduct, but those other cities, by a district attorney in the Public Integrity Unit of the LA District Attorney's Office. And that's all I have to report. Mr. Galanian, anything from staff at this point? All right. Then we will move on to the next item.
The next item is committee event announcements. We do not have any speakers on this item today.
All right, let's move to item 7.
Item 7 is the first period of oral communications, maximum 3 minutes per speaker, 30-minute aggregate speaking time limit. Members of the public may address the council on agenda items or non-agenda items within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker addresses the council on an agenda item during the first period of oral communications, they may not speak again when the agenda item is called. A speaker who addresses the council on non-agenda items during the first period of oral communications may not speak during the second period of oral communications. Mayor Najarian, we currently have 16 cards on this item.
16. 30 divided by 16 is what, Mr. Treasurer, our financial director?
Less than 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Why don't we give 2 minutes to everyone? If you choose to bail out of this portion of oral communications, you may speak a full 5 minutes at the end of the meeting. So it's either 2 minutes now or 5 minutes at the end. And if you'd like to change your mind and revoke your card, please see the clerk or announce it when your name is called. So why don't you begin, Madam Clerk?
The first speaker is Mike Mohill.
I can give you 5.
No, this is a bad rule. People plan for 3 minutes, Mayor, and then all of a sudden they only have 2 minutes. I don't think this is a good rule. Think about it.
The rule states there is a maximum.
I know, but that's not a good rule when you guys decide to make it.
I will
You
take
trying to-
your-
Are you trying to silence the public,
I will
as
take
usual?
your comments under submission.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. About 2 weeks ago, I came before this council and asked Councilwoman Ellen Gasatrian a specific question. Are you currently dating Glendale Director of Planning, Bradley Calvert? Yes or no? Also, what kind of job do you have? Mr. Brotman, you have been sending out your so-called State of the City letter to your friends. Your latest letter regarding Glendale residents owned parking lots, which you want to turn into high-rise apartment complexes with low-income housing and minimum parking. You're not being truthful, sir, when you state that you will also be affected by the 3 lots next to Royal Canyon and Rossmoyne single-family residential neighborhoods. How so? When you live north of the Verdugo Park in the Verdugo Woodland towards the country club. Where you live, you would not experience cut-through traffic, noise like Royal and Rossmoyne. Additionally, the proposed high-rise buildings will block the view of mountain of people who live on Ethel and Delmont streets. Mr. Brotman, why not tell the public of your 18 years living in the communist China you want to turn Glendale upside down with bike lanes and dense housing? To Glendale residents, the so-called progressive liberal Democrats like Ellen, Dan, and Artie in Sacramento last Friday voted to approve SB 79. This bill will destroy living in single-family residential neighborhoods. The Democrats do not believe in single-family residential neighborhood. Please vote them out. Thank you.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Mohill. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Patrick Murphy. Following Patrick is Tony Passarella and Cameron Needles.
I need more than 2 minutes, so I'm going to pull the card.
Thank you. Please give Mr. Murphy the top spot in the later evening
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that.
session.
Thank you. Next is Tony Passarella.
Good evening, Council. Tony Passarella. Last time I stood here, I showed you images of our disabled and elderly residents. They were the very people most impacted by the policies you make. And yet, when the video of that meeting was posted to the city's official YouTube channel, those images were blacked out. That blackout wasn't just on the screen, it was on their voices, their struggles, and their dignity. I've seen the challenges of our most vulnerable face, whether visiting with seniors and the disabled at Montrose Rehab Center or delivering Meals on Wheels. And I carry those stories with me into these conversations. This isn't abstract to me. I've looked those people in the eye and heard their stories, and they deserve to be seen. That's why I'm standing here again tonight, because behind the glossy branding and promises of progress, I see policies driven by revenue sharing profits rather than real safety, policies that will push motorized machines, e-bikes and e-scooters, into spaces meant for the most fragile residents. The people I've met, the people I've served, don't have lobbyists or marketing teams or political leverage. Who holds the high ground here? The corporation chasing profits of the seniors and disabled residents struggling to cross the street.
Next is Cameron Nadles. Following Cameron is Ajman Hagopian and Lisa Kusach.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you're having a good evening tonight. Just wanted to come back and give a bit of a reiteration, and I know the Glendale PD did a good job with their efforts for the traffic enforcement on Chevy Chase 2 weeks ago, as well as, I believe, the week following that. But with that, during the 45 minutes or so that I was kind of paying attention to what was going on outside with the police and the enforcement efforts, they got roughly 10 vehicles stopped for speeding or other reckless driving just in front of the 2300 block of Chevy Chase, one of which was someone that decided to have an adventure going on the wrong side of the road, doing 40, 50 miles an hour, and overtaking me illegally right in front of where the accident that happened at my house. And then about 15 minutes later, again, another person illegally overtook around a bend going down the canyon. And so just wanted to reiterate that that is a consistent, constant issue. The Glendale PD did do a good job with getting quite a few people during the time they were out there. It'd be nice to be able to have them come out a bit more frequently to try and get people to acknowledge that, hey, it's not a racetrack, we need to slow down. 50 miles an hour, 60, 70 miles an hour is not okay in a residential neighborhood. And seeing people being overtaken on the wrong side of the road at night, going around blind corners, is concerning, especially when they're at higher rates of speed. So that is all that I have, and thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Kusach.
I think it was Edgman.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Edgman Hagopian and then Lisa Kusach.
Thank you. Good evening. So I want to bring a serious concern about our charter committee review meeting and also the audit committee review meeting and how the city attorney and the city attorney staff are conducting themselves at this meeting. Since I have 2 minutes, it's a limited time. I really want you to, if possible, go and review the latest Charter Review Committee meeting. At this committee meeting, both committee members, community members, people who called in, everyone was frustrated both with Chair Flower and the city attorney for bringing back a defeated item for the third time, okay? And so when we have these committees, the role of the committees is to hash out policy differences, get community feedback, and those are the areas when you provide detailed input. However, in these meetings, I've noticed that the attorney staff is kind of forcing their agenda through, and these committees are almost like useless, and they're just rubber stamping the agenda items. That's not the right way to conduct these meetings, and I would ask you to at least ask Chair Flower to resign his seat as a chair and allow someone else to conduct it, because he was taking informal temperature votes. Those are not allowed. He was not offering motions, and he was not delaying motions when other committee members wanted to put that motion in. Also, I want to ask you to put, in order to rescind Measure A, consider putting that on the ballot, because it has removed the low bid requirement and removed all the guardrails for contracts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Cusach. Following Lisa is Herbert Milano and Damian Sullivan.
So I may run out of time, but if so, I'll just come back next week. I would like to talk about the dedicated bus lanes that LA Metro is beginning to construct on Central and Glen Oaks. I first wanted to say that I appreciate the council's desire to create more efficient public transportation and to engage in traffic calming. However, I do not believe that this particular model of dedicated bus lanes is right for the city of Glendale. Glen Oaks, for example, for one thing, dedicated bus lanes take out an entire lane of traffic. So Glen Oaks, for example, is heavily trafficked because of its proximity to the 5. And it used to be 4 lanes, but a lane has been taken out already for a bike lane, and now a second lane will be taken out fully for a bus lane. According to a study of Glendale commuting patterns, less than 3% of Glendale residents commute by public transportation, and less than 0.5% commute by bicycles. So even in a best case scenario, let's say the new lanes increased ridership by, say they doubled it, you still have 5 to 6% maybe of commuters monopolizing 50% of the lanes on some of the city's busiest roads. Along Central, the dedicated lanes will cause problems for local businesses which rely on high visibility and easy access, as well as easy and abundant parking. On both Central and Glen Oaks, cars are going to be required to make turns through the bus lane, and it will definitely reroute traffic onto the side streets. And often when this occurs, what happens is people speed through the residential neighborhoods, and this can be really dangerous. But increased traffic and chaos and the roads are not the biggest concern even. The dedicated bus lanes will trigger the state-mandated rezoning of SB 79, which will rezone all neighborhoods within a half-mile radius in all directions of every dedicated bus stop. So for context, on the Glen Oaks route, that's roughly from San Fernando to up to Kenneth, and there are 4 of these stops planned along that route, which means the entire neighborhood will be rezoned for 6 to 7-story apartment buildings. I'll have to finish later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Herbert Milano. Following Herbert is Damian Sullivan and Lisa Morris.
Members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. I am very, very concerned about what I just read. It was the ballot measure, Measure A, that was passed last year. And the reason why I'm concerned is because that particular ballot measure that was voted by the public did not have an opposing argument at all. And this is a ballot measure that removes the guardrails with regard to bidding, right? And the lead way that the city staff has in determining the most qualified low bidder. The language in favor of this measure was misleading, if not an outright lie. And that really, really concerns me. What I would like to see is for this city council to take this measure to request from the current Charter Review Committee to take up this particular measure for review, because you didn't do that last year. And the fact that it received 5 votes, unanimous, doesn't necessarily mean that all the council members knew what they were doing. The text of this document was the most convoluted one that I have seen, mixing in all kinds of things so as to reduce the impact of what this particular measure was intended to do. It was passed on the concept of efficiency, flexibility, and best value. And yet, when I look and I search cities in Los Angeles County, the 88 cities, few, if any, have any such change. We depend on professional staff to decide of all of the bidding that is taking place, which are qualified, and then after that decide who's going to be the low bidder. By removing that, doesn't it give the city council such as an excessive amount of power to decide, to override, to choose yourself, and to basically make a decision as to who's going to be the vendor? That's what it sounds to me, but I think the Charter Review Committee should take a look at this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Damian Sullivan. Following Damian is Lisa Morris and Catherine Yesayan.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. Great to see you. 2 minutes is not a long time to jam 90 years in, so I'll do my best. Susie, I have some pictures that I sent earlier today. 2 years ago, I had the honor of being in this room when a lot of the members of the community spoke in favor of the historic 1936 Sears and Roebuck Tower, which, as many people in the city know, regardless of what any builder, developer, or owner ever says, was the city that actually put Glendale on the map as a major commerce center. Cities all around Southern California vied to be the city that was chosen for this building that in its day was bigger than and more touted than the Americana or the Galleria combined. There were searchlights and big, live radio broadcasts, and people came from all over Los Angeles to shop in Glendale. It's what really put Glendale on the map as a commerce center. There are still houses in this town today that have Sears paint on their garages and walls, and there's probably Sears bicycles in some people's garages here, and tools that you see at the garage sale probably were bought in that building. The owner 2 years ago and the team stood up here and told you there's nothing historic. They have commissioned reports. What they didn't tell you is that this building is the building that's inside that building, that it's a building inside a hat box. And inside the 1970s pastovers that were put over at the order of the city to modernize because of the Galleria, these glass block towers and those front windows and that entrance and that second story mezzanine, they're there under what's called pea gravel pieces of like Home Depot wood that were just put over because it was cheap and easy. Now the building is about to be greenlit. The design review board meeting is on Thursday. It's coming back to you to say, okay, we can tear this down. I'd hate to be, when you have to say that, but I think we need to come together and figure something out, because we can't let the developers that take our buildings and build 682 units take everything and get everything from us. Let's play some of our cards. Let's let them build it without the alley. I don't want to give them our alley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to talk about the Sears building also. I didn't even know about this until Damon had posted something on Nextdoor. And when I looked to see that this became the phototype for what would be architectural blueprint for Sears stores all across America, this is a gem. And then also, it was a smart building of its time, and the Glendale blueprint became the national model for other Sears stores and towers that follow. Everyone has nostalgia with what it was. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a piece of art that needs to be saved. Now, I know you're all going to say, well, AB 130 says we can't stop him from doing what he wants to do. But, just because he can doesn't mean he has to. So I think some negotiations need to be made with the owner to make this a treasure piece for the city of Glendale, for people to come and visit. there's people who go around and look at historical buildings. As you know, we have some in Glendale now. And I think, so it's like he's going to say, well, there's not enough money. You know, I can't make any money on it. This is where you have to step up. Can he get any tax credits of some sort? Can you give him some other sort of incentive, like maybe a grant from the Arts Commission to help him with the change of the architecture that would have to be to do it? Plus, on that mezzanine and the first floor, why not have a coffee shop and a cafe? So anyway, please consider that if it should come before you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Yesayan. Following Catherine is Alan Durham and Armin Amparsumian.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian and council member. My name is Catherine Yesayan. Today I'm here in behalf of the Commission of Status of the Women, and I'd like to urge you to vote for the alternative 2 with changes that council member Asatarian proposed, that to give a 1 full-time staff member to Commission of the Status of Women. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alan Durham. Following Alan is Armin Amparsumian and Archie Millick.
Hi, Mayor Najarian, members of the council. I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak. As many others in the city, I've been closely following the draft land use element. I'd like to thank the city for extending the comment period indefinitely. What I have noticed is that there's almost a sole focus on the city-owned parking lots and whether they might be developed at some point. But I'd like to point out that the draft land use element is a much more comprehensive document on where denser development should occur in the city over the next couple of decades. And it's important for people to look at the maps and see what's proposed for their neighborhoods. It's not just about the parking lots, although that's an important issue. There are maps, color-coded maps that will show where in each neighborhood where it's proposed to have denser development in the future. And I urge people to look at those maps and consider what might happen to their neighborhoods. I know I'm in Northwest, and it's proposed that there be much more dense development along San Fernando, both sides, and Glen Oaks on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Armin Amparsumian.
I'm Armin Amparsumian, President of American Chess Academy. I want to say thank you to Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. I want to just change a little bit this atmosphere when, I don't have any complaints. I just came here to say thank you for supporting this great event we had last week. We have some video, if we can show that, would help me. Small remark, if I can do that. So for so many years, I was traveling to the Scottsdale, Arizona, because we had American Cup there. And I was going alone and with my family. My wife really likes going there because that was really nice, safe city. And now we have people coming from Arizona to Glendale. They were telling me such a great city, Glendale, and they were kind of surprised. And I want to just say thank you to everyone, police officers making the city really safe. And people were walking like in the middle of night and they were feeling very, very safe. Thank you for everyone for supporting this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can just mention the top 3 winners of the chess tournament, I think first place was.
I have a name, so I don't just.
I think the first place was from Texas, and the second place.
No, he was actually from Ukraine.
Ukraine, okay.
Yeah, so first place was from Ukraine, then we have Cuban Grandmaster, we have several people from different countries.
We'll see you next year.
Well, good afternoon. I guess I deserve 3 minutes after coming here for first time in 47 years, right? That means I've been satisfied all the way. But I'm here to express my dissatisfaction and frustration with City Council and the manager. I've been trying to bring my concern to the attention of the council members in regards to GWP. But I have not received a concrete answer or action up to today. My inquiry began when a solar company who was looking at my GWP bills to determine my solar needs noticed that my consumption level were the same month over month, which led me to inquiring with GWP about my billing and account. Further investigation revealed that my meter had been broken, and the GWP had been estimated for 20 months, and GWP have been estimating my bill for 20 months. Since then, GWP customer service was able to replace my smart meter and spend a couple weeks collecting data to reanalyze their previously estimated billing and to calculate what would have been a more realistic energy consumption. Hence, $3,286 reimbursed check was given to me. So for 2 years, they overcharged me for $3,000. During GWP investigation, I was told by the city staff that there are more than 100 or 1,000 properties with malfunctioning meters, and the GWP has been estimating usages on those accounts. When I asked the staff as to why the meters are not replaced, I was told that they don't have them in stock. I have several questions. Why in the last 20 months the city has failed to inform the owners regarding the faulty meters? And how many households have been overcharged? And when is the GWP going to reimburse the owner with overestimated charges?
I'd like to have.
Also, I'm wondering why the city council and the city manager were not informed about this when I talked to them. And I urge all the residents to check their meters, and if they're broken, I got my share. So I'm here for the residents because I got my money, I'm replacing. But I urge all the residents to call the GWP because there are more than 1,000 meters that are broken, and for 20 months. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Robert Thompson, and following Robert is the final speaker, who's Christina Barcera.
Good evening, Council. I'm honored to stand before you representing Feminist Generation and our 20,000 members who are unwavering in their commitment to advancing women's equality. We urge your strong support for the Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, a body established to promote the well-being and advancement of women and girls in Glendale. The most recent report on the status of women and girls makes clear that while progress has been made, significant disparities persist that limit opportunity, equity, and representation. Supporting this commission is not only an investment in addressing these challenges, but also a declaration of the community's values of fairness, dignity, and justice. By empowering women and girls to thrive and lead, we strengthen every part of our city. And together, we can ensure that Glendale becomes a model of equality, opportunity, and progress for generations to come. We urge you to do this for your daughters and for generations of women to come. At a time when our community faces profound challenges, including the rollback of rights that generations fought tirelessly to secure, the importance of local leadership has never been greater. Across the nation, we see hard-won protections for women, girls, and marginalized communities being questioned, weakened, and dismantled. In the face of these setbacks, Glendale has the opportunity and the responsibility to stand firm. Supporting this commission is more than a policy decision. It is a statement that the city will not allow progress to be undone, that we will safeguard the rights of women and girls, and that we will continue striving toward a more just and equitable future for all. By upholding and strengthening the Commission on the Status of Women, you are affirming that Glendale will lead with courage, resilience, and unshakable commitment to equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Christina Barcero.
Am I getting 3 minutes or
2.
Okay. I'm going to take you back. My name is Christina Barcina. I lived in Glendale since 1976. And a couple months ago, I realized that the stamp on the sidewalk doesn't mean the property line. And I would like to know what that stamp on the sidewalk means. And in 1912, when my house was built, they did not record that. I found out 3 weeks ago that I lost 3 feet of my property. And nobody has an answer. Second of all, I found in the early 1900s that my blueprints were burnt. It's been over 100 years, and I do not have blueprints on my house. And half of my block does not have blueprints either. I would like to know how I can get those replaced. And I will go to the county tomorrow and find out what does that stamp mean on my sidewalk. Because I just went to a meeting and they said it does not mean a property line. So I'm asking you guys, what does this stamp mean on my house? And why wasn't it recorded in 1912? It's 113 years old. It's a historical house. And you took 3 feet from me? Really? And I've had that house for 21 years? And nobody can give me an answer where my blueprints are at? Because they were burnt in the early 1914s? Where is my blueprints? And where does my property line start? And what does this mean? Because it does not mean a property line. Because it has a lot of different meanings, because I was in a meeting today. And your people over there, 101, they're the most rudest people I ever met in my life. The only person in this city of Glendale that's helped me was Mr. Colbert. But he can't help me anymore because he's too busy. So I want you as the mayor to assign somebody to help me get my property back. Because I'm upset. It's been 21 years that I took care of that property.
Thank
And
you.
it's not my fault in 1912 it wasn't recorded. Why wasn't it recorded in 1912? Know why? Because they didn't record property at that time. And I'm upset. You got to understand that. 21 years, I'm almost done paying for my house, and I lost 3 feet because somebody didn't look at that house.
Thank you.
So I want my property back. Who put this here in 1912?
Ma'am, these are questions that us hearing for the very first time are going to have
I want
very,
help. I'm
very
asking Mayor
limited
as you
answers.
to assign me somebody to help me to
I
get my
will-
property back.
I know you were in the office today earlier.
Yes, I was.
And we have your information.
Right.
And I assure you that we'll look into that.
No, I want it corrected. I don't want it looked into, Mayor. I want it corrected. And also a question.
Thank you,
A
ma'am.
historical house How many years is a historical house? Is it 50, 100?
Thank you, ma'am.
What is it?
It depends.
Thank you very much.
It depends.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Please take care of it, Mayor, because this is a craftsman house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, does that conclude our
Yes.
speakers for the first period of oral communications? The next period at the end of the meeting will be for 5 minutes. And the next item, please.
The next item is item 8, adoption of ordinances, management services regarding local amendments to the California Building and Energy Code to require projects in single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes involving replacement or alteration but not repair of an existing air conditioning system or installation of new air conditioning systems to either include a heat pump space conditioner as the primary heating system or install specific energy efficiency measures in addition to a new air conditioner. 1, motion directing staff to include provisions in the local amendments to the 2025 California Building and Energy Code to be considered by the council in the fall of 2025 that would require energy conservation measures for air conditioner alterations, replacements, and installations in existing single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes. 2, ordinance of the Council of the City of Glendale, California, amending the 2022 Glendale Building and Safety Code, Volume 9, Green Building Standards to require energy conservation measures for air conditioner alterations, replacements, and installations in existing single-family residential buildings.
Mr. Galanian, what's our action going to be today? on this?
Yes, just briefly as an introduction, Mr. Mayor, thank you. On August 19, Council introduced an ordinance, and at the August 27, 2025 meeting, Council deadlocked on adopting that proposed ordinance. And as you know, because ordinances take 30 days to become effective, the proposed ordinance cannot be in effect by the September 30th deadline that was set by AB 130. So therefore, we recommend that instead of proceeding with the current ordinance, that Council direct staff to draft a new ordinance with the required findings for adoption alongside the 2025 Building and Safety Code that will be presented to you later this year. With that, our city attorney is available if you have any questions regarding the general plan exceptions that brought us to this path, as well as David Jones, our sustainability officer, if you have any questions regarding the ordinance.
Okay, so just to be clear, that the time frame with which to have this effective has passed. The action before us would be to place this for discussion when the building code is being presented in the fall?
October, November timeframe.
Sometime towards the end of this calendar year.
Okay, and at that time, a full discussion can be had regarding this?
Correct.
We are not restricted to any votes that were taken previously?
That's correct. It would be a new ordinance that would be provided to you along with the staff report with the 2025 building code amendments to consider an ordinance with the general plan exemption that Mr. Galani referenced.
Okay. We do have some speakers. Why don't we hear from the speakers?
We have 3 speaker cards. The first speaker is Patrick Murphy. Following Patrick is Jesus Rojas and Beth Brooks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Patrick Murphy. This is relatively good news that this ordinance is going to be pushed off instead of being jammed in before the moratorium. I think now perhaps something else should be considered, and that is a public outreach effort as well as a public comment period. One of the revelations from the last time this was brought up was that the rebates that are going to be offered to homeowners are coming out of the Public Benefit Fund. The Public Benefit Fund is funded by every resident in the city, including apartment residents. So effectively, what will be happening is the rebates, which are $1,000 per ton of HVAC equipment, the rebates will be subsidized by apartment residents who will not take benefit of those rebates. There's nothing equitable about that. So I think that this ordinance needs to be out to the public so everybody, including the apartment residents, have an understanding of what this will actually do. There's no equity in this. In addition, the electric bills, as you had pointed out, Mayor Najarian, last time we spoke about this, it's going to be more expensive to operate this piece of equipment than it would with a natural gas furnace. So everybody is going to have to pay more for the operation, and the apartment residents are going to be subsidizing homeowners. Please give this consideration further, put it out to the public, allow for public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Jesus Rojas.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jesus Rojas. I come from the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. AGLA represents rental housing providers throughout Los Angeles, Ventura, and San Bernardino County, including many in Glendale. More than 80% of our memberships are mom and pop owners with 20 or fewer units. We thank you for pushing this ordinance back. As the city had no reliable data for efficiency or cost on replacing only the furnace, which is what the draft ordinance currently requires. And as the previous speaker was speaking or was saying, renters will have to pay much more for the heating in duplexes. So we ask you to please take a very good look at this new ordinance that will be coming up, and we're here to work with all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Beth Brooks.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to add to, I'm glad that this is going to be pushed off as well, because I don't believe that you should mandate something like this. I think, as Patrick said, that it's just not fair to have apartment dwellers subsidize homeowners, which is not to say that every homeowner is cash rich. A lot of them are home rich and cash poor. But I think it does speak to the greater issue of doing proper outreach. Not just doing outreach, but doing proper, effective outreach and educating the public so they know what's going on. We can look at the agenda. A lot of people don't even know how to look at the agenda, but the way it's written, it really needs to be written in such a way that people, the way you put your newsletters out. You put a wonderful newsletter out recently, written so that the public understands things that happened already, basically. We did this, we voted on that, this is going to happen. You write it like that so people understand, hey, on Tuesday at 6 p.m., we're going to talk about this, and these are the implications to your life and to your pocketbook. I think there needs to be somebody, I love the communications department. I think they're brilliant. I know that you guys could do that, because of the way they communicate, the way they know how to write. I think you should do that so that people understand what's at stake, because sometimes you'll just come in and you read an agenda item, you're like, I don't even know how that affects my life in any kind of a way. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be on the agenda, but it could be an accompanying document that people say, hey, I should really come in today because I may have to spend $20,000 on that, or I need to come in because, I'm going to have to help pay for this guy's new air conditioner. So I really think that it's about time that the city take this seriously, because people don't know what's going on. And you can let them know. It doesn't have to be through the city attorney's office. It shouldn't be through the city attorney's office. I'll tell you right there. It should be through the communications department. And that they get factual information, especially a cost-benefit analysis. Not that you spin it, but that you actually tell people, here are the pros, here are the cons, here's the cost, this is how it's affecting your life. I think this is your opportunity now that this ordinance will be pushed back. This is your opportunity to take this and bring it to the public in such a way that's effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
Can I just address that real quick? I had raised this several times now, but our communication staff used to put out at least Instagram reels that covered both like what's coming up and used to do recaps of meetings, noting what was voted for and whatnot. I see them sporadically, but I'd really like to see that we go back to making sure that we're posting the agendas in a palatable way and then recapping what the council voted for. I think the one element I will comment on is I think it would be also helpful for transparency purposes to include how the council voted on each of the items, so it's clear to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garbettian.
Yes, I need to get a clarification from our either city manager or city attorney's office that a couple of weeks ago we were told that we cannot, this ordinance cannot make the deadline of 30 days to be implemented, and we could use the general plan exemption, and this was going to come back for us to vote for it because we were told that the general plan exemption will help us comply with the rules. And I asked about it, and Councilmember Brotman mentioned this is the law and was signed into a law. So if that was the case, why aren't we doing what we were told 2 weeks ago? And also, before making any changes to our building code, I suggest there are documents that I will provide to the city attorney and city manager that there are announcements by EPA and Department of Energy regarding the resetting the rules and regulations and policies on climate change debate. And I think we need to really take a look at that and see what new rules are coming down from the federal government as well as the state. And before trying to change anything, let's see what the new rules are and comply with them first. And 2 weeks, and the other question is, has duplexes and townhouses always been part of this ordinance? Mr. City Attorney?
Sure. Do you have any further questions? I'll happy to answer the questions. I want to just make sure.
I just want to get clarification because I don't know if you're having another ordinance coming through or when we want to change our building codes, or how is this whole thing going to work?
Sure. So, and that's a fair question. So when staff brought this to you initially on August 12th, before there was an ordinance, it brought to you the options the council could undertake to implement this particular provision. And so what that report noted was that we were recommending a sort of a belts and suspenders approach, which would amend the 2022 building code via this ordinance that's before you tonight. It would be implemented, it would be adopted, and it would be effective as of September 30th, and under AB 130, then the council would then be able to subsequently adopt that same ordinance later in the year when it did the 2025 adoption of the building code. Because that ordinance will not take effect by September 30, 2025, the second part of the pathway, which was to utilize the general plan exemption, which would mean you can adopt an ordinance, you can amend the 2025 code, as long as that amendment is in alignment with the general plan adopted before June 10, 2025, then you could do that and it would be in effect for purposes of the 2025 building code. So what happened was that first prong didn't happen because it was a tie vote and it was not enacted in time for it to be effective by September 30th. So yes, and I did state that I did think that this ordinance could be amended by simply including those general plan exceptions in the ordinance. But because they weren't included in what was introduced, we believe it was more appropriate to then bring that back when the council considers the 2025 amendments to the building code. And just so that we're clear, both this ordinance that was proposed for adoption when it was first introduced on August 19th and what we're bringing back to you in October, November related to the building code, they are both amendments to the building code. We were just amending the 2022 code, and then we were going to subsequently make local amendments to the 2025 building code when those amendments come up. And just, the city council considers local amendments to the building code every 3 years. This would have been part of it, and we're still, your staff is still recommending that you do that, but you do that in conjunction with those local amendments. The first part of that just cannot take effect because it was not adopted in time to be effective. And then you asked me about, yes, so I think with respect to townhouses and duplexes, it was always included in the ordinance. It just, I think it wasn't clear, so we made sure it was clear, but it was listed on the ordinance that it would apply to single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes.
Yeah, because we had a speaker 2 weeks ago specifically asked for 2 to 4 units, and he was told, no, this is only for existing single-family residences.
And I do believe it was clarified subsequently that that was going to apply to townhomes and duplexes.
And who decided to make this part of the 2025 building code energy and to be considered a 2025 building code and energy?
So the council gave direction at the August 12th meeting to include those amendments in the 2025 building code. So the council gave direction on August 12th to bring the ordinance that would be effective to amend the 2022 code. And then the second part of that was to also bring back the amendments to the 2025 code, utilizing both exemptions. The 2022 code isn't going to happen because it's not being adopted in time, but the council still has time to make amendments to the 2025 code later this fall.
I don't recall it. What was the votes on that?
I believe that it was the same vote. I think it was a 3-2. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But
I'd like to know that before we do anything. And also, the EPA's announcement as well as the Department of Energy, I think you need to look into it and see how would that affect this kind of a decision in general. And this is, again, over and beyond the state mandates, which is not necessary at all. And we had how many? Well, we'll talk about that later on the other issue, on the other item. But I'd like to know what that vote was and the language for that decision that we mentioned. I don't remember indicating 2025, maybe 2022, but not 2025. But I'd like to have that language. And also, you mentioned that you're going to send us a memo on general plan exemptions. I still don't have that, and I would like to have that before we start voting on these items.
Sure, although I would note that the staff report from August 12th contains our office's analysis of the general plan exemption. So happy to put that into a separate memo, but we discussed that in that staff report and made that as part of the presentation.
Mr. Garcia, let me just follow up. So if what you're saying is back in August, if council had, aside from introducing the ordinance, et cetera, had decided to put this on the 2025 building code for adoption, why is it before us again to put it on the 2025 building code for adoption? I mean, isn't that what you said? Is that
Sure.
The belt and suspenders, the belt broke, but the suspenders you're saying we had voted on already and before us today is direction
Sure.
to put it to, it's duplicative, I think.
Fair enough. I think the only issue, obviously, is that because it had been to bring both tracks together, we obviously just want to seek direction that the council still wants to move forward with the second track, even though the first track has become a nullity. And also because of the fact that the ordinance was introduced on the 19th, it was tied on the 26th, and obviously had to come back pursuant to our charter. We wanted there to be a clear record of what was going to come out of this meeting, and that's why. So, yeah, you're right. Technically, I guess.
Verify the record. I just have one more question, and that is I would like to have a discussion as to the additional requirements if a furnace is being retained, and whether those requirements are so onerous or impossible for certain properties that in effect it's dictating only a single energy use, meaning the heat pump. And that's a discussion we can have. Maybe tonight is not the night, but that's something I'd like to get into. And
we can certainly make sure that that when we bring those items back, that staff is prepared to discuss that, how the alternative conservation measures work vis-a-vis the heat pump, or instead of the heat pump.
That's exactly it. Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that on the items that we'd be voting on today, we have 8A, 1 and 2. Now, isn't 2 the part that's moot at this
Yeah,
point?
correct. We are only
Okay.
recommending the adoption of 8A1, which is just a motion directing us to bring this back when we bring back the building code
Well, if I
amendments.
may, I'll move 8A1.
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll second that.
There's a
I
second.
have one more question, I believe.
Karpetian?
Oh, for the future staff reports, because these are like 20 pages, 10 pages, 30 pages reports, the requirements to keep your gas furnace, if you want to keep your gas furnace, what the requirements are, it has to be indicated in one page, and it's very easily legible and easy to find, because they put this in different parts of the ordinance, and you have to read the whole thing and understand what is this one and what is the other one, and put it together. I think they have to say, if you want to keep your existing gas furnace, these are the things you need to do: retrofit, installation, whatever that is. So I think it has to be very clear in one page so people can see and understand it. Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Table 1 and Table 2 in the report is what you're referring to, but if it's not, then I would request that it's on page 4, I guess, of the staff report.
My page 4 doesn't
Well,
have
this
table
numbering,
1 table.
well, this numbering is
Oh,
on.
I think it's one of the exhibits you're referring to.
Yeah, I guess
What's the
it
page
is.
number in the packet?
Oh, the bait stamp is 97 of 348.
Oh, okay. I mean, this is coming back, so what I'm saying is to be clear and easy to understand. That's
Right,
all.
that
I'm
goes
asking.
along with our question. Okay,
And
we have a motion, we have a second. If there's no other comments, let's take a roll call.
Council members El Sadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Karpetian?
Oh,
Kasakian?
Yes.
Mayor Najarian?
No. Next item, please.
Next are action items. Action item A, City Attorney regarding ordinance amending Glendale Municipal Code provisions regarding meetings, powers, and duties of the Commission on the Status of Women, moved from August 26, 2025 council meeting. 1, introduction of ordinance amending sections 2.38.090 and 2.38.140 of the Glendale Municipal Code 1995 relating to the Commission on the Status of Women.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Najarian, members of City Council. So on March 18 of this year, Council adopted a motion directing certain changes to the frequency of meetings of the Commission on the Status of Women and their powers and duties. These amendments are in the attached ordinance. They're changing the frequency of meetings from quarterly to monthly. It also amends the provisions pertaining to the Commission's powers and responsibilities, including regular programming based on policy recommendations of the Commission's report on the status of women and girls, and the city's workforce demographics report, engaging in community partnerships, as well as fundraising efforts. Therefore, staff recommends introduction of the ordinance as directed by Council. Also, Councilmember Satrian has shared another revision of the draft of the ordinance, which is also attached to this report. I don't know if Mr. Garcia has anything to add, since he penned and drafted the ordinance. Other than that, we'll open it up to questions.
Would you like to go to the public?
Could I make just one comment
Yes.
on my colleagues? During the August 26th meeting, I had made notes that the changes recommended by our city attorney's office didn't fully reflect the discussion that we had. I've made several changes that are included in your packet. I do want to note that most of it, what you see is formatting, which is aligned with the formatting for almost all of the commissions that we have. It just makes it easier to read. But I do want to clarify on point 2, where it notes, based on the report on the status of women,
Prior to that, I added drawing on information from, including but not limited to, which is critical because our comments, and specifically my comments, were not just to the report on the status of women and girls. I also specified in the direction for us to look at internal and external. And what that means is if you don't put that including but not limited to, you're actually not expanding the powers, but you're actually reducing the powers of the commission. I would expect that when we say including but not limited to, that would also speak to, for example, data that we may have from our Glendale Police Department on domestic violence response. It can include the number of domestic violence response our homeless services staff respond to. I think there was a recent report that we had also received on, I believe it was 78% of families and women and children that had come to our shelters were also survivors of domestic violence. So these are the kind of reports I'm talking about, as well as ones that potentially could be put out that drive, help us drive policy from the YWCA or Door of Hope that have their own statistics on issues related to domestic violence or anything else that impacts women and girls in our city. When we are talking about internal programs and really looking at underneath the hood, we are talking about things like, as I've mentioned before, one of those items could be our fire stations that need upgrades in order to have separate showers for our future employees that could potentially be women, which is not the case today, and looking at our hiring, promotional, and recruitment practices that help women and girls, and really just any of those issues that impact women and girls in our city. I've talked about women who are returning back to work not having a place to pump. Those are all things that I think should be conversations that are had by the commission. And so the changes that I have recommended here are reflective of that. And I do want to note, as one of my colleagues had a question on number 6 with work in conjunction with city departments, that specific one I had taken directly from the Sustainability Commission and copied and pasted it. And again, the concept was that, as an example, our Glendale Police Department puts together a pamphlet that they're mandated to give out when they are responding to calls for domestic violence. But they're the ones that are putting that together. I know that the YWCA has their own. I believe RCNA Scion has other items that they put together, but all of these things should actually be coming from one place that's helping coordinate. We also used to have a Glendale Domestic Violence Task Force that I'd love to see come back and create a work group around that. And so number 6 speaks to that. I just wanted to clarify that none of the things that I have added are exclusive to the Commission on the Status of Women. They're actually copy and paste from the language of other commissions that our city attorney had previously shared with all of you, as he had shared with me per my request. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the speakers.
Our first speaker is Deborah Sell.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Saul, CEO of YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena. I'm here to support the enhancement of the role of Glendale's Commission on Status of Women. We have much work ahead to address the gaps that are widening, the needs that are growing for our women and girls. Women and girls are less safe today with the dismantling of CDC, Center for Disease Control's team on preventing rape, sexual assault. I mean, this happened kind of under, in the dead of night, like people were not paying attention to it, but the whole team that was working on reducing sexual assault and rape have been totally dismantled. Women and girls have worse health outcomes with the restrictions on their reproductive rights, and the list goes on. I can be here all night talking about the level of rights that we have been losing this year. YWCA was established to address the disparities and challenges women and girls face. And we want to urge you to vote to adopt the expansion of Glendale's Commission on Status of Women's role in this critical time, and proposed by Council Member Satrian. As she was mentioning, there are some critical things that Alternative 2 addresses, and language is important in the ordinance. It addressed the need for both women and girls, starting with the girls, and preventing problems early is key. Making sure, as they say, an ounce of prevention is more effective than a pound of intervention. So we want to start early with women and girls. It also lifts the limitations on the scope of the Commission's role in addressing only what is on the Commission's report. It allows flexibility to address the emerging needs. As we've seen, the landscape is changing quickly, and we need to be able to have the Commission address things timely and in this rapidly changing environment. And finally, it's important not only to be done, it's finally important that the city invests resources to get this work done. I ask that you designate full-time staff who can work with collaborators like us to provide meaningful support for women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Regina Williams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Regina Williams, and I'm the Chief Program Officer at Door of Hope, where we run a transitional housing program for women and children who are experiencing homelessness as a result of domestic violence here in the city of Glendale. And I also want to state I am a survivor of domestic violence. I'm here tonight to urge you to adopt Alternative 2 exactly as presented in the exhibits submitted by Councilmember Asatrian, and to direct staff to allocate one full-time staff member position already discussed in March. It matches the structure of other commissions, is easier to follow, and avoids narrowing the commission's scope. By adding what was already mentioned, quote, including but not limited to, it ensures the commission can use broader data for homeless services, police domestic violence response, economic development, and community partners like YWCA of Glendale and Door of Hope. And that flexibility is critical. As a survivor myself and through the work, I see every day how domestic violence, homelessness, and economic instability are interconnected. The Commission must be able to address those realities if it is to provide meaningful solutions. Finally, without the full-time staff member you already directed in March, the Commission simply cannot succeed. So tonight I urge you, adopt Alternative 2 with the exhibits and allocate the staff support needed. On behalf of myself as a survivor and the women and children we serve, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jane Villar.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian and council members. I'm Jane Villar, and I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance that's before you. Specifically, I do support restoration of the Commission's programmatic function, as well as an increase in the frequency of its meetings. I also believe a full-time staff administrator is needed in order to perform the functions that are outlined in the proposed ordinance. Skilled assessment and evaluation, preparation and dissemination of materials, information, preparation also for programs, quality programs, and as well as adequately broad outreach is needed in order to allow the commission to provide you, the decision makers, with informed advice. The female population of Glendale, as you know, is estimated to be at 52% of the total. And the work of the commission could lead to improved safety and security in public spaces for this majority population. Personal security or safety is on the minds of women when we step into darkness or a deserted parking garage or an empty street every single time. Also, the work of the commission could help close the gender pay gap that still exists nationally. They could do this through targeted workforce development for girls and women. Also, the commission's work could lead to increased participation in government and other leadership roles for women. Certainly a balance that's needed within Glendale's own city government. The commission could shine a light on needed access to health, education, and social services for women. Addressing systemic inequities makes a community better. Gentlemen on the dais, I know that you have fabulously bright, high-achieving wives, daughters, and sisters, and that you have no doubt encouraged their dreams. You have cheered them on and celebrated their accomplishments. Women do not need men to take care of them. Women need men to help create conditions so women can take care of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diane Lambolat. Following Diane is Beth Brooks and Dr. Sophia Arman.
Mayor and City Council members, I'm Diane Lambolat, immediate past chair of the commission. Excuse me. I'm here to urge you to move forward with the alternate ordinance as outlined in the staff report and discussed earlier. It is important to note that nothing in the alternative ordinance is inconsistent with the direction staff was given at the March 18th council meeting. Instead, it mirrors the structure of Glendale's other commissions. It's easy to understand, easier actually to understand, and it makes the ordinance consistent with how our city approaches commissions more broadly. Council's direction was certainly not to make the commission's scope narrower, nor was it to limit the commission's work to any particular reports, such as the reports on the status of women or any specific data. The alternative version adds the phrase, as we've been discussing, including but not limited to, which clarifies that the commission can also review and work with other reports and broader data sets. This flexibility is critical if the commission is to provide meaningful, comprehensive recommendations and relevant programming. In addition, during the discussion at the March 18 meeting, Council directed the City Manager's office to ensure that there is a full-time staff position to support the commission's work. It is obviously essential to the commission's success to have dedicated, focused staff assistants, not staff that has to fit it into other work that they may have. We all know what happens when that occurs. Moreover, in the over $1 billion budget that Glendale has, I understand that there are currently $0 allocated to resources that center on women's issues. This ordinance is not only about empowering the Commission on the Status of Women to better advocate on issues affecting women and girls in Glendale, but also about treating the Commission in a balanced and fair way that is consistent with other commissions. Every other commission in the city is scheduled to meet at least once a month. Holding meetings only 4 times a year, as we've been doing for several years, is just not viable for the Commission to perform any sort of ongoing or regular programming or functions. In sum, the alternative version in the exhibits before you tonight is clear, consistent, and responsive to Council's direction. We urge you to adopt the alternative and to formally provide the staffing directed at the March meeting. I hope, it is my hope, that we can announce at tomorrow's Women's Equality Day event that the alternative ordinance was adopted unanimously by the City Council. If so, it will demonstrate to the community that the council recognizes the value of women in Glendale and the essential role that the commission does, and more importantly, can play in supporting and empowering women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Beth Brooks. Following Beth Brooks is Dr. Sophia Arman and Lilia Avalian.
As you can see, I'm a woman, but I don't believe in moral extortion, and that's what I feel I heard just now. The hyperbole about this commission that women's lives depend on this because we're unequal and really, I don't even know what to say, especially when the man came up here and started talking about my lack of equality, my rights are being taken away, the world is coming to an end for women. It actually isn't. Now, I don't care what you do with the Women's Commission. They can think they're changing the world. You can't have an ordinance that gives them more work to do and then ask for staff for them. I'm sorry, but there are women who need rental assistance. There are women who are homeless. You don't have 2 cents for them. The idea that you would give a staff to this commission is disgusting. I don't care how much you would pay for them. That money deserves to go to women who are sleeping on the streets, not to a staff member. What commission has a staffer? I don't know. I didn't look at every commission to see who has a staff member. This made me livid. I'm sitting in the back listening to these women talk about, oh, and you're going to solve our problems and pay scale and everything. You know what? Go ahead, solve those problems, but do not spend a penny paying for a staffer for that commission, because if you do, where's the renters commission that I've been asking for a year? That didn't happen. Where's rental assistance to people who are struggling between paying their rent and eating? This commission doesn't deserve a staffer. I don't care if they're working 50 hours. I sat in the charter review. Those people work like a dog, and they meet every month. And you know what? They do it as volunteers. You want to save the world as a volunteer? You're a volunteer. You barely make any money. I don't think people understand they make $1,400 a month, folks. They're doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, or for power, or for whatever their ideological reasons are. I don't care. But they're not making money on this. And I don't think that a staffer should be paid for this commission. I don't care what they do. I don't care if they work 90 hours. You need to put that money, you have a budget crisis. You took money away. You shouldn't put it back so they can have a staffer just because you have an ordinance that gives them more work. And you also shouldn't have a man representing women as a feminist, telling me how I lost my rights. I mean, couldn't you find a woman to do that? Really, couldn't you find a woman to actually speak instead of a man? I mean, that's kind of, ironic, to say the least. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sophia Arman. Following Dr. Arman is Lilia Avalian and Denise Miller.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I guess good evening. Look, I'm still stuck in afternoon. Honorable council members, I'm so happy to be back here. My name is Dr. Sophia Arman, for those who don't know, and I am one of the former staffers of the Commission on the Status of Women, a privilege of my life, if I will be honest, which I miss very much. I want to speak to what the day-to-day of the Commission on the Status of Women is, so that you understand it, and I'm also available for questions if you'd like around it. The Commission on the Status of Women is an incredible commission, like all of our commissions, and I'll tell you why. Like you mentioned, the Charter Review Committee, all of these commissions are places where constituents, residents in the city of Glendale get to directly participate in their own democracy in their city. This has nothing to do with what staff wants or doesn't want. This has to do with getting the direct feedback every single month about what you should do for your residents. It's a powerful, powerful, powerful structure, the commission system, regardless of the issue. Number two, Every commission has staff, so I just want to clarify from the speaker before me. That's not new. And the idea that we would, I would say, just not pay the person on the Commission on the Status of Women, but everybody else would be, I think, a little glaring and jarring. So I will say instead, what it really is about there's a deep desire and hunger and need in this community, and I can speak to it directly because of the love for this commission so much that I was in complete awe of over my 2 years of tenure as staff on this commission. So I'll speak to it. In my tenure for 2 years, we saw commission activities explode, people demanding that we have more and more events, that we put out the report actually annually, which I'm sure you all know that doesn't happen, and that we actually bring back programs, right, that the city of Glendale was known for. Many people, for example, would come up to us as staff from the city of Glendale and mention to us that they wanted us to do things like Camp Rosie again, that they were proud that we did the Purple Tie Awards. And I want to mention things like this because this is the heart of the city, and it requires labor, time, and it requires an investment because our dollars are about our values, and this is a space where directly community members engage in their own city and are asking for that to be expanded. So I encourage you all, please support this. Please support the amendment. There was never enough time in 50%, I just want to be honest, and you get pulled everywhere else. So it is not realistic to think that this can be managed at this level. Thank you. Can I answer? Do you all have any questions? I'm not allowed to do that. Okay, I forget. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lilia Avalian, and following Lilia is Denise Miller.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian, council members. I'm here to urge you to adopt Alternative 2 with the exhibits as submitted by Councilmember Asadrian, and to also ensure the allocation of one full-time staff member to support the Commission on the Status of Women. This version reflects the council's own direction, as mentioned before. It mirrors how other city commissions are structured. It's clearer and easier to follow, and it keeps the scope broad enough to be meaningful. Staff's version would have narrowed the work down just to one report and HR data. Councilmember Asadrian's version fixes that, allowing the commission to use information from departments like homeless services, police domestic violence response, economic development, as well as from community partners that people came forward and mentioned before me. That's the only way the commission can address the real challenges women in Glendale face. We know that needs are real. Last year, Glendale police responded to over 600 domestic violence calls, and city data shows regarding inequities for Armenian and Latino women in income and education. The commission needs the authority and staffing to take action. Please adopt Alternative 2 with the exhibit and bring in the one full-time staff member that you already directed. Let's give the commission the tools to do the job and strengthen Glendale's leadership on equity, safety, and opportunity for women and girls. I would also like to add that the very first time it was the Status of Women Commission that I ever watched on GTV6 as a commission, and that's the commission that actually motivated me to join any of the commissions. It actually took me years later that I actually started joining and becoming part of the commission, but that's the one commission that I thought that is really, really influential and really strengthens women in this city. And I can't imagine the city not having support for women in Glendale, and believe it or not, I come across a lot of violence that's happening in this city because of the many communities that I'm part of. So I would truly appreciate, and I want to see this expand and be able to have better influence that it has now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Denise Miller.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Denise Miller, and I'm speaking in support of this ordinance with amendments regarding the Commission on the Status of Women. I served as a commissioner on the status of women from 2011 to 2017. During the time when we met monthly, and we had a very robust group that was able to raise a lot of funds and do a lot of good in this city. Looking at your report from March 18th, what I'm really here to speak about is to remind you of all the things that we could do when we were able to meet on a monthly basis. Does everyone know that as part of our health and safety and domestic violence, that we actually provided vouchers and partnered with our police department so that they could, when needed, use those vouchers with domestic violence victims and help them? That was a way in which we helped the city. Through our economic security, we talked about financial literacy and employment. That was Camp Rosie. Some of these young women had never met business owners such as Betty Porto, Helen McDonough, who spoke to them about what it's like to interview, what it's like to go for your first job. Gender-based survivor support and grant funding, we partnered very closely with the YWCA. And also, some of the things to note is that this commission is part of a state commission, and Glendale being the 4th largest city in LA County, I would imagine that we would want to have that prestigious showing that we used to have when I was able to, with my colleagues on the commission, attend those meetings both locally and in Sacramento to speak about women's issues. And finally, what I would just point out that's near and dear to my heart, those of you know I'm in healthcare, I focus on seniors. I'm currently part of a large family that is a caregiver for my mother. Our seniors in Glendale are aging. I can tell you, look at neighborhood next door, the amount of questions that come up about caregiving. I know you have a senior commission, but you need the charge of women who are looking at maternal health, caregiving. I say that because many of us are the ones who are primarily responsible for those duties. And I urge you to think about all the ways that we could tie together with all of our partners by meeting on a more monthly basis, hitting those themes, even our environmental groups as well. Again, I'm here to speak in support, and I urge you to consider all that we used to be and restore us to where we are so that we can go forward doing the good work for the city of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 calls. Our first caller is Nairi Nahabedian. Nairi, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Najarian and council members. Thank you for your continued service to the city and its residents. I recognize that you have many challenging matters before you these days, and these are not easy times. I truly appreciate your service. You know, I had the privilege of serving on the Glendale Commission on the Status of Women when it was first established in 2003. And based on that experience, I can surely tell you that without dedicated operational capacity, the Commission cannot fulfill its mission. And I'm calling this evening to urge you to move forward with Alternative 2 as submitted by Councilmember Asatryan on August 26th, and to reaffirm your prior direction to allocate 1 full-time staff member for the Commission's work. You know, this version reflects the structure of Glendale's other commissions, and that is an important piece. It is clear to follow. It aligns with the guidance you've already provided to staff. And importantly, it restores the Commission's broader scope by clarifying that its work is not confined to just the status of women reports or HR data, that the inclusion of including but not limited to that's been discussed before ensures that the Commission can also consider all kinds of data from all relevant departments like the Homeless Services, police, domestic violence response, economic development, as well as YWCA. And that kind of flexibility was important when I served as a commissioner, and it is vital now. And during your March 18 discussion, you directed that a full-time staff resource be assigned to the commission, and that was a decision that was both important and it was the right call. Adopting Alternative 2 will empower the commission to be a stronger advocate on issues such as pay equity, gender-based violence prevention, health access, and economic opportunity, all critical to supporting strong families in Glendale. And I urge you now to adopt Alternative 2 and provide the staffing support needed to do right by women and by girls in Glendale. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mike. Mike, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I would like to begin by stating that the definition of feminism is the equality of the sexes. So yes, as a man, I would like to see women better represented in city data because that dictates program and funding. Now, I'm calling to urge you to adopt Alternative 2 exactly as presented in the attachment submitted by Councilmember Asatrian on August 26, 2025, and to allocate a full-time staff member to support the Commission on the Status of Women's critical work. This ordinance reflects the direction you already gave staff. It aligns the Commission on the Status of Women structurally with Glendale's other commissions. It makes the ordinances easier to follow, and most importantly, restores the broader scope the Commission was always really intended to have. The phrase including but not limited to isn't just a technicality. It ensures the Commission can work with the vital data from departments like Homeless Services, Police Domestic Violence Responses, and Economic Development, as well as other community partners in the area like the YMCA and the Door of Hope. This is about giving the Commission the tools to meaningfully address pay equity, gender-based violence, health access, and leadership pathways, especially for women of color like Armenians in the city of Glendale. With broader authority and real support, this Commission can move to substantive, material-based problem-solving in Glendale, not just an opinion-based commission. Please adopt Alternative 2 as written, and let's have Glendale have some real change in order to impact women positively. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last call.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues? Well, I'll start off, I guess. I did have a discussion with Councilmember Asaturi, and I was in support of the original motion that came forth 2 weeks ago. And I just had a couple questions that I discussed with her that satisfied me. However, I'm not sure that that is a proper interpretation of the ordinance. Mr. City Attorney, you've read this ordinance, I take the amendment.
Yes, I have.
What's everybody call it? Option 2 or?
Yeah, I guess. Alternative 2.
Everybody knows that. How come I don't know that?
I don't know.
It's not called. Okay. So the question is, it'll get better, don't worry. When we talk about paragraph 2, it says recommend legislation to the city council and or organize programs. I want to make sure that the organization of programs and the implementation is at some level above the commission, approved and endorsed by either the council or the city manager. Is that how this is read and written? Or can they just decide what they want to do and do it themselves without any oversight by the city manager or the city council?
I'll defer a little bit to Mr. Glein, but the way just in terms of how operationally it would work, but any expenditure of funds or organization of activities has to ultimately occur through staff. They're the ones that are pushing it, making sure things get paid, for example, all that sort of thing. So I believe there are always going to be staff involvement. But I would say, if that's a concern for the council, that we make it clear one way or the other, whether it's going to be the commission on their own or commission and working with staff or get with the approval of the city council, however you want. I mean, I'll just say before, prior to the point where the fundraising and and I'll have to defer to my staff a little bit and staff that was here at the time. Before the fundraising and programming activity was scaled back from the commission circa 2014, I guess, this language is not in the code and it was still happening. So I don't know that you necessarily need code language to address it, but to the extent that you are and you want to make sure there's clear divisions of authority and responsibility, it doesn't hurt to sort of specify how that's going to happen if that's a concern for the council.
Councilmember Saturian told me that she believed that there would be oversight at some level, whether city manager or council. I want to make sure that in the future, that someone doesn't grab this and say, well, we're going to organize this program and have the commission direct staff as to what to do. Can commission direct staff as to what to do at this point to organize a program without approval by the city manager or the city council?
I don't believe so.
Ordinarily, no.
Make sure,
Right.
I mean, if that's the way it is, that's fine. I'm reading this rather strictly.
Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Garcia's point, just to be 100% sure, we can further clarify that sentence to make sure that there is some approval process that the commission's recommendation will have to go through.
Okay.
Mayor Najarian, if I can speak to that. The Commission on the Status of Women currently organizes its own programming. What I was speaking to was any allocation of funds from the budget of whether it's the city's budget or the budget of the Commission on the Status of Women would require automatically for it to be a vote of both the commission and then the approval of staff, because staff is the one that's processing it. And I do know that anything that's coming out of the general fund, which nothing is coming from the general fund now, would require a city council appropriation. So unless the city council appropriates funding for programming, they're not going to be able to move forward. So when we had the conversation with the chicken and the egg story, and when we were like talking about programming, and there was even a suggestion during that meeting from Mr. Garpetian for us to allocate a certain amount of funding from our general budget for programming. My response to that was, well, how do I even know how much is needed? It would require for the commission to come up with whatever the programming is and then recommend it to council, and then council would approve, and based on that, allocate the funding or not allocate and not move forward with the programming.
So is that the case? Let's say they do raise their own funds. Does that go to the general fund, or is there a separate fund held?
It's a separate fund that's held, no.
So is there any
It's
oversight?
part of general fund, yeah.
The question is there any oversight on those funds that they've collected and they want to implement, and it doesn't touch the general fund? Can the commission do what they want to do with that?
Well, they can, but the recommendation will have to, if it requires appropriation, then it has to come to council for approval.
If I could just add to that, maybe some clarity. Any funds that are received by the City of Glendale and then utilized and spent by any governmental agency within the organization has to get appropriated by the City Council. So if there were grant funds that the commission received or fundraising funds that the commission received, they would ultimately be deposited into the city's account, but City Council would have to appropriate every last dollar of that back into the CSW fund.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's some level of oversight on that.
Well, I actually, Mayor Najarian, I actually don't know if that's correct, because I know that the commission in the last several years, out of the $80,000 as an example, has contributed to programming to support for like YWCA or whatnot. All of that money has been fundraising money, but it's never come to the city council for approval.
It's appropriated through the budget process. So if you look in the budget book, each year during budget adoption, there would be a separate line item with a dollar amount associated with the CSW that council was asked to appropriate.
Okay, so as an example, I know that recently YWCA had asked for funding for Camp Rosie. And the commission voted to give, I don't know, I think it was like $2,000 to Camp Rosie out of their fundraised dollar amounts. That item couldn't have been in the budget because they just requested it, and the bulk of it is there, right? And it's designated to CSW and cannot be used for something else because it's earmarked towards that. But that item for $2,000 never came to council.
No, it wouldn't have, because when we receive funds, let me put it this way, the money that the Commission on Status of Women raised over the years just kept accruing and accumulating and growing.
Right.
Each year, we would identify how much those funds were. We would then ask council to appropriate them as part of the budget adoption process in full. So
Okay.
we've been carrying a large balance year after year. So at the start of the fiscal year, I don't know the exact number, but the CSW, the commission, would have started with a large pot of money to begin with. As requests come in throughout the year, they have access to those monies because it's been appropriated by council. So council wouldn't see the individual request and approve it because council already approved a large pot of money going to the CSW at the beginning of the year.
Right.
So council would have no idea how they,
On all these, so as an example, right now, forget this, what you did is appropriate like the entire amount, and then they've been moving.
they decide how to spend it.
Right.
But we don't know what they choose to spend it on. I have a problem with that. I mean, I think any expenditure should come back to the city council for a ratification on that. I mean, they're not creating their own government here. This is commission, they raise their money under the guise of a city commission, and when it comes time to spend it, city council should know how it's being spent. Specifically, not just a chunk of money, here's 50,000 this year. We need to know that they're giving 3,000 to Camp Rosie. That's not in here. Okay, that's not in this particular item before us,
Even if we didn't have, what I'm saying is, even if this item was not up for discussion right now, that is how your process has been with the funds that were raised.
Okay, I think
and
that's
in the
wrong.
account.
I think that's wrong.
Is there a limit to that amount, Mr. Galanian? Is it the same thing as, like, I know there's a bunch of things that you approve or staff in
Administratively, yeah.
different departments approve?
Right.
Is there,
As long as it's within the appropriate amount,
okay.
there's no process.
I mean, I don't have a nickel that I could spend without getting approval by the city manager. I've got a problem with that setup. I know that's not the particular four corners of this amendment, but there's got to be some oversight to that. I'm sorry, I don't think that meets any auditing standards at this point. Let's move on.
Does it meet auditing standards? Hold on, I don't know what that even means.
That means that there's money being spent that the city council doesn't know where it's going. Ellen, that's clear. I want to know. I want to know where money is being given, whether it's Camp Rosie or Susie Goes to Wall Street or whatever. I want to know where it's going. It shouldn't be hidden from the city council.
It's not.
It's
So
transparent, it's open, we should know before it's given. The chunk is in the budget.
Yes, but then when the budget comes back, very similar to how you don't have an accounting of every dollar that economic development spent on the different programs that they allocated as they're going through their budget, you wouldn't know it so walk me through why this is different.
Economic development is overseen by the city manager. The status of the
Are you
commission on
approving the economic development, every line item, that economic development?
It depends, yeah, it depends. But what I was going to recommend or suggest, Mayor, is that you can make that part of the annual report that the commission will bring to
Let's
you
bring
with
this
their
back.
programming.
I don't want to get sidetracked on that, but I really want to make sure there's some basic oversight on this, not retrospectively, but prospectively. Call me old-fashioned, but that's the way I'd like that to be done. The rest of it seems to be okay. I was concerned that, and I discussed this with you, that there seems to be a lot of interaction between many different city departments, liaisons, and engaging with other commissions and public bodies. But if that, in fact, is similar to the language of the Sustainability Commission, and that's already being done, then I'm okay with that.
And then I did add, so number 7, submit an annual report. That is also from language from other commissions. But I really thought that it's important for us as a city council to be aware on an annual basis what the commission has done, what they haven't done, what we need to work on. I think it's a great checkpoint, very similar to the same kind of request I had made for our Sister Cities program, because really like year can go by, or 2 years, 3 years can go by, and we really don't know the annual, activities of that commission.
Yeah, I don't
So-
have a problem with that. So with regard to the actual ordinance and the amendment, alternative 2, I don't have a problem except for what I had already discussed. One thing I do want to address, and that's the direction of council to dictate a staffing position for the commission. I don't think that's appropriate for council to make that direction to the city manager. It's going in the management services department. He should be able to decide how he wants to split that up and appoint and delegate certain positions. In fact, I was just looking at the charter, and apparently it's against the charter for the city council to dictate a position being created for any particular purpose. It's Article 4, Section 1. In no such manner shall the city council encroach upon the duties of any officer, including the city manager, as provided by this charter. And then in the other part, Section 4, it says department heads shall appoint and remove all their subordinate officers, assistants, deputies, clerks, and employees. And aside from the charter, I don't think it's right for us to dictate to the city manager how a particular officer, employee should be presented. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Garcia. There is some language on this. I'm not sure it's entirely determinative, but I think it's unusual for the city council to dictate the creation of a particular position that is outside the control of the city manager.
Mayor Najarian, so the second part that you read has to do with obviously the council trying to dictate who a department head or city manager could hire as opposed to a position. I don't know for certain in terms of whether the council can direct the assignment of a staff member to one particular position. I think it is generally permissible, but I think to your point, it is unusual for the council to dictate a full-time position to a particular committee or function. Typically, the council establishes its budgets, its programs, and dictates sort of the hiring, the budget and number of employees per department. But again, I can't and I don't want to opine here whether it's not permissible to say one full-time person shall be directed to this specific function.
I mean, it's akin to us directing the police chief to place a police officer directly in front of that gentleman's home who was complaining about the speeding, regardless of his ideas and practices on staffing his department. In my mind, that's not really a question, but in my mind, that's essentially what we're doing here. I think we need to leave it to the city manager. If we don't trust the city manager, then, in fact, we just voted to support the city manager 2 weeks ago. I have no problem with having this staffed, but to say to the city manager, you have to have one specific person here doing this work all the time, I think that goes beyond our role as a city council and gets into micromanagement, which is a bad road to go down. That's all I'll support this. I mean, I'll support the alternative 2,
Okay.
but I want to leave that out there. It's not before us today.
I actually have to address that because I think there's a lot of statements that were made that or not correct, and I can speak to many examples that this council has taken over and over again on that matter, but
wanna
go
do
ahead.
that?
No, but go ahead,
Okay.
and then I can address it.
So these are just general comments. I don't have questions. First of all, I want to thank the speakers who spoke so eloquently about the work of this commission and the potential for this commission. And I think you've said it so well that I don't have anything else to add. So I want to thank all of you who came up and expressed that support. And I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Asatrian, for taking the time to go through the ordinance and really do a lot of research, looking into how the similar ordinances are for other commissions. So I appreciate that you did that. I think you produced something really good, and I think it strengthens the direction to the commission. I think it's in line with what we have all said we want the commission to do. So I support that alternative. As for a full-time staff member, I don't think there's anything wrong with us directing the city manager to provide the kind of support we want to make the commission successful if we believe that that support level is necessary. And I would say at this point, having a full-time person is necessary to do the things that we want the commission to do. So I would support doing that. Now look, if at the next budget cycle we decide that this is unnecessary, we can always change our minds. But I think that it's something that we should go ahead and do. You know, we've told code enforcement we want them to do more, and we've specified additional headcount for them. We've done it to the police. I don't see this akin to telling the police department to put an officer in one particular location. We're not telling this staff member to do one particular task. We're just asking for the support, the resources to make the commission successful. So I will support that full-time position. And of course, I do support the language that Councilmember Asatrian has recommended, has introduced, let's say.
Mayor Najarian, if I can address some of your comments and concerns raised with respect to the full-time staffer. And if I may remind everyone that we had that discussion on March 18. There was a proposal on the table for 1.5 positions. Ultimately, the city council directed staff to go work it out. The conversation was really about, is it an administrative analyst position or is it an assistant administrative analyst position? And I, for one, said, neither do I, I don't know what the difference is. It doesn't matter for me what that position, what the title is. What we were looking for was somebody that has the background to be able to do this work, that knows how to do grant writing. And the direction was that we're going to allocate one full-time staffer, but what level that position was going to be was something that was going to be worked out by our city manager and at the time, our city clerk. Fast forward, we actually separated those two items because we were under the impression, or at least I was under the impression, it was going to take much longer for the ordinance to be put together than for that discussion to happen. But part of that report from March 18, as part of the direction that was written in that report, was for us to appropriate funding. The city council not only has time and again assigned specific titles, we are also in charge of approving any of the executives. Just in the time that I've been here, I know that we changed positions and specifically assigned a clean energy officer, which we didn't have. We've had a sustainability officer. These are all positions that are approved by the council. And so no one is telling Mr. Galanian or his executive staff on who to hire and who should do that job. That is not our job. But what we can do is appropriate funding or allocate resources, or Mr. Galanian can also say, look, I have this one vacant administrative analyst position in my office or assistant administrative analyst position, and I'm going to dedicate that one to the Commission on the Status of Women. And at that time, the council actually doesn't have to take any measures because that has already been allocated through our budget process, and he's able to put the call out. All I've been asking for is somebody that is full-time. We had a conversation on the chicken and egg, and I will say that while I very much appreciate Dr. Armand's dedication to the Commission on the Status of Women, there were many of times that I approached saying, hey, what's going on with this item with the Women's Commission? And I was told that she's working on other things. And I'm not taking anything away from the work that's been done, but I also know what it means when you are constantly being pulled in different directions. And my biggest concern is that as you're working through who this person is, if they are being pulled in different directions, our sustainability officer is not being pulled in different directions, our arts staff is not, and if we're not dedicating this, we're also suggesting that, yes, we'll have things on paper, but we're not going to dedicate the resources. I know that we have someone very capable in our city manager's office that I think is working on through this transition, but Dom at the same time has legislative affairs, assistant to the city manager, helps with comms, and everything and anything I can see in this office. And I commend her for her work, but I also want somebody that is specifically working on this and this alone and is not pulled in many directions. That's all. So I'm asking that it's alternative 2, but our understanding was that this should have already been taken care of, and the fact that we're revisiting this is, I don't know who's going to oversee that and how that work is going to be done. Again, it's not my job to say who that individual is. I'm just asking for one full-time staff member to be allocated as we had agreed on March 18th.
Mr. Kasakian.
Well, I'd like us to just wrap this up and move forward with a vote. I think we've belabored this point enough. And we have residents here on a hearing. The hour is 8:30. I know we have ourselves on a time limit, and out of respect for the folks who've come to be heard on a appeal to a DRB decision, I think we ought to move forward. I'll briefly just say, at the end of the day, what the commission does will determine how the council supports it. Hopefully, the resources that we give, overseen by the city manager, will prove that it's worth. I think that the commission in the past has done some important work. It continues to have an important role in this community. For those, like one of the speakers who came up and spoke about, question the value of it, I personally don't know what all the issues are that impact women, which is perhaps why we need a commission on the status of women to better inform us. There's a lot of things that, even though we think, there's equality and we don't really need to study issues, many may not know. In fact, the speaker who came up here may not know that up until or maybe she does, until the 1970s, wives were not allowed to be issued credit cards by banks until the law changed. And I would not know about that unless I had done the research, because you look around, it doesn't seem to be an issue today. Similarly, women were not allowed in combat positions in the military until 2015, long after, and I know the speaker is a big supporter of the Israeli Defense Forces, who had allowed women in those positions in the 90s, but today we have women serving in combat positions in the United States military, and that's something for all of us to be proud of. So there's a lot of issues that we may not know about, and there may be some even here locally here in Glendale. So let's allow the Women's Commission to do what it does. We'll give it its support. If we see that we're not getting the results that we want, if they are not providing us the results that we feel the community deserves, then we can revisit this issue. So it's option 2, fine, option 2. Do you need a motion?
Mr. Garvetin, you wish to speak, or?
If I may. Well,
Mr. Mayor, first I'd like to mention that a couple of weeks ago when I was at the council members' statements or what have you, I was speaking and you mentioned that I'm getting close to that 5 minutes and you encouraged me to wrap up my statement. I want to mention that today you didn't follow the new,
My bad.
And I don't have a problem with it because Council Member Asatrian is very passionate about this issue, and I didn't say anything. The new rule was that we all have to speak for 5 minutes, and then we go to the second round. And that wasn't followed today. I just want to mention that to consider that for the future meetings. Hopefully we won't need it, but I'm just asking you to consider that. As far as the status of commission, Women's Commission, this commission was at the verge of being dismantled in 2015 when I got elected. In 2014, they took the right of raising funds away from them. And when I got elected, and we were being told, we don't need this commission, it's not functioning well, the commissioners are not attending the meetings or what have you. And I told them, no, my kids went through the system, and they went through Camp Rosie and other summer camps that they had. They had theater, they had music, dance, or what have you. And it was, I'll take credit for it along with Council Member Zara Sinanian at that time to save the commission on status of women. I think this should be a positive night tonight. I mean, we're talking about the rights of, little girls and young women, or women in general in Glendale. I don't have an issue with commission functioning right to serve our community. No one has a problem with that. But I want to make sure there are some sort of a checks and balances in place, that this is not a super commission that they can do whatever they want or spend the money any way they want, the programming or what have you. I'm sure they won't do it, but I want to understand what kind of programming was offered in last 3, 4, 5 years that they couldn't implement or they couldn't do. And we don't need an ordinance for a commission to be very effective. We just don't need that. I do have an issue with full-time staffer for the commission. I'm just going to put it out there. And I hope this commission will be apolitical. This is not a partisan commission. Whatever the state government does or whatever the federal government does, let's not bring that to the commission. I don't appreciate it. I think that will divide this community even further. And will divide the commission as well. So you won't function well if that issue of political issues are brought to the commission. I think we will stay away from it. And one thing that I kind of resented was, as a father of 3 girls, I always mention because I'm very proud of it. And my wife being very successful, my mother still reads, she's 88, she still reads 3 newspapers in 3 different languages every day on a daily basis. She's very independent. She's on her own. She drives. She does everything on her own. She even helps us sometimes. I resented the fact that they said, if a speaker said, if you're not for this ordinance or you don't support the entire terms of this ordinance, you don't value women in Glendale. I don't think that's a fair statement. We all have different minds, different personalities, different backgrounds, different upbringings, and we have different opinions on different issues. So if I'm not for full-time staff member, it doesn't mean that I don't value women in Glendale. As far as the funds goes, they had $80,000 in 2015-16 in their account, or $100,000, and the council voted to transfer those funds to, I don't know which nonprofit was there, Arroyo something. And I voted against that, for these funds to be transferred. I said it has to stay with the commission so they can use the money that they raised for their programming. And I hope the programmings are positive programmings. I don't want to have the the victim mentality, if you will. I think we have to encourage our kids, our young girls, that you are not a victim. You are equal to everyone. I don't want my daughters to watch this program and feel that, oh, maybe I'm not as good as men, or maybe I need a commission to tell me that. Maybe, I think every programming has to upbring the women's minds and rights and help them to do well in life, instead of, I think we passed that. Men in Glendale, I can tell you that much. We value women, we love our women, we cherish them, we support them. I can't speak to other cities or the state or whatever, or the entire nation, but I can tell you in Glendale, and the last report on the status of women, the commission that had the report done on the status of the women, it indicated that the pay gap was very small, and it was like 3 to 5%, which is, I'm not for that either, but it's not 20-30%. So I want this commission to concentrate on positive issues, concentrate on positive education, concentrate on providing resources that they can get ahead, instead of, just domestic violence, or instead of the federal government did something today and the number of rapes went up. Let's help them get ahead and be positive. Nothing beats positivity in life, and I think that's something that it's very important for this commission to understand. As far as programming, I think our management office can really help, and they did a great job when I got elected first in 2015 to 2020. They did a great job. I was very happy with the way they were, and the staff. We had staff from the management office that supported the commission, and that's what we're trying to do. But I don't think we need a full-time staffer, and if you want to take a vote, I would ask to take it 2 different ways, because I would not support that.
Well, that particular issue is not before us. It's an introduction of an ordinance today, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
If I may.
Briefly.
Briefly. Well, we get second rounds and third rounds, Mayor.
Put you on the clock.
Okay. So I do want to clarify some points, because then I think last time this was, some of these comments were made. We've had individuals come up and speak to this. No one is out here trying to victimize women. Society has data that proves otherwise, that has double standards for women. When you don't address these things head on, you have issues that I even spoke to last week, that those double standards create awkward work environments, which then lead to situations where women are actually being forced into a space, especially when they're working in male-dominated spaces. When we talk about uplifting women and girls, it is exactly providing the tools and resources to make sure that they're succeeding, not just in their personal relationships, but they have the resources to be able to get out of situations. And I can speak to, as somebody that has been assaulted on the streets of Glendale, that in hindsight, when I think about my response to that and how much I was worried about safeguarding other people's feelings versus dealing with my own, and whether or not I would have given that report very differently had the detective that was doing the interview a woman versus a man, and what I felt comfortable talking about. I know that these are stories of women and men, and these are things that need to be funded. When we talk about women being supported, all the women being supported, well, your data shows that your police department responded to 635 domestic violence calls last year. If I'm not mistaken, 71% of the victims were women and the suspects were male. So I'm not coming from a place of victimizing women, and I have said time and again that perhaps my point has been that I have come from such a secure family that has given me all the confidence and love in the world that I am absolutely shocked every single time I see a double standard, every time I see a woman having to pick up the pieces to move on and not having the tools and ability to do that. And I think it takes us as a whole to make sure that these resources and tools are provided, just like they're going to be provided tomorrow at the Women's Equality Day event, when we are going to talk about resources for women-owned businesses, where we're going to talk about navigating through leadership and dominated spaces by men. And so, again, if you don't address these things head on, you're just shoving things under a rug. It doesn't mean that there aren't amazing things that are happening in our city, Mr. Garpetian. I'm just saying that how you frame that conversation is important.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Garpetian, would you like to respond?
I
You have
don't
3
want to go
minutes.
back and forth. Again, this has to be a positive night tonight, but
You know, and I wish I was coming in, like I wish I was waking up this morning feeling like I didn't have to have this
Garpetian
conversation.
has the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Garpetian.
item number 2 on Councilwoman's Asatrian's corrections or revisions. It says, it indicates that reports on the status of women and girls, the city's workforce demographics report, and any other issues the commission deems relevant regarding structure, practices, processes, and programs with City Hall. I want to get a clarification. What does that mean? Are they going to look into the practices of hiring or promotions? Are they going to go sit with the city manager and ask, why did you hire this person or not the other one? What does this mean? And again, I hope the commission will bring, if there is a gap, will bring men who are really support to your side. Not push them away by saying there is so much inequality and everything, because we know that you don't have to put it in our face all the time. So I think you need to bring men to the table by being positive.
Did you just victimize men?
I want to interrupt, please. Mr. Garpetian has the floor.
I'm not victimizing anyone. What I'm saying is, I mean, this is, let's take a vote. I think this is really inappropriate that we jump on each other's comment. I never, jump on anyone's conversation when you are making a comment. I know you guys are passionate about it, but this is what I want to get clarification from city attorney or city manager,
I'd like to just introduce alternative 2, if that's okay.
I think, did Councilmember Kasakian already do that? Okay.
I like to get clarification on this.
Okay, well, we're just introducing the ordinance,
I
right?
understand, but item number 2.
So there's a question, I guess, outstanding that, with regard to that, would that permit a monitoring of the hiring practices of the city manager? I guess that was your question.
Yes.
As interpreted, as written, how could that be interpreted?
I think that generally they can ask for a general report on perhaps hiring practice, but it would not dictate the role and duties of the city manager and civil service commission as it pertains to hiring. That's exclusive within their purview.
It's a recommended body. It's an advisory. Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Asaturian?
I'd like to introduce it as is in the exhibit that includes my edits from August 26th. And then I do want to note that the staffing item was separate and that was supposed to come back separate, and that is why I'm not raising this today, because that was already approved. That was supposed to come back for a discussion separately. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is management services regarding programs or partnerships to address health and social challenges affecting men. 1, motion directing staff.
Do we need to do, I just want to make sure we get to the hearing. Otherwise, they'll have to get.
Mr. Galani.
Yes, Manager, members, City Council, on your July 16, 2024 meeting, this council discussed concern regarding the social, health, and educational challenges facing men and boys in Glendale and directed staff to research practices in other jurisdictions, be it national, state, regional, and city-level frameworks and programs, and identifying common themes and outlining potential opportunities for Glendale. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Elena Bolbolian, our Chief Innovation Officer, who has a brief presentation on this item with more details, and will seek your direction.
Good evening, Mayor Najarian and members of the City Council. Before I start, I'd like to thank City Manager Rubik Galanian for asking me to present this item. The topic of men's health is something that's near and dear to my heart, not just today, but every day. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this item. I appreciate it both on a personal and professional level. By way of background, in July 2024, Council did direct us to look at what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of addressing the health of men and boys. We conducted some research, and in our research, we revealed 6 reoccurring challenges. Those include, first, education gaps; second, fatherhood and family instability; third, limited employment and economic mobility; fourth, health and mental health disparities; fifth, overrepresentation in the justice system; and lastly, need for mentoring and leadership opportunities. In terms of programs that address these 6 challenges, what we found are, at the national level, organizations such as the YMCA, Boys and Girls Clubs, Big Brothers, Big Sisters focus on mentoring and youth development. The National Fatherhood Initiative provides evidence-based programs. The My Brother's Keeper Alliance, also known as MBK, emphasizes cross-sector collaboration, mentoring, and measurable outcomes. At the state level, Washington State is considering establishing a commission on boys and men. At the city level, not to be confused with Washington State, Washington, D.C. has created a commission on fathers, men, and boys. New York City has a program that emphasizes education and employment, and Boston operates an Office of Male Engagement to coordinate services. So in short, the programs addressing men's and boys' challenges range from mentoring and fatherhood initiatives to milestone-based frameworks and dedicated commissions or offices. So taking these 6 reoccurring themes and then looking at all of the programs at the federal, at the national, state, and local level, what are some of the opportunities we have here in Glendale? We're lucky in that we have multiple organizations, not just in the city hall, but also in the community that work on these areas. It doesn't neatly fall into one organization's responsibility, but if we were to create something in Glendale, here's just some opportunity areas. If we were to focus on youth mentorship, we can partner with Glendale Unified School District, Glendale Community College, and the Glendale Youth Alliance as an example. If we were to focus on fatherhood programs, we can work with groups such as the Verdugo Woodlands Dads Club and faith-based organizations. In terms of health and wellness, we can collaborate with the Glendale Healthier Community Coalition, and we're fortunate to have 3 local hospitals that have their own programming. In terms of career development, we can work with Glendale Community College, Professional Development Center, local businesses, and again, we're fortunate to have a Verdugo Workforce Board. And lastly, we can also consider a coordinating role in which the city provides a coordinating role and just matches services to, matches resources to needs. One additional consideration that has come up in council briefings is to collect data. Before new programs are developed, it's important to understand the scope of these challenges locally. So while our research did reveal national, state, and regional trends, it's important to know how big of a problem this is in Glendale. So one initial step that council can consider is to ask staff to gather some data. And this would include working with the same partners that I mentioned earlier, such as the school district, the community college, the local hospitals, and even our police department to look at things as enrollment, attendance, and chronic absenteeism rates, discipline data, graduation and dropout rates, job training participation, preventative health or wellness, and emergency room visits, just to name a few. This information will help establish a clear picture of the needs in Glendale and help guide future program design. So in terms of next steps for the city council, council can just note and file this report, and we can revisit this during the budget discussions coming up for next fiscal year. That's one option. The second option is council can request additional research to be done by staff, and that can include the data collection I referenced. Council can also ask staff to inventory all of the services in the community and the city. Council can ask us to put together a working group to put together what the needs are and listen to our community partners. And council can provide any other alternative that council seems necessary. That concludes my brief presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. We do have a speaker. Let's go to the speaker.
We have one speaker, Dr. Sophia Arman.
Hello, Mayor Najarian and Honorable Council. Thank you so much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I really loved it. And I think it's great. I think it's great if you all want to do men's services. I think it's amazing if you want to do data on Glendale. And I think it's fantastic if we want to help youth and fathers. And ironically, we're really creating another gender commission, really, but which I know people have had problems with for women. But what I want to say is that it strengthens communities, and this is good. So really what I want to mention that there is a kind of pattern in what this council has wanted over the last few years and what this community has wanted, which you all are really talking about a more expansive kind of civil rights, right, in this community. And I want to name this because other cities, just so you know, like LA, for example, but even small cities, West Hollywood, more comparable cities to us, right, have a much more robust services system that is about various populations in their city. I want to mention this because the only data that we collect as a city right now, actually, on men, is in the Women's Commission. And that's where you have access to your data. And number two, the only awards that we give, actually, in the Women's Commission are to men. In the Purple Tie Awards, which is the allyship award, we don't even give to women. It's an award for men for supporting women through domestic violence. And so I want to say this because there's not a lack of this. There's not a lack of wanting to support every part of our community. But secondly, I really want to mention some important things. All of these spaces, for example, there's been on this dais a will, for example, to do something like a human relations, right, space. Those are also part of what you're talking about, just so you all know, right? Because rates of incarceration amongst men are not just standard, just like what we knew in women, right? They're also higher amongst different ethnic and minority communities, right? So men is not just so easy. We need to have people who know what we're talking about when we do this. And I say that because Dr. Sophia Arman actually does this for a living. And I want to mention this because we do need data in this city, and it would benefit everyone. And I've had wonderful council members ask me, for example, what is our minimum income in this city? What is the ratio of men? What are our demographic data ethnic-wise? These are all wonderful things, and I just want to encourage people to note that we need more robust data collection, programs, focuses on our population, and I really think what folks are striving for is something that's more broader in that human relations sense, and I hope you will pursue that in a broad way. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay. Well, I've been talking about this for years now, the need to have a forum or a board for men. Here are the facts. The city has a robust Commission on the Status of Women. The commission advises policies, programs, and initiatives affecting women. There is no equivalent men's commission. The claim is that this arrangement discriminates based on sex by providing an official policy forum for women, but not for men. The creation of the Women's Commission was an act of this city, subject to constitutional scrutiny. Limiting the commission's focus to women is a sex-based classification. Such action must serve an important governmental objective. The means chosen must be substantially related to that objective. The city cannot show that excluding men from a parallel forum is substantially related to any important objective. Remedying past discrimination against women does not justify excluding a men's commission. Many states, California included, prohibit sex discrimination in public programs. The Women's Commission is a public program with access to government resources, influence, and policymaking. Men are denied equal access to comparable government body for their gender-specific issues, such as men's health, suicide, workplace fatalities, educational underachievement. You see, the Women's Commission takes public input, and the city is favoring one gender's viewpoint in that public discourse. Government may not sponsor or give preferential treatment to one perspective on a matter of public concern without providing equal opportunity for others. The men's issues are quite clear. They have higher suicide rates, higher rates of workplace death and injury, lower college graduation rates. They're underrepresented in custody awards. They have higher rates of homelessness, alcoholism, drug abuse. These are legitimate public policy concerns that are excluded from formal city consideration because there is no men's commission. So this has to be remedied. I think men are just as worthy. I think men and boys do have issues contributing to society. I think men and boys face challenges in health, education, and employment. I think men sacrifice many times their lives defending freedom in our country, and their life expectancy rate is about 6 years less than women. So what we need to do is have another board. I hate creating commissions unless we want to roll the Women's Commission into a commission with men's issues. There has to be a forum for these issues affecting men to be addressed. And that's the only fair thing to do. I'm happy we have a robust Women's Commission, but we need a robust Men's Commission. When we talk about preventing domestic violence, that can only be prevented on the men's end if, as the stats were given, that men are the ones perpetrating the violence. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I think we should look into this. I think we should have staff come back, see what it would take to have a commission on men. Some have suggested the name of Fathers, Sons, and Brothers Commission. I think that has a nice ring to it, where issues affecting men, issues in their behavior which affect women and families are addressed. We're talking about at-risk youth. We're talking about dropouts. We're talking about all the things I previously mentioned. And I think we should direct this. And I'm not going to say I want a full-time employee to do that. I will leave that to the city manager to determine what's necessary. But I think we should look into this and move forward because it's time to have the same sort of services directed to men in this city. Any other comments? Mr. Garbettian.
I agree. I think it's essential to have a commission for whether we want to call it boys and fathers, and somehow highlight the role of men in our society, in our families, and show that how hard most of men work and take care of their families. I think it's important, besides health issues that we need to address, besides the social issues that creates domestic violence, I think we have to highlight the role of men in our society and go from there. And I'm okay with looking into creating a commission and work it from there.
Comments?
Well, I agree with some things, I don't agree with others. I don't know about highlighting or having to highlight the role of men in society. I think every time the State of the Union address is given, that's a pretty much clear highlighting of where, male roles are in society when the president speaks, and we haven't had a woman president yet, but there are definitely challenges that I think people and men in particular are facing in society now that aren't being addressed, many of them mental health related issues. When we look at the rates of crimes and which gender, whether it's men or women committing those crimes, I believe it's overwhelmingly men. When Councilmember Al-Satrian raises the issues of domestic violence, and we look at how that affects our society, the perpetrators of domestic violence most often are men, and there ought to be a responsibility for us to see how we can address this issue, help those individuals who are in need of help. There is a crisis happening with young men in society and finding a place. And if there's something that we can do to contribute to that, working with our hospitals and healthcare providers and community-based organizations and nonprofits, then and not just focusing on mental health, but also positive role modeling, how to set goals, financial independence, all those things I think have some value, especially if we can get them. There's a lot of things that I wish were taught in our public schools that no longer are. I've talked about driver's education as being one of them. That applies both to male and female drivers. And lastly, I'll say I was in the back. I apologize, I had to step out briefly, but I was listening to some of the comments from the speaker and at the podium. Look, I've asked our council and staff, specifically staff, for years, for as long as I can remember, for us to have a big picture of what the census data in Glendale, the story that it tells about our population. So that question has been asked, those asks have been made, because I believe that understanding who our customers are, who the residents are that we're serving, should be the North Star by which we develop policy and come up with programs. If we know our population, and by the way, we talk about men and women, but we are going to have an aging baby boomer population that is going to enter into senior citizenship. We're going to have major issues in terms of healthcare, caring for these individuals. They're going to be a very large segment of the population. There's a article in the Los Angeles Business Journal recently, real estate section USC studies on LA home ownership, talking about how people are not selling their homes. Most average homeowners in LA County, and Glendale is actually specifically mentioned as one of the cities, but people are living in their homes a lot longer. So we're going to have an aging population in Glendale. So we could have, I remember Paula Devine bringing up the senior citizen ad hoc committee. But all of those things are well-intentioned unless we have facts to work off of, and those facts are in the U.S. Census data. Do we have growing families? Do we have shrinking families? Do we have more male residents? Do we have more female residents? What is average age, income level, et cetera? By that, then you can develop, okay, we just bought property to build a park. What kind of a park do we need to build? Is it going to be a park that caters to young children, or it may be a park that needs to cater to an older population, maybe have more passive uses? We need that presentation. We need to know census-wise what our community looks like, what the trajectory is, where it was, where it is now, and where we think it's going to be going. I am supportive of this idea. I think it's a good one. Maybe not for the reasons others may, but I do support it. We need the census data as well, though.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, a few thoughts. First, I take a different view on this question of, discrimination by not including men. I think when we talk about women, we're talking about a group that was historically marginalized. And there's this, it's become popular in this country very lately to say that any efforts to address historically marginalized populations is somehow discriminatory. I don't believe it is. I think when we look at the issues that women face, I think we look at them differently because we're looking at them in a historic perspective. I'll set that aside. Yes, men and boys face a lot of challenges. The elderly face very specific challenges. Youth face very specific challenges. People with disabilities face very specific challenges. And our various ethnic groups face, different challenges that are unique to each of them. I think this is a complicated subject. All the things you say about, longevity is less for men, higher suicide, all these things are true and these things are concerning and we should want to do something about them. I do agree with that. But I agree with Dr. Arman's comment that we really need, and I think Councilmember Kasaki was saying the same thing, we really need the data. And so I wouldn't want to rush into saying we should do this program or we should do that program or we should set up a commission. I think our first step should be a data gathering and reporting step, maybe a report on the status of men and boys in Glendale. And perhaps we do that through setting up an ad hoc committee of community members. I would love to see if staff can go out and perhaps get a grant that we can use to do a good quality study. I don't want to just drop this on staff, so I think staff is going to need the help. So I would propose some kind of an ad hoc group, seek a grant, and see if we can dig into the different segments of the male population and really understand where the challenges lie. And then come back and discuss, programs that we might want to develop that are specific to the issues that we've identified. Do we want then a standing commission or committee? We can discuss that at that time. But without that kind of information, I really don't think we can just jump into concluding, that we should do A, B, or C. So that's where I am. I would like to take this forward. I don't want to just note and file it and go away, but I would like to take it forward in a methodical way.
Okay, any comments?
Sure. I've been in support of this every time it's been brought up. I think it's an important issue that we need to address. I will definitely say that not for the reasons that were stated, that somehow just because we have a women's commission and men's voices are not heard. I think just looking at the makeup of this dais, it is very clear that in this city we still have a lot of ways to go when it comes to having women in leadership positions, which then help drive different kinds of policies. I would say that, as part of my conversation with Mayor Najarian that I shared today, I think it is very layered for men and boys, but this is also a moment where as I would hope that when I'm talking about women's issues and when women are speaking and when we're talking about Women's Equality Day, and that is a space for women, that we also recognize that this is a moment for us to also listen to some of the main concerns that are carried by men and boys. I would definitely say one of the comments I did make is as simple things as how we bring up boys. And, many times I hear even comments like, don't cry like a girl. That associates then having a boy feel like they can't express their feelings in a certain way, which then leads to them growing up and perhaps because they're not expressing their feelings, they're expressing them not in crying or crying on the inside, but which then turns into violence, right? And so I think all of those things are, in order for us to address them, we not only need data from census, but in the very same way that I spoke about domestic violence issues and so forth, I think it is looking at what Arsene Sayan is seeing and the data she has on homeless services and the kind of help that they're getting, looking at the mental health organizations and bringing them around the table to see what data they have, what data Door of Hope has. If you want to talk about taboos, when we do talk about domestic violence, there is a taboo around I don't know what percentage of those numbers are correct. We all know that domestic violence is very much underreported, but there's also many stories of men who have gone through it, but there's a shame factor associated with that. And so I think all of these things make for healthy societies. And for me, what I would want to see is very similar to when I had recommended that we look into the work of like people with special needs and how we're addressing that as a city. We do the same where we bring these different groups together for them to kind of do a focus group of here's all the data we have, and kind of have that be the kickoff point. And then I don't think that takes much for us to have those roundtables. And if any of my colleagues want to take part, Mr. Najarian, I think, you've been leading this. I would love to see you kind of help guide that and the conversations that come. And I would land at having some sort of ad hoc, or, I think we had called it a task force, just like I had called for the Glendale Domestic Violence Task Force. The more conversations we have and the more data we have as a council, the better decisions we can make and resources we can get. So, and I think as for grants, I know that there was a discussion for the last some years about having grant writers on staff and whatnot. These are all like a list of things that should be given to the companies that we've hired or anybody that we have in-house for them to continuously look. And I would hope that our staff doesn't have to wait for council to give that direction. They're always open to go and apply for grants as well when they see opportunities, because you're all hearing the continuous conversations that we're having. So again, I'm supportive of anything that helps for us to have a healthier society and a healthier community. And that includes an investment in different programming, different kinds of programming for boys and men.
Okay, let me see if I can put something forth that addresses all the concerns on the council. That would be something in the order of directing staff to compile data highlighting the challenges men face in health, education, and welfare as a precursor to further consideration of a men's commission. Is that right? Let's get the data
If
that you were
I could, I would be a little
suggesting.
more specific and to say, look at the Glendale level data.
Focusing on Glendale, with a focus on Glendale.
But what I meant is not just the issues, but really look at the data, the demographics.
Yes, data which, what did I say? Data which highlights the challenges that men in the city of Glendale face regarding health, education, and welfare.
I'd like to add boys to that.
Boys, let's call it the father,
No, but
sons,
some people are
and
not.
brothers. Anyway, the direction is gender, is age neutral, let's put it that way.
I'll second that.
Mr. Garbage?
Yeah, I'm in support of that as well, but I think if there is no desire to have a commission to work on this, you can have the data. The census reports came out 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Was it 20 or 21? You have all the data we need for Glendale. If the appetite is not there to have a commission that addresses all these issues and really goes out and work, it's the same thing. It's the same work, right? As you were requesting for Status of Women Commission to do, is the same work. If you don't have a dedicated members that are part of the commission, part of the city, they know they're working hard. If that's not there, the idea is not there, or you just want to try to kick the can down the road and say, let's gather all the data and do everything and go to census and bring hospitals in. You can do all that work while you're putting a commission together so they can work on these issues and come up with ideas. I mean, if we want to run that commission here and say these are the programs we want for men or young boys, it's not going to work at all. I think the idea has to be there, or the commission has to be there to work. It's very similar. We have commissions for everything. Charter Review Commission. We have environmental, what is our sustainability commission that they work on different issues. We have audit committee that works on finances. If there is no desire to form the commission, I think the rest is a waste of time, because you can gather all the information and there is no group ad hoc committee. We don't need an ad hoc committee. If you want to do it right, you do it with a commission. If not, I don't think we should waste time on it.
Well, I think there's a lot of data that can be compiled fairly, I'm thinking fairly quickly. And I think it would only be fair that we get that official, rather than what I say. I mean, what I say is not facts. Sometimes I'm wrong. I think last October I was wrong once. And you can come forward, present it, and that would be the moment, I guess, there's a lot of things involved in creating a commission. There's staffing, there's timing, there's makeup, there's all that other stuff that has to be done. But this, I think, as an initial first step, which I'm hoping personally leads to some sort of commission or formal body being created, this would be the first step to that. So I think the initial motion or giving direction still stands.
Mayor, may I recommend an addition to that? As I think time is important, not just holding off for data, but as I had suggested, maybe doing a task force meeting in the meantime that helps drive this conversation as you're working on data, because all of that you're going to get as an input can then be used. And it's always very healthy to just bring people that are working in that space around the table that will then also give additional information on what kind of structure would work to address these issues.
Okay. And let's include that as a component of collecting data, getting a working group or a meeting or a seminar or whatever we want to call that. So that's my motion. Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
Yes.
And Mayor Najarian?
Yes, thank you. Next item.
Next item is C, Glendale Water and Power, regarding key considerations and refinements to the Clean Energy Program plan funded by Public Benefit Charge and Low Carbon Fuel Standard for fiscal year 2025-2026 and fiscal year 2026-2027. This was moved from August 26, 2025. One resolution authorizing Glendale Water and Power, GWP staff, to implement programs consistent with the outlined refinements to the Glendale Water and Power Clean Energy Programs plan funded by Public Benefit Charge, PBC, and Low Carbon Fuel Standard, LCFS, for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. 2 is resolution of appropriation requesting $200,000 for the Vehicle to Everything V2X study supporting a potential pilot program. Mayor, I do have one card and I have no callers.
Mr. Galanian?
Yes, Manager, Mayor, City Council, as it was read into the record, this item was moved from the previous meeting because there was a 2-2 vote. And staff made a presentation at that council meeting where Councilmember Kasakian was absent. So the recommendation is to proceed with the program implementation of the Clean Energy Program funded by PBC and Low Carbon Fuel Standards for those 2 fiscal years, consistent with the refinements that's outlined in the report. And staff will continue to monitor, adjust, and refine the program measures, timelines, and incentives as needed to remain responsive to evolving technologies, community needs, council feedback, and regulatory requirements, of course. And additionally, staff's recommending appropriation of $200,000 to conduct a study in support of the Vehicle to Everything pilot program. Scott Mellon and Ruzan Soloyan from GWP are available if you have any questions, or perhaps if you'd like a brief presentation.
Mr. Garcia, it's not premature to take this, considering that we're pushing the electrification of the building code.
No, because this is just providing incentives for people who do get the, who utilize, right,
Required or not?
right.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, are there any cards?
Mayor, there is one card.
Let's hear it from the speaker.
Mr. Milano, Herbert Milano, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, the last time I came here to speak with regard to the Public Benefit Fund was when the city was planning to fund the chargers, the electric charges for electric vehicles, and the money was coming out of this fund. What I stated at that time, that is that it seemed to be incredibly unfair that money that should be really assisting individuals in the low-income areas is basically being funneled to individuals who not only own their own homes, but also can afford an electric vehicle. In other words, we are taking funds that have been contributed by the poorest of the city to basically support individuals who are the wealthiest. And I wonder if the city has ever done an analysis of, let's say, the Mariposa district and figure out how much public benefit funds they've actually paid out to the Glendale Water and Power, and how much in benefits they actually received in. Because of individuals that have been hard-pressed to pay for their electric bill, sometimes I've seen the amounts are as small as $10 for every bill that they get every 2 months. And where somebody else in another part of the city is getting hundreds of dollars of support with regard to their electric charger, or even for a solar. If you are really interested in finding out how we're doing by district, why don't we take any of the districts, whether the school districts as they've mapped out the city, and figure out really what is the actual benefit that these people are getting. We sometimes complain to the federal government, for example, that California pays more in than it gets back, right, to the country. What if we are actually have a situation where individuals who are living in the poorest area of the city are actually paying more into this fund than they're actually receiving back? How many of these individuals have difficulty paying their bill? If you don't have this data, you should, because putting money away from the public benefit fund, perhaps to subsidize individuals who have a lot better off with regard to their income and their assets, should be viewed. I think that you should wait until you get the data by district. You are so interested in district information and districting that you put a commission together, right? The charter review to see if we have a district. But then when you have a chance and an opportunity to look, how are we doing by district, you don't do it. You have documents in your office that shows how the satisfaction for the city as a whole, but it doesn't show it by district. At one point in time in 2002, we had a quality of life indicators report. All the topics that you discussed today, many of them have to do with precisely that. How do we know how people are doing by age, by sex, by region, for example? Let's do one for this. Thank you.
Thank you. No other speakers?
Mayor, there's no more cards or callers.
Okay. This is what we deadlocked on last week. Would anyone like to make a motion or make a statement?
I mean, I don't think there's any point in rehashing what we discussed last time.
Okay, so let's just get to
I'll make the motion.
Before you take a vote, I just have a quick question. On the rest of the items that you're supposed to bring back for the public benefit charge, you're still bringing back a packet for us, correct?
Good evening, Scott Millen, General Manager, Glendale Water and Power. So the PBC LCSF plan, collectively referred to as Clean Energy Plan, that has all the programs ready defined. What we've brought to you is all the changes that we're proposing to those plans, which includes several things that individual council members had addressed or requested in the past. So the stuff that we've already shown you are pretty much all the changes that we were implementing or suggesting to meet those requests.
Okay, and then the administrative, I think the collection or which programs people get their money back versus the bill pay and whatever. All of those are like our administrative policies, and my hope is that as you're going through the process that someone is actually looking at what works best and adjusting them, and it just doesn't like fall through the cracks of everyday work.
Right, it's not falling through the cracks. We've actually implemented some changes to the plan where for larger items like HVAC systems getting converted to heat pumps, the rebate program for that would actually be paid out with a direct check, but it'd be tied to when the permit process is closed out. So that way, as soon as that's closed out, they get the check. It's not a credit program based on the bills.
Okay, all right, wonderful, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Garpetian.
Yeah, just for the record and point of clarification, I'm not against the program. I'm against the amount that is being paid out, $4,000, up to $4,000 for an individual that can afford a house, $1.3 million, $1.4 million plus. That's what I have an issue with. I'm not against the program, but I'm against paying out that much to one individual who can afford it. And there are many people who live in apartments, and they're paying into this fund as well, and they cannot use that. They cannot use that $4,000 for if you live in an apartment, and you have to contribute to the funds. And out of 80,000, 87,000 customers, we have 100,000 people who live south of 134. So that's the issue I have with this, not the program itself. So it's the amount.
And to be clear, that's for the heat pump, paying $1,000 per ton.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. Was there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
No.
Kasakian?
Yes.
And Mayor Najarian.
No. Next item.
Next item is Public Works regarding dispensing with competitive bidding and awarding a contract for operation and maintenance of the city's Schneider Electric building management systems and software, including EcoStructure and StructureWare building operations and over Continuum. One, resolution dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a contract with Schneider Electric Buildings Americas Incorporated for the operation and maintenance of the city's Andover building management systems for 5 years in the amount not to exceed $825,000.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Najarian, City Council. So we've used the Andover building management system and software for the last 24 years. These systems control digital heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, access control and interior and exterior lighting systems. Schneider Electric is the only vendor available to supply and support the wide range of needs of the Andover system currently. Therefore, we recommend dispensing with competitive bidding for a new 5-year operation and maintenance contract with Schneider Electric to continue these services, while staff will be working on an RFP for potential change of a system in the future. If you have any questions, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Eccleston are available to respond.
Okay, we have 2 cards.
Correct, Mayor. We do have 2 cards.
Let's hear the speakers.
Beth Brooks. Right after Beth Brooks, I have Herbert Milano. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
I mean, I've spoken about these things before, but especially now that I hear what Mr. Galanian said, that you're going to look into something else, so you need an RFP to change it, but you're going into a contract for 5 years. I don't see why you're going into a 5-year contract, especially because we don't even know what the city council makeup is going to be next year. I don't see why you're not doing shorter contracts. I don't know if that's something you have to do, but if you're looking for something else, why would you lock this in for 5 years? Lock it in for a year or 2. It just doesn't make fiscal sense to me, especially when you're admitting that you're going to look into something else. I don't think you should lock this in for 5 years. 2 years, cheaper, and hopefully this is already budgeted for. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense. 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Milano, you're next.
Mayor Najarian, members of the City Council, in terms of the overall appropriations for the city, this is a speck. It's a hair in a cap. It's a very, very small amount. So why would I speak about this item, $165,000 a year? Well, because something caught my eye, dispensing with competitive bidding. Ever since you passed Measure A in a very surreptitious way with false and misleading information on the ballot, it means that you have given yourself additional leeway as to what you, the city council, can do on items that for many cases you don't have the expertise, but yet you have now more power to decide what to do with those funds or what to do with that particular vendor. Every time we see the words dispensing with competitive bidding, it's going to raise an eyebrow on anybody who knows what happened with Measure A. I am not against this particular contract because it looks like you're pretty much locked into this vendor as the only one with the expertise. And the amount is not that significant. But people should be looking and keeping their eyes open every time they see dispensing with competitive bidding. In fact, we now should be asking every single time as to how many bidders were there. And did you bypass the staff or the staff's recommendation? Measure A is amazingly toxic. It's incredibly bad. And I can assure you, I can get you tons of reputable individuals who will, or in organizations, who can give you what should have been in that ballot measure of arguments against that particular measure. It becomes suspect every time you have a particular contract. How did it go through? Did the experts in the city have a say-so? And did the city council and then decided to basically vote against it? This is incredibly toxic. Measure A should be given back to the Charter Review Committee so they can be vetted properly. And it actually should be given back to the voters with the right language. This is an example of that, and that's why I'm so incredibly upset that that Charter A went through to the public, and even though it passed with 62%, I would doubt that it would pass again if we were given the right information.
Mayor, that was the last card, and I have no callers for this item.
Okay, Mr. Kasakian.
Before council votes on this item, I will say that it is troubling to me the fact that we continue to dispense with competitive bidding, especially when looking at this contract in terms of maintenance. Looks like, and this perhaps in the eyes of some is a good thing, but over 2 decades, this system has been used. You know, at what point do we look and say, okay, well, what else is out there, or at least give other companies an opportunity to showcase what they have? Certainly, this can't be the only companies that are servicing cities for this type of services. So, you know, I appreciate what the city manager is saying, that they will do that in the future, but without any specifics and commitments to that, it's hard for me to dispense with this competitive bid and award this contract, so I will be voting no on it.
Okay, just to clarify, Mr. Golanian, this is a proprietary system.
Proprietary, absolutely is.
And that is part of the problem, right? Because it's a proprietary system. Another company was bought by another company that we're using now, so they inherited that company. We're locked into this system. And to say that's proprietary, okay, it's proprietary, but is it the best out there? I don't know that. I have no way of knowing that because there hasn't been anyone else bidding or offering their services for that. Again, you're the technical experts. I'm not, but I don't have enough information right now to be able to comfortably dispense with competitive bidding and vote on this. So I won't.
Okay. Any other comments?
And I have
Councilmember Saturian?
one. I believe it was when the transportation bid was being proposed. There was we as a council had given direction to staff to come back with some measures for procurement processes, how we can make that better, all of those things. Where are we with that item? Because again, it speaks to this or anything else that comes. And I'm not talking about the, local preferential stuff, but we've also looked at, I know that there were some cases where for communications RFPs, we were asking for the kind of insurance that a contractor would be required to do when, regular communication firms don't have that. Where are we with that? Because I think for me at this point, it's been a very long while since that. So, and we keep running into this issue and I keep waiting for that item.
Sure. I can answer that, or at least provide some context to it. So our office, and we'll be working with the departments on the procurement ordinance and updated procurement ordinance, not only to address some aspects of the Measure A issue, but also just to update it. There was a discussion at some point about consolidating some of those purchase activities, but that we've kind of gone away from that a little bit just because of staffing and budget issues, that we can no longer entertain what we were originally thinking about going. So we're working on that. I anticipate we'll have something, I'm hoping, I should say, we'll have something at the end of the year, at least to implement and streamline some of the things that we have. But I just want to say that this issue really has nothing to do with Measure A. This is basically implementing what we've always had, where the competitive bidding is always the default. But again, when we have a unique circumstance like this, especially what's been spoken to, that we have proprietary technology where this is the only vendor, this is the process that we follow and we have been following for decades. So, and I want to address the other aspects of Measure A, but other than say that we disagree with how it was characterized by the speaker.
That mine had nothing to do with Measure A.
No, I understand.
Just-
I understand.
yeah,
I just
wanna make
felt like I
sure
wanted
that-
to address it since it came up.
Yeah, I want to get a clarification from the city manager. This item is a proprietary item, and that's why we want to dispense from competitive bidding. Are there any other systems that we can easily throw this one away and use? Because if you want to introduce a new system to our existing system, that's a big challenge. Am I correct? I just want to get
You're absolutely correct, Councilmember Garpetian, and the key word was easily. We've been using the system for the last 24 years throughout our entire facilities, a number of facilities. And to simply just throw this out, the system out, and that's the reason why staff needs the time to explore, assess, research what other systems can work and be compatible with infrastructure we have in place. I don't know if, Mr. Hernandez, you have anything else to add?
The city manager is absolutely right. We are exploring, and as part of our capital program, we are looking to incorporate these building systems into new projects. And that's ultimately why we're at this position in terms of requesting the dispensing of competitive bidding to allow us the time to be able to do the research and to integrate these new systems.
Because I remember when we changed our systems at the finance department, it cost millions of dollars in the past. And at this time, I don't know if there is a system that can do much better job than this and save us money, and then try to change it at this time. The cost will be a lot more than what we need to spend at this time.
Mr. Brotman?
Yeah, I would like to follow up on this 5-year question that Ms. Brooks brought up. I thought it's worth explaining anyway. Why do we need 5 years? Do we anticipate that it would take 5 years for us to implement an alternative system if we ended up going in that direction? Is that why 5?
So ultimately, it's relative to funding. It's really a large capital expense because there's tons of hardware and wiring that's needed. So as part of the next 5 years, not only are we going to be exploring new softwares and integration into the projects that we already have existing, but we also have to plan for the hardware and wiring upgrades that would be needed for us to basically integrate a new software. So that's ultimately what it comes down to in terms of the large capital expense for us to be able to absorb, as indicated by Councilmember Garpetian. It's just a large capital expense for us to be able to wire everything and then get onto a new software. So that's why we're requesting a 5-year contract extension, a new contract.
Okay, so anything we do, we would be doing beyond that 5-year point.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll move the item if there are no other questions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Asadurian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Garpetian?
Yes.
Kasakian?
No.
Mayor Najarian?
Yes. Next item, please.
Item 10 is hearings. A, community development regarding appeal of design review board's approval of DRB case number PDR 004219-2024, located at 906 Whitehaven Terrace, to add an 1,865 square foot two-story addition and change the architectural style of the existing 1938 square foot single-story, single-family residence with an attached three-car garage constructed in 1973 on a 11,770 square feet interior lot in the R1, R3 zone floor area, District 3. One, motion to sustain design review board's decision to approve the project with conditions of approval. Two, motion to continue the matter, directing the city attorney to draft findings, reversing the design review board's decision and denying the project. Mayor, I do have 4 cards.
We'll get to those in due time. Mr. Galanian?
Yes, Mayor Najarian, City Council, I'd like to introduce Eric G. For those of you who have not met him, he is our planning associate, and this will be his inaugural presentation to this City Council. So with that, Mr. G.
And I'll open the public hearing.
Just for the record, Mr. Mayor, if council members visited the site or met with the applicant or the appellant or anybody, should disclose that on the record, either right now or before.
All right, Mr. Kasakian?
I've met with the appellant and the applicant, and I've visited the site.
As did I.
And
All 3?
same for me. I
Site
went out,
visits.
I went out to the site. I visited with the applicant. I visited with, I think there are 2 appellants. Is that
Well, I
right?
met with one of the appellants.
I met with both of them together.
Oh, actually, I met with both appellants, I believe, one at City Hall.
No,
I visited the site, met with the applicant as well as the appellant, and also had 2 meetings at the City Hall with both appellants, I believe. No, sorry. Yes, both of them.
I refused meetings with the applicant and the appellant, so I would come at this with a clean slate. Mr. Gee?
I need to state where.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I met with both appellants, one at City Hall and one at the site.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Planning Associate Eric G. presenting. The appeal is on the Design Review Board's conditions of approval for the new second-story addition at 906 Whitehaven Terrace.
Be sure to keep your voice up so we can hear every bit of your analysis.
So this is the existing floor plan. On the left is the first story, and the second is the roof plan. Next slide, please. This one. So here is the addition in the purple and the balcony in yellow. This is the existing elevation, and here's the proposed. So DRB approved the project with 5 conditions. Condition 1 was to restudy the design to reduce the massing. Second condition was to remove the second-story balcony, and the third condition was to plant live vegetation for privacy screening. Condition 4, to modify the design to reduce the monumental entry, and condition 5 was to simplify the roof plans. And the basis for appeal from the appellants contends that the DRB violated specific provisions of law, that DRB exceeded its authority by virtue of any of the provisions of the law. DRB failed to fulfill a mandatory duty. The evidence before DRB was insufficient or inadequate to support this action. The appellant has new evidence of materials, facts not previously presented, which, if considered, should change the fact determination or ruling. Starting with the first appeal, the DRB violated specific provisions of law. The appellant contends that the project failed to comply with the Glendale Municipal Code 304740, Section B3 and D, and Glendale Municipal Code 301140D. Starting with the Section B3 of 304740 states that privacy shall be judged from views of the living room, den, study room, family room, great room, library, dining room, or balconies greater than 25 square feet, and that the windows should be considered, the placement of the window should be considered in the adjacent residential building windows. Looking at the project that was proposed, we see that the second-story windows there's no second-story windows facing the appellant's property. Regarding the first-story windows, the elevation sits higher on the neighbor's property, and the windows, while darkly facing, are at an angle, so there is no privacy impact. Additionally, the second story does not feature any of the rooms listed in the code that would impact the privacy. For the subsection D, says that the DRB shall ensure that the design proposed is compatible with the character of the neighborhood within 300 linear feet, and shall review the residential project in terms of the specific impact of the surrounding neighborhood. And for the section D of 301140D, pertains to the density during subdivision, which does not apply. So going back to the neighborhood compatibility, this is the existing neighborhood, and shown is the rendering of the proposed. And with the conditions that was placed by the design review board, it would better fit the compatibility with the neighborhood, including the reducing of the scale and massing, and simplifying the forms, as well as addressing the privacy concerns. And here is the appellant's revision based on the DRB's conditions, which they can further elaborate on in their presentation. So the second appeal, and that the DRB exceeded its authority by virtue of any provisions of the law. The appellant contends that the DRB exceeded their authority by imposing substantial design conditions. Per Glendale Municipal Code, Section 304775, the DRB does have the authority to approve projects with conditions. And during the hearing, they have discussed the option of whether to return the project for redesign or approving the project with conditions, and they felt that the conditions were sufficient in order to approve it. Here is the proposed site plan showing the site context. The appellants contends that the DRB exceeded their authority in their virtue of the provisions of the law when regarding the inadequate review of privacy impacts. Incorrect line of sight information was provided, and that there was poor intention to window placement and vague, unenforceable vegetation conditions. Per Glendale Municipal Code 304750, landscape approved by the Design Review Board shall be maintained substantially for a period of 5 years, which will be verified by staff during plan check and also during the final inspection period, where the landscape must be installed. The appellants further contends that the DRB failed to fulfill a mandatory duty regarding their appeal rights were not provided for them, and that there was a delay in the receiving record of decision and the insufficient notice and review time. The regarding the appeal, information regarding the appeal, which was provided in the public noticing and was also stated at the beginning of the hearing. Regarding the noticing, which was sent out 13 days before the hearing, meeting the minimum 10-day requirement, the information of the public noticing and the were posted also on the city website online, and the DRB also discussed the decisions of their approval and voted. So that concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicants and the appellants are also available as well. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of staff at this point? Seeing none.
one question. I have one question.
Yes.
I don't know which page is it, the one that shows this kind of bird's eye view rendering on your staff report? Is this the new design?
No, that is the design that was proposed to DRB.
Okay. And the balcony that's there, the DRB,
The condition was to remove that balcony.
and that balcony is behind the roof line, or it's, if you stand on that balcony, you can see the neighbor to the right, if you will, the 900. Because I can see there's a balcony, but the roof on that addition, which is one story, is it tall? Is it covering that balcony, or balcony is kind of, because, or my eyes are deceiving me?
I believe that balcony would be above that roof line, but
Above
the
that roof line. Okay,
applicant could better answer the question.
okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, we have an applicant and an appellant. I'd like to invite the applicants up for 10 minutes.
That's fine, I mean, but just recall that the appellant has the burden of proof.
We'll put the appellant first,
I mean, it's their appeal.
but we're hearing it de novo.
That's true, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, our
So
practice
let's have the applicant first, tell us what they want to do, and then the appellant can say why it's a bad idea. So will the applicant come forward? I don't know if you've submitted a card, but would you, before we begin and start timing, would you state the names you have on that card so we can remove them from the file?
Sure. My name is Harry Akopian. I'm the architect.
Okay. Okay, sir, you have 10 minutes, and I'm going to have the appellant after you for 10 minutes.
Okay, can we share the 10 minutes?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Mayor Najarian and Honorable Council, thank you for having me. My name is Harry Akopian. I'm the architect. The first impression I had of the site of the home is that the garage, the existing house, the garage dominates the current design. The entry is recessed, dark, dingy, and uninviting. So the new design aims to promote a transitional eclectic style that is commonly found in the Glendale community, with rich materials that celebrate and grounds the entry for a more inviting entrance. We use very rich materials, including full bed stone veneer, board and batten, and slate roof, which I'm hoping will enrich the community and the local neighborhood. We promote privacy by not having any windows on the east and west sides of the second story, but open windows to the rich view of the south. We are trying to meet the functional needs of the owners and their growing family. Our square footage sits at about 3,700 square feet. We've diminished it from the 38 plus that we had pre-DRB. Our massing is tightly packed to the existing footprint, except for one single appendage on the west side. It stays generously clear of the current setbacks, staying as far back as from the neighbors as possible. I believe the neighbors solicited the DRB for a one-story option. This would not work, as it would expand the volumes closer to the neighbors and reduce the much-needed open space on the lot. The roof pitch stays low at 3 to 12, reducing mass and keeping the ridge at a mere 23 feet, as opposed to, ironically, some of the appellants' homes on Moorside, which are towering two-story Tudor homes. Post-DRB, with close coordination with Eric and the planning department, we reduced the overall height, as you can see in the exhibits. We had some exhibits, if we can pull it up, please. Yes, it's a PDF. It's okay, it's a big file. We reduced the entry massing to decrease monumentality. We simplified the street front elevation, removed both, this is a big one, we removed both the second story deck and balcony to the neighbors, due to the neighbors' privacy concerns and not necessarily code. We pulled the second story mass further back from the rear property. We're at 57 feet to the property line. We designed privacy hedging with ficus and podocarpus conifers along the south and hillside property lines. I asked the council here, what more concessions can we make before this project becomes unbuildable, as this design gets picked at and dissected? The design is difficult enough. Conforming the addition to the existing house is a surgical process. I don't see anything objectively credible in the appellant's claims as a professional. They hadn't even cared to see what the new designs were before they appealed the case. The appellant's claims that this house is overbearing, out of scale. Ironically, per the assessors, the appellant's house is 3,900 square feet, 2-story, above 30 feet, or somewhere around 30 feet. And both appellants' homes, and one of the other appellants' home is at 3,400 square feet, again, a 2-story high-peak Tudor home. Furthermore, the new design solves for the existing privacy concern. If you are on the deck right now looking down at the appellant's house, you can see their entire backyard. We aim to solve that with the privacy hedging. So we're trying to make it a better condition for them. And at this point, it's basically we're trying to be as neighborly and goodwill as possible with the design. The only thing I can leave you with is in the hopes that you give the owners of 906 Whitehaven the same opportunity the appellants have had. We're not asking for any exceptions. We're not asking for any variances. We're just abiding by the same zoning codes and laws as everyone else. If you have any questions on the exhibits, please feel free to ask me, but if you can please scroll down, you can see this is the existing design. If you scroll some more, this is the new design with the DRB conditions in mind, removing the balcony, removing the deck, adding, I photoshopped the privacy hedging up below and on the side of the properties for privacy concerns. If you can go scroll down some more. This is to the neighbor on the more side end. This is existing right now. If you look down, this is what you see. So I took this because this is the plan for the proposed design. Scroll down, please. And I basically photoshopped it over to the appellant's properties. As you can see, it pretty much blocks out the entire backyard, solving the problem. And that's all for me. I'm gonna give it to the owners now. They have a word.
Hello, I'm Talene, and this is Mike Mazmanian, and we're the owners of 906 Whitehaven. Thank you to the members of the Glendale Council for presiding over this process. I'd like to preface my thoughts by affirming my confidence in the City Council and in the decision already reviewed and approved by the Design Review Board back in February. As law-abiding Glendale residents, our simple intent is this: to build our 2-story forever home for our growing family. Our hope through expressing our concerns today is to set a positive precedence for other residents, and that the spirit of community should be the ultimate shared goal. When we moved to 906 Whitehaven 7 years ago, we took it upon ourselves to be open and communicative with our next-door neighbors, particularly those who have appealed this decision. Over time, we've conceded on several points for the sake of being neighborly. The residents of 900 Whitehaven, located 10 feet directly above us at the top of the cul-de-sac, have consistently raised concerns about privacy. However, their 2-story home already overlooks our front and backyards and our pool area, as well as the homes on Moorside Drive below. For this reason, we believe their objections to adding a 2nd story lack merit. Their house was under construction when we moved in, during which time they rebuilt the fence between us. They installed a much lower fence to align with their kitchen window in order to preserve their view of the mountains, leaving our pool area fully visible and creating safety concerns with their children leaning over into our yard. Similarly, they objected to our plans for an outdoor shower as provocative, despite their own full view of our pool for the past 7 years, an issue a taller, mutually agreed upon fence could have resolved. As additional mischaracterized comment raised during the DRB meeting was the concern about a so-called mega mansion being built in the neighborhood. For context, as mentioned by our architect Terry, their residence is 2 stories, 3,918 square feet based on the LA County Assessor's website, and our proposed home is 3,700 square feet. In good faith, we have already made concessions to reduce portions of the 2nd floor massing and to be responsive to feedback. Nonetheless, their home remains larger, yet they're attempting to limit ours to 1 story. This is not only inconsistent, but it is also unfair to our family's reasonable request. A third, more egregious issue is that they constructed a built-in barbecue along this low wall in violation of city code, for which they currently have an active citation. The DRB conditions require this wall to be lined with trees to provide privacy, yet the barbecue prevents compliance and directly conflicts with that requirement. It is particularly inconsistent that they raise privacy objections while simultaneously blocking the mandated privacy trees with a structure that overlooks into our yard. Finally, Glendale City Code does not contain a view ordinance, making it clear that their objections are based solely on preserving their view rather than legitimate privacy concerns. In fact, photos they submitted, taken from their second-story bedroom, demonstrate that their true concern is view obstruction. Our plans include no windows on the second story that face their home, and due to the angle of the cul-de-sac, it would not be possible to see into their bedroom window from our addition. Also, our proposed second story will be built on the east side of our property, further away from their residence. With respect to the neighbors on Moorside Drive, it is alleged that we cut trees within their property line. I'd like to set the record straight. That insinuation is absolutely untrue, and that we have continued to follow city code for all past, current, and future projects, which is why we had commissioned a professional survey prior to work being done to ensure compliance with city code and to confirm that those trees were strictly on our property. The reality is that the slope of the hillside naturally places us above the homes on Moorside Drive. This is not ideal for them, and it is certainly not ideal for us. We have no desire to look into other people's homes, and our proposed second story will not create any new privacy issues beyond what the topography already imposes. On the contrary, our remodel will allow us to incorporate solutions such as privacy hedges to provide screening in a natural way. We've already planted hedges along the bottom of the property, and we plan to place privacy hedges along the sides as well. In addition, as part of our revisions, we removed the originally proposed balcony from our plans in order to further address neighbor concerns and privacy. However, we asked the City Council to reinstate our balcony proposal. It's important to note that the neighbors at 900 Whitehaven have a second floor balcony from their home, which directly overlooks the homes on Moorside Drive. We believe it's only fair for our family to be afforded the same opportunity to enjoy this feature. In closing, our intention has always been to resolve friction with our neighbors in good faith, while following Glendale codes and processes at every step. We respectfully ask for the City Council's support to move forward with building our family's forever home in the spirit of fairness, community, and the future of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. And I invite the appellants up. I'm sorry? I'll give them an extra minute. Hi,
Good evening.
you have 11 minutes.
I know. I thought that as appellants, we were going to go first, so my presentation is going to be a little bit different. I am going to be presenting on behalf of two other neighbors in the neighborhood, and I kindly and respectfully ask if you could allow me 20 minutes to please speak on their behalf, considering it's a de novo, and I'm speaking on behalf of two other neighbors.
No, I'm not going to give you 20 minutes. Are the other neighbors here?
One of them is, yes, the other neighbor is not. And because it's a de novo, I was kind of starting from the beginning. The things that they said, I need a rebuttal, but I thought that I was going to go first as an appellant. That's what I was told. So I'm kind of, I don't know how to, if you can direct me or be so kind to give me some additional time, I would really appreciate it.
May I give her my 3 minutes that I submitted for a card?
We can do that, I think. That's part of our procedure. You can do that. So you can get 14 minutes. We're going to reset it then to 14 minutes. So it's your 11 plus his 3 on the card.
Mike, do you want to give me yours?
Yeah, so let's go to 14.
Mike, can you give me yours too? So is it possible to take his as well?
What's our new rule? Can we stack?
It's one speaker.
It's just one.
Yeah.
So you could have 3 minutes upon her conclusion. But I can't give your 3 minutes to her.
I can still keep my.
Yes.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor Najarian, esteemed council members. My name is Argane de Hartunian Galistian. My husband and I have lived at 900 Whitehaven Terrace for the past 8 years with our 3 young boys, and have been a part of the neighborhood for the past 38 years. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our concerns and for taking the time to visit our site. Next slide, please. The proposed project site has one of the smallest lot sizes in the neighborhood. The proposed addition of 1,865 square feet will result in an increase of 96%, expanding to twice its current size. This creates a significant change in mass and scale compared to the primarily one-story tract homes on Whitehaven. Such an expansion is objectively disproportionate to the lot size and to the neighboring properties. Next slide, please. By comparison, the average FAR in the neighborhood is 17.4%. The proposed project would create a FAR of 32.3%, which would be the highest in the immediate neighborhood of Whitehaven and the surrounding neighborhoods. This places the project far outside the prevailing neighborhood pattern, in direct conflict with Glendale Municipal Code, which requires that the new development demonstrates compatibility of scale and massing with surrounding properties. The inflated FAR of 32.3% demonstrates that the proposed design is neither consistent with the established development patterns nor responsive to the community context. Next slide, please. Our home was originally constructed in 1974 as a 2-story residence. A modest 318 square foot addition was later made to expand the small kitchen. It is important to note that our home is situated at the end of a cul-de-sac that borders a hillside. Consequently, it should not be considered a comparable home in mass and scale due to the significant difference in lot size and location. More attention should be focused on how all the homes on the proposed residence site are 1-story. Next slide, please. All the homes on the hillside are built on flat pads designed to step down with the topography of the slope to minimize privacy concerns and neighboring properties. Next slide, please. The mass and scale of this proposed projects are completely disproportionate to the lot size. The second story is massive and overbearing. It does not fit with the surrounding neighborhood, which is predominantly single story. The architect also failed to account for the visual impact on the neighboring properties. The form and profile don't follow the natural hillside topography, and the roof design is overly busy with 9 different peaks, making the structure look disjointed. The oversized entry only adds to the monumental effect. The result is a project that's visually intrusive, disruptive to the neighborhood character, and harmful to the privacy of immediate neighbors on Whitehaven and Moorside. This is not a compatible development. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the side-out addition does not integrate seamlessly with the existing structure. There's two front-facing entrances is obscured in the renderings by a tree and by a chimney in the elevation drawing. This omission is significant as the bump-out addition, which is a private entrance, creates the impression of an attached ADU, which is not consistent with the neighborhood's character. In regards to that, the impact of the second front-facing have concerns of privacy and noise as there's going to be increased foot traffic. Next slide, please. You can see from these pictures that the massing effect of the proposed structure overwhelms adjacent properties, blocks natural light, and creates an opposing presence in a neighborhood. Next slide, please. The proposed second-story addition can only be described as a skyscraper effect in the neighborhood characterized by a modest 1-story residence. It's important to stress that planting vegetation cannot mitigate this impact. Landscaping may soften edges, but it cannot reduce scale of the structure or restore compatibility loss when massive structure is placed among smaller homes. Next slide, please. The impact is especially severe for the Kazanjan residents. The proposed second-story addition will permanently alter the natural light conditions of their property. By mid-afternoon, when the sun shifts to the southwest, the structure will cast long shadows directly over their courtyard and the pool they are building. The sunlight is critical. It's what makes these spaces warm, inviting, and livable during the every hours that they're most enjoyed. No amount of landscaping or vegetation can solve this problem. Trees and shrubs may soften views, but they cannot restore sunlight once it's blocked by built mass. The result is unavoidable. The pool will be cooled, heating costs will rise, and the courtyard will lose its natural light. This is not a temporary issue, it's a permanent loss caused slowly by the scale and placement of this oversized addition. That level of shadowing and light loss represent not just an inconvenience, but a serious lasting intrusion in the use of enjoyment of their property. Next slide, please. The second-story massing also directs the neighbors below on Moorside, especially the Michelian family, by creating serious private concerns. From their vantage point, the towering addition will directly into their property, stripping away the sense of privacy they have today. The architect has tried to present vegetation as a solution, but this was described in vague and undefined terms. No details were provided about the type or maturity of the plantings. And even if they were specified, vegetation cannot solve the fundamental problem. It cannot reduce the excessive massing, the disproportionate scale, and the overbearing impact of this structure. At best, it provides partial screening, but does nothing to restore compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. A wall of trees or shrubs like this 3D rendering will block natural sunlight, cast even more shadows, and fundamentally change the open character of our hillside neighborhood. Once again, vegetation can soft views, it cannot correct fundamental design flaws of massing and scale. That is why Glendale Standard discourages relying on vegetation as a primary form of privacy mitigation. The solution must come from redesigning the structure itself, not hiding it behind greenery. Next, please. Overall, the proposed plan for this remodel seemed to be more akin to a new construction rather than a traditional remodel. Based on a case study conducted in the neighborhood, all homes that added close to 2,000 square feet were all new construction. For example, 920 Stewartton Way, one-story, 1,950 square foot corner house, just 2 blocks away, is undergoing new construction, along with 1090 Old Phillips. By contrast, the proposed project seeks to add 2,000 square feet, effectively doubling its size and converting it into a 2-story. This is not keeping in the spirit of precedents of traditional remodel. As residents who have lived in the immediate neighborhood for over 35 years, down the street on Kildonan, my husband and I have never seen a remodel of this magnitude that was not created as a new construction. If approved, this project would be the first of its kind in this neighborhood. For these reasons, the project should be properly recognized for what it is, a new construction project, not a remodel. As such, it should be subject to a higher level and review and consideration. Furthermore, because the project is being framed as a remodel rather than recognized as new construction, there are far fewer design options available. This limitation makes it nearly impossible to add such a large second-story addition on a sloped hillside without causing serious negative impacts on neighboring homes. Even the project's architect acknowledged at the DRB hearing that it was conducting surgery because of the lack of options. The small size and limited flexibility creates fundamental problematic designs, resulting in excessive massing and privacy issues. Next slide, please. Even with the proposed project passed with many alarming number of substantial conditions by the Design Review Board. We believe the DRB did not properly exercise its authority by failing to return the project for redesign. Given the amount of significant conditions and the volume of concerns raised by the neighbors regarding privacy, mass, and scale, even with just the first condition imposed by the DRB, it should have been substantial enough to send this project back to redesign. This is not just a minor adjustment, it's a fundamental reworking of the project. If the very first condition is this significant, it proves the design is profoundly inconsistent with the Glendale Hillside design standards and should never have been approved with a full redesign. Board members Welch and Lockroff expressed hesitation and struggled to approve the project, at one point considering returning it for redesign. This hesitation itself demonstrates the design is fundamentally flawed and does not comply with the design standards. Even with all the conditions placed by the Design Review Board, the problem is that they were vague and lacked measurements. For instance, Welch stated that the FAR should, quote unquote, get in line with the average or at least the highest FAR in the neighborhood, which is about 25%. But that was never clearly written into the condition. Similarly, Lockroff stated that the second-story mass should be reduced and moved forward to the Freet frontage. Again, no specific measurement or exact location was provided. Without concrete measurable conditions, this applicant has too much flexibility to interpret these changes in ways that may not be meaningfully reduce the impacts. More importantly, building a second story on a predominantly one-story slope hillside is not a straightforward task. It requires careful planning, thoughtful design, and sensitivity to neighborhood character. Unfortunately, architect Mr. Simonian was not present at this hearing, depriving the board of his valuable expertise and perspective. Given his extensive experience with second-story hillside additions, we strongly believe that if Mr. Simonian had been present, this project would have been returned for redesign. His absence left a critical gap in the review process and contributed to an approval of a design that is deeply problematic for the surrounding neighbors. Next, please. The revised plans present only a concept. There are no exact measurements, and critical details remain vague and undefined.
Hold on. Stop the clock.
Can we?
Take a breath, can you?
Yeah,
Just a
can you?
moment. I understand you got a lot to go through.
It's
You're
really hard
expecting
to
more.
follow you when it feels like you're yelling.
I just want you to take a breath. Pause. Council, okay? We're listening to you, but it's bang, 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 bang. It's good.
Can I get a sip of water?
Yeah, you can. You can. Let's just. Okay, you ready to go? You got about 4 minutes. So whenever you're ready, you can start, and the clerk will start the clock for you.
Okay, let's go. Thank you. The revised plans present only a concept that are not exact measurements, and critical details remain vague and undefined. The revisions do not demonstrate a genuine effort to address these conditions set forth in the DRB hearing, particularly the requirements to reduce the mass and scale of the second story and to shift the massing toward the street frontage. The massing and scale are not, I'm gonna go down. The volume was not shifted forward to the street frontage as required, and the form and profile of the street still do not follow the natural slope of the hillside. This only increases the perceived bulk and visual impact of the neighborhood. Second, the story massing, particularly the bathroom, is still designed to cantilever out behind the existing footprint of the home. This directly contradicts with both the intent and condition established by the Design Review Board. Cantilevering in this way adds unnecessary bulk, intrudes into the neighboring sightlines, and further amplifies the project over scale. It undermines Glendale hillside design standards, which emphasizes keeping additions within the existing building envelope. In summary, these revisions fall short of meeting DRB conditions. They are superficial adjustments, not meaningful changes. The project still fails to resolve the fundamental issues of massing, scale, privacy, and neighborhood compatibility. Next, please. We respectfully request that the project be returned for redesign in accordance with the conditions already imposed by the Design Review Board. In addition, we ask the council strengthen these requirements by adding clear enforceable conditions, including reducing the FAR to 25%, relocating the second story massing above the garage, street frontage, provide concrete defined vegetation standards, omit the second front-facing door, and relocate the outdoor shower to the east side. This placement is more appropriate as both hidden and discreet, reducing privacy concerns and avoiding unnecessary exposure. Can we go back one slide, please, to moving the mass? Yeah, forward. Next one, please. Next one. Relocating the second story to the street frontage above the garage is the single most effective way to fix the design. It directly addresses three biggest issues. It protects the privacy of neighbors on Whitehaven Moorside, and it reduces the shadowing in yards and pools and continue to receive natural sunlight. And it eliminates the overpowering, looming effect of the addition sitting right above the neighboring homes. This solution is fully consistent with the Glendale Hillside Design Standards, which calls for a sensitive placement of second stories. And importantly, it's a balanced approach. The applicant still gets to expand their home, but the neighborhood retains its privacy, sunlight, and character. In short, this is just not a better option. It's the fair and responsible solution for everyone. At the DRB hearing, Ms. Lockroff asked to move the mass over the garage. The architect claimed that placing bedrooms above the garage was unsafe due to the fire and fumes. This is not accurate. Building bedrooms or living spaces above garages is both common and safe when constructed to California building code standards. In fact, 90% of the tract homes in our area have bedrooms above garages, so do several nearby custom homes on Caledonia. The real reason for resisting the condition is not safety, it's to preserve and expand city views at the expense of their neighbors' privacy. The architect also responded that there would be a 50% demolition if you moved the mass over the garage, but this explanation is misleading. If the applicant reduced the addition square foot by adding such the first floor bump out, he can make these adjustments without exceeding the 50% demolition threshold. There's more, but I handed out a handout. I don't know if.
Yes, we have that. And to both the appellant and the applicant, I'm going to give you 5 minutes at the conclusion. If there's any, so you've got, if you left something out, you have an opportunity to wrap it up for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have your handout. Are there other speakers?
We do have a number of speakers.
Let's go through around the speakers. So is this gentleman up next?
Yes.
Let's call him up.
Michael Michaelia.
And you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. You have my.
You have 3 minutes,
You
yes.
have my PowerPoint.
1 sec.
While she's bringing that up, there's a lot of misinformation about the vegetation. We've been on Moorside, the house that's downhill from the 906. When the applicants moved in, they immediately essentially clear-cut everything. Shrubs, trees, everything, regardless of whose side the shrubs are on. Those shrubs provided us a lot of privacy. So it takes actually quite a bit of gall for them to come up here and say they can already see into our backyard when they actually cut down the shrubs that were giving us the privacy in the first place. One thing, so the vegetation is a big ticket item for us on this whole project, in addition to what Argene has already addressed. If you go to the next page. So one thing was also in the staff report, referencing that drawing, they basically dismissed our concerns about the privacy because they said that drawing was not quote unquote professional. You can see the quote there. That drawing was never meant to be to scale. It was meant to provide context to the architectural drawing. If you go to the next slide, that architectural drawing shows a line of sight going down, which implies it's going down to the ground. If you go to the next slide, what actually the line of sight from the observer depicted in that drawing goes right into our bedroom. It's a public space, and that per the code, the public space can't invade the privacy. So what you're seeing there on the bottom picture is an image taken from that bedroom window in the upstairs, where I can see the person depicted in that balcony there, in addition to on the deck. So if I can see them, they can see me. If you can see, just also go to the next slide. So the vegetation that was already been planted, they're going to try to take credit for. That vegetation, despite what he showed in the Photoshop, is going to take about 6 to 7 years to get to the point where it's obscuring the view. Go to the next slide. I'm going to try to go quickly here. So again, from the picture from my bedroom window, you can see the vegetation that was planted in 2019 by our next door neighbor. That it grew to about that much in 6 to 7 years. The vegetation that was just planted is going to take about that long to get there. So I have to live with no privacy from the public space on his deck for essentially 6 to 7 years to get my privacy back. So like I said, the vegetation is a big ticket item for us. They can't take credit for that vegetation as saying they are restoring privacy. Clearly it's not. I think there's one more thing on the next slide. This is just a close-up view of what got planted right behind the fence. So when this comes to the end of the project and they're going to look at the vegetation, I want this to be in the record that this is not meeting the requirement.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We have a number of callers. The first caller is Rosmik Tatos. Rosmik, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Rosmik Tatos. I live 901 Whenever Terrace. And I'm a real estate broker for the past 20 plus years. And I see one thing, and I know and I've learned and I've seen improving and building new properties in the neighborhood, it really brings the value of the properties to the neighborhood. It's a great thing to do. I like it, and brings also makes the neighborhood nicer. It looks nicer and better. And demolishing old houses with the new houses is always a good thing, to my opinion. It just brings the neighborhood, makes it look posh, rich, better. I've known Mike the days before, since 2018 when he bought the property. He was a single man. He got married, and then a few years later he got kids. And I know he's growing. His family is growing big, and he really needs a bigger place. And I don't have any. I think it's a great thing. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great thing for his family. I also have a big family. We need a big place as well. It's very important. Space is important. So I strongly support. And I think it's a good thing for us, for neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more caller on this item, Tikran Unanyan. Tikran, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Tikran Unanyan, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. I'm the owner and resident of 907 Whitehaven Terrace. I lived here since the year 2000. I've went through construction myself. I know it's difficult for neighbors due to the dust and all other problems that come with the construction. But everyone needs to improve their own house. I mean, I don't see any problems with that. I heard the neighbor at the 900 Whitehaven talking. She had so much anger and hate. I felt from her speech. But we went through it, and nobody complained. They did a lot of construction, and we were all hoping for better. And they built their house. They built a nice house. I don't see why Michael and his family don't have that choice to build a better house. I have no problems or any issues with the proposed construction or addition on the 906 Whitehaven Terrace. Like I said, 906 Whitehaven Terrace is just across my house, across the street. I'm on the other side of the street on the Whitehaven. To Michael's house, to the west of his house, and the 900 Whitehaven Terrace is two-story house. The house next to me to the east is two-story house. I don't understand why one can have two-story house and the other one can't. Myself personally, I don't have a problem with Michael, doing this addition. He needs more space. He needs more room. And all this nonsense about privacy, I don't agree with it, because all neighbors, I have neighbors above me. They could see to my backyard. I have neighbors on both sides. They could see on my backyard. I can see to theirs. I just disagree with all that privacy nonsense. So I am all for this. I have no problem, no issues with this remodeling, and I hope we'll give Michael a chance, like others have, building their dream house.
Okay, thank you. And that is all for public comments.
Okay, does council want to get a round of questions in before we have the final remarks? Okay. Mr. Broughton?
No, I think we're going to ask for rebuttal from Mr. Mayor. We're going to ask for rebuttal from the.
Well,
we're going to do that after your question.
I'm going to do after the questions.
My question, the first question is for staff in regards to the appellant's statement about the FAR and the neighborhood average. What is your, because it does seem pretty excessive in terms of size versus the lot size. So what's staff's response to that?
So the FAR is one of the components that we look at, but we also look at the massing in terms of design itself. So if they're able to provide an adequate design that fits into the context and relatively compatible with the neighborhood, staff can find can support the project, considering the design and the overall massing fits into the context of the neighborhood.
Okay, so when then DRB puts a condition that says, essentially, I'm looking at this first point in your presentation, restudy the design, reduce massing, scale of the second story volume, ensuring it follows topography, eliminates cantilevered portion, while extending volume towards street front. Like we've heard a lot about building over the garage. Would that not have just more or less solved all the issues that we're having here?
It's hard to say without looking at the design itself.
But we have the designs.
Right, but that is a draft that they just provided, and it wasn't an official review, so there's no real hard number for us to verify either. And based on the design, it seems design that staff can support. If, but again, we have to verify the final design too.
Okay, I see the architect wants to answer that. Is he allowed to answer that question, Mayor?
No.
Okay.
Not now. Save it for your,
Fair enough.
what was your question? Why don't you put it over the,
The condition of approval for DRB, point 1, I want to know what the architect's response is to that condition.
okay, come on up and answer.
Wow, tough questions. All right. We did a lot of iterations. We did a lot of study prior to ever submitting to the DRB. It's not just architecture is a fickle thing. It's not just massing. It's not just, there's a lot of conditions that we try to meet. One of the biggest ones was the hierarchy between the program, basically how you're stacking program on top of one another. Again, because this is an existing house, arranging program in such a way that it doesn't conflict with what the owners want in terms of how the space flows on the inside.
Sorry, what do you mean by program?
Program means the rooms, basically.
Okay.
Bedrooms over private spaces, over public spaces. We try not to mix those because it leads to a more inefficient design. So these variables were considered when doing the design. And again, it's a collection of things, not just one thing that a neighbor looks at and says, well, that sucks, you got to change that. But you're trying to create a harmony between all these different variables. And one of the variables was where the bedrooms are located relative to the existing spaces. That becomes very challenging with existing homes. But I believe we've solved it. We've solved how the owners want the interior, because nobody's talking about that. How does the home work on the inside as well as the outside? And that was one of the biggest considerations. I hope that answers your question.
I mean, it kind of does, honestly. I will say this, I think the designs are nice. I like the aesthetic in terms of use of materials. You're breaking it up with different types of materials. I don't want to get too much into it to impose my subjective tastes. But in terms of how the home looks in both designs, I think it's fine. There's nothing in it that I think is garish or over the top. My concern is more about how the second story is situated, and I'm just having difficulty understanding why and how you cannot have a bedroom closer to the street frontage and just have all these issues
because
resolved.
There's $1 million view on that house. The more I move those bedrooms further away from that view, the more roofscape they're going to see before the view. So
I'm sorry, who will?
The owners, yeah.
Okay.
The further you move it back, the more roof that you have to see. The other issue is, I think the appellant had brought up, is there is a very...
But let me just ask you a hypothetical, and I'm sorry, I don't want to get into back and forth. But what makes one resident more entitled to a view versus another? And by the way, that's for both parties. I understand that the views are $1 million views. But ultimately, the domicile, the house, the structure where the people will be living has to take precedence over certain things, right? And it's about creating something that's going to be harmonious. I mean, I've said this to both parties. They're going to have to live next to each other for 20 years, and if there's an amicable solution and you're the one designing it that can be done, it's incumbent to do that, even if it's not 100%. I don't believe either side may get what they want out of this tonight. Both sides may walk away upset because they're not going to get 100%. I think it's incumbent on the architect then to design something, even if the programs are mixed in. And again, there are plenty of homes where people live above a garage. It's not out of the ordinary and can be done. It could possibly be a solution.
Right. I want to go back to the point of what is the mass, because they talk about the cantilever, right? That's the whole point of moving that mass back, is there's a cantilever. We've removed a significant portion of that cantilever. I'm trying to understand how that, because the whole idea is that there should be some displacement between a second story. Glendale boasts about the fact that, you know, there is a definite clearance between second story masses and the street. They actually prefer it that way because it sets the second story back and it diminishes the scale of the entire structure from the street. That is one of the prerogatives of Glendale, actually. We do that. Now, contradictory to that is what you guys are saying. You're saying actually bring that second story mass over closer to the street. And I don't think that will result in a better design, frankly. Yeah, and I also don't think that, again, bringing that second story mass back is going to really impact or fix the view concerns. There is an array, a visibility array diagram. That's what that gentleman was talking about, that you shoot an array from a person's 5'6" or 5'8". You take a line that draws. What I try to do with that diagram is not to show you that, oh, we can't see the other house. What I try to do with that diagram is to show that that array lines up with an individual standing at the edge of the deck as it currently stands. We are not expanding on that view at all. We are not imposing or creating more of a visibility issue. If anything, we're keeping the same, even if the plants don't grow.
Okay, all right, that's it for me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown.
I had a couple for staff. So there was a comment about, you know, this is not so much a remodel, it's a new construction. Does that matter as far as how the DRB would approach the design question on a project like this?
It would still be subject to the same design review and or design guidelines, so it wouldn't really matter as much as what was being proposed. They would still have to comply with all the same guidelines.
Okay, that's what I thought. So if it was a new construction, it would still go through the same process. They would look at the same, there would be the same concerns about mass and scale and hillside, you know, design compatibility and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because that confused me as to why that was an issue. The other thing is I know we in our design guidelines, we don't, or maybe it's in our code, we don't protect views,
Yes.
right? Do we protect shadowing or light? Do we say, you know, if I get a certain amount of light into my house and a project is gonna minimize that? Is that something that
It is
we protect?
something that is mentioned in the code, and part of the reason for the setback is to satisfy those conditions. And as proposed, the project is more than setback further than the minimum requirement, I believe.
But do we otherwise consider that, you know, that loss of light? I know this has come up before, and there are people that put solar on their roof, and then they say somebody's building next to me, and it's going to block the sunlight onto the solar. Do we protect that? Like the sunlight, you know, reaching your property?
We do, but it's not very common that a project does overshadow another project. It's typically kind of rare for single-family projects.
Mr. Garcia, is there anything else any other light you can shine on that?
I would
No
generally
pun
add to what he
intended.
said, yeah. I think, yeah, I'm not, other than what's been presented, it's you know, complies with the code, and there's no other provisions in the design review code that require additional sunlight protection.
Okay. That's it for now.
Okay. I have a quick question. The DRB presented conditions. For instance, one of them was to restudy the designed to reduce massing and scale. That doesn't go back to DRB for reapproval, correct? Does that come to staff for review, working with the
Yes.
applicant?
So they would have to submit to staff how they address the conditions before they can submit to plan check.
Okay, and is this what we're seeing? Is the new design that we're seeing, the one without the balcony, et cetera?
Right, yes.
Is that their redesign?
It's a draft. So the applicant didn't want to commit to a full redesign until they had the clear direction. So
He's gonna work on that with you again to refine it?
if the council approves.
If the council, okay, at this point, if we say keep going, okay. Mr. Garbetti?
I'm going to keep my questions. I'm going to keep my,
Your questions?
yeah,
later? Okay.
later.
For the-
Let's hear
okay.
from the appellants
All right.
in 45 minutes.
Councilmember Asaturian?
There was a mention about fence height and fence requirements. And, you know, I noted I visited the site. It was really concerning to me with respect to who can see what between these two properties. I mean, I can note that for the rest of the properties, it just felt like every neighbor can see everybody's backyard, some much further away than others, but particularly their two, the way that wall is, it literally feels like they're in their backyard and they're in their backyard. It's just, it's too close. So someone spoke to like fencing requirements and height and the vegetation. Can you speak to that? And what we can do or what we can require, because vegetation is also something that, you know, it's approved, it's passed, it's done, and then someone decides to cut it down, then what?
So the landscape is required to be maintained for minimum 5 years. And so if they were to remove it within that 5-year period, it would be a violation.
Could the council, does council have authority to make it longer than 5 years?
I believe that wouldn't be I don't believe that would be an option.
Mr. Calvert?
Mayor and council members, no, that would be inconsistent with prior applications, and we don't have a justification to extend that. In this case, we haven't done it before.
So technically, anyone can just cut off any of the vegetations, which we're taking into consideration today, and there's nothing that any of the homeowners can do in the future?
Typically, if they're going to make major modifications in landscape, and they'll come in for a permit or an application for it to review to make sure that they're maintaining the minimum amount, lot coverage, things of that nature.
Okay, so again, then if they do remove it, they don't come to get a permit, and then is there a process for one of the neighbors to come and say, hey, like they completely changed the landscape and the vegetation? Are there remedies that the city?
At that point, they would no longer be in violation. And again, unless the vegetation is protected, if it's a native, they are allowed to remove that without a permit.
Well, but if the landscape that's approved by DRB does have to be maintained for 5 years.
Okay.
So within those 5 years, if they remove it at any point, then that becomes a violation.
Correct. After the 5 years, it is no longer.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is to invite the appellant up for 5 minutes and then to conclude with the applicant.
First, I want to start off with addressing the many conditions that the Design Review Board members placed. We were happy that they saw our concerns, however, they were vague. So we're asking respectively to please reduce the FAR. Lockroff and Welch, I sent the video, I hope you guys had a chance to take a look. They said that it needs to be reduced. Mr. Welcham he said that you need to reduce it to at least the average or get closest to the highest FAR. He's at 32% right now. When he's comparing it to our lot, it's completely different. I neighbor a hillside. The balcony that she was talking about looks onto Glendale City parcel. Doesn't look down to anybody. It's a completely different lot, and you saw the picture that was presented earlier. So that is no comparison there. So our point of appealing it is to have more stricter guidelines, to reduce the FAR to 25%, to relocate the second-story massing to above the garage, to provide concrete vegetation standards, and to relocate the shower. So by moving the massing that I talked about earlier would alleviate all the problems. I want to get back to what I was saying because Ms. Lockroff did say, why don't you put it above the garage? He said, oh, it's fumes, it's unsafe, but that's not true, that we all know. Then they said, okay, well, the demo is going to go over 50%. If you go hand in hand with reducing the FAR, you'd be able to go above the garage, and that would alleviate concerns with the neighbor, the Kazan John's residence, to his east elevation, to Moore side, if he moves the mass forward. And he's not doing so, as like the architect says, to preserve his $1 million views. And that's the issue. So in reality, also Ms. Lockroff said, move it 5 feet forward to the street frontage, which is he has enough with his setback. And again, the architect said that it'll trigger a new construction. They want to do all these things, right? So he wants to maximize square footage by expanding on both the first and second floors. And this approach allows the project to be presented as a remodel when in reality it functions as a new construction. The way it's being designed benefits the applicant by increasing the floor area and views while it harms the immediate neighbors through loss of privacy, sunlight, and compatibility. It undermines the established character of a neighborhood. So he's just trying to add every single way. Why don't you move that mass to the front of the street? That would alleviate a lot of the concerns, reduce it. All the things that the design review board member said on the revised plans, he has reduced it minimally by, he said 100 square feet, but I tried to calculate it. It looked more like 15 square feet. It's just a concept model. It's still cantilevers out, which the DRB condition said no cantilevering. So, the only thing that he's done is remove the balcony, and we reduced his roof height by 1 foot. It still stands at 22 feet. In regards to the fencing, would you be able to pull up some photos all the way for rebuttal, please? When we purchased the property, yes, we did go into reconstruction. We purchased it before. It's right after rebuttal. If you go down, go down right there. The first one, please. So yes, this was our chain link fence, and those are the shrubs right there. That was the wall prior to us building our new wall. You see it's like 1 foot, and then that was our chain link fence, and over there, those are the shrubs. We built the new wall. You can't see in the picture, but it's surveyed. There's a red line that goes all the way. So the wall was built on our side of the property. We asked Mr. Mazmanian at that time if he wanted to contribute to building the wall. He said, I have financial hardship. Unfortunately, I can't pay for it. We said, it's okay. And you see that wooden fence over there? That was his toppling over wooden fence that we demoed, took out, and paid for to be neighborly. He did not pay a penny out of his pocket. Could you go to the next photo, please?
And also
that's his wooden fence. That's what it was, and that's our chain link fence. Okay, you can see the chain link fence is maybe, 4 inches. And look at all the shrubs on that side. The first thing Mr. Mazmanian did when he purchased the home was cut down all the shrubs. He did that, and he exposed himself, he exposed us, and he exposed the Bacalian family.
See, on us, when he cut every single tree.
Every single tree down. Could you go to the next slide, please? That's the wall that we redid. That's his wood fence. And please just take a look at all the shrubs on that side. He cut all of this down. He exposed himself, and he exposed this as well.
And just one last clear comment. we're not opposed to the construction. We're not even opposed to the second story. We're really not. We want him to build it. We want him to be happy, expand his family.
Yeah.
That's not even a question why we're up here. It just has to be done in a right way, where it takes into account our neighborhood. And he gets what he wants as well, as Mr. Kasakian said. So, just want to be really clear about that. Let him build. We're happy for him, but let it be done the right way.
Okay, your time is up.
Thank you.
Applicants, please. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks again for having us. They touched on a lot of topics. It's hard to go into specifics about all of them. There are a few things I would like to kind of clarify. I want to mention, because there's a fundamental issue at stake here. I want to mention that we are within the zoning code parameters. The zoning code for the FAR is 45%. We're at 32%, okay? Well within the code. We keep talking about how this is a remodel versus a new construction. There are strict guidelines into how that 50% rule is calculated, and we demonstrate that we meet those guidelines under the strict scrutiny of the planning department. There are diagrams, there are calculations, it's all in the set, it's all in the construction document set. We are asking right now the council to modify the code or the law specific to this owner. How can we justify that? If you want stricter guidelines, we should look to changing the code. How can we make stricter codes for this one owner and not the other? That is a fundamental issue. I also want to bring up that, again, there's nothing really egregious about this design. The majority of the interior spaces are kept at 8 feet. The highest ceiling space we have is over the new space in the kitchen, which is 9 feet. The foyer expands to give them a little bit of breathing room as they enter the house, but that's about it. We're not doing anything uncommon, I would say. Again, all of the questions and issues that are brought up are somewhat superficial to some degree. I've tried to put forth a balanced design, but it just feels like at this point we keep tinkering with it and changing it, and it's appeasing nobody. And I don't know how much more changing we could do to this building. Thanks again for having us.
Thank you. Okay, council. Roundup. Yes, if there's no other questions that council has of these folks, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I have a couple of questions from the architect, I'm sorry.
Architect, come forward, please.
So the appellant is asking you to push this second story to the front part of the property, basically above the garage. What I see here is you already have portion of the garage built over it?
That's all existing. We have
the second story.
There is a portion of it is already over the garage, yeah. And when we moved the second bedroom further back, I can't remove that. I don't think I impacted the garage, but there were moments where there were some ins and outs, some articulation of the facade on the second story in one of the bedrooms. We removed that because they were calling for some more simplification of the roof line. So we simplified that facade even further. But we didn't move it like directly over the garage. Again, that had to do with the programmatic requirements for the owners to have certain spaces line up over other spaces, just so that because one of the difficulties in this particular project was how you went up the stairs and where the stairs were actually located. So yeah, I mean, I could delve into detail there, but I don't.
No, I understand. And what is the overall height of the building?
It's around 23 feet now with the lowered.
How much?
23 feet now with the lowered.
So I read
we were at
this
24
right,
and change.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have from the.
Thank you.
And I have a couple of questions from staff. This is a R1R zone?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
And the FAR is 0.45 for 10,000 square feet and 10% from there on?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
If I remember correctly from my design review board, it's 0.45.
It's either 0.45 or 0.4, Councilmember Garpetti. And either way, they're below the maximum allowed.
R1R District 3, so
It is 0.45.
it's point. Okay. And as for the first 10,000 square foot of the lot, and whatever you have after that, you can build 10% of it.
Correct. Yes.
So on this lot, you can build 4,600 square feet house. Give or
I
take.
don't have the number, but
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And what is the allowable height limit? What is the maximum height that can go in District 3, R1R? The architect is raising his hand.
It's 35 feet.
35 feet?
Yes.
And this house is 23 and 6 inches?
Uh,
Less
with,
than 24 feet?
with the reduced height, yes.
Sorry?
With the with their draft revision,
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Before we take a roll?
So I just want to ask staff, so on a lot like this on a hillside, you can build up to 35 feet tall structures?
35 feet is the maximum height allowable, and I believe
It just seems like very tall for hillsides, given, my experience having sat here and listened to all of the fights over hillside ordinances and sure. If the architect wants to comment, I'm fine hearing his comment. I mean, it just seems like very high. It's not specific to this, it's just, trying to visualize it. It seems like a very large structure sticking up on a hillside.
No, I mean, it is what it is here. I mean, we're talking about hypotheticals.
They measure it from the
Lowest
dirt
point.
to the top of the roof line.
So if sometimes if the slope is going this way, it's actually not a very tall building.
Sure, I guess so.
Mr. Brotman.
Yeah, and I don't know who this question is for, but I'm struggling with this thing about the vegetation and that barrier, I don't know how to describe it, but where the applicant showed, that the plants, is that a ficus or a podocarpus, I don't know, where I guess the neighbor planted this many years ago and it's grown up to a nice height where it does provide privacy. But then on the other side, I guess that's where we're requesting that they put something in similar, a privacy hedge, right?
yes.
And I'm struggling with like this question, is it really going to take 6 to 7 years? What are the, what's the right species to get privacy in a reasonable amount of time? Because 6 to 7 years or whatever that number was is not a reasonable amount of time. I accept that. But is that really how long it takes, and how do we determine that?
So if council does approve with the conditions that was placed by DRB to add in those landscaping, staff will review the landscape plans, which would show the species of the plants and verify, the rate of growth. They would also have to be planted by the time of our inspection, so we can verify that they were planted accordingly.
Okay, but do we have, can we say we want something that's either going to act as a privacy hedge right away, it's going to be that tall, or it's going to be something that will grow into that in 1 year, or how do we handle that? That's a reasonable concern, that 6 to 7 years is a very long time, and I'm just struggling with how we approach that kind of a problem.
Mayor and council members, it's also a difficult thing to predict, right? A lot of conditions can change the rate at which vegetation can grow. What I would emphasize again, though, is that this condition, while it is something that the DRB has asked for and put on this, well, again, we do not regulate privacy from that regard. So this was something that they did apply to this project from that DRB hearing, but we don't have regulations that would specifically tell us what type of vegetation, at what height it should go in, what height it should ultimately reach, because this is not something that we regulate as part of our zoning code.
But it was a condition that the DRB put in.
It was, but my point to that is it would be hard for us to peg exactly what type of vegetation and at what rate of growth, because again, we don't have regulations around that. We will identify what is best based on the information that they gave us, but we don't have a standard that we can necessarily hold that to.
But can we put in a condition that vegetation is provided, or a privacy hedge of some kind is provided that will have, the effect we're looking for within, a reasonable time period?
I'd recommend a range, if anything, for that, instead of being very specific to a year.
And we could say 1 to 2 years max? Could we say something like that?
I would probably give it a little bit more than 2 years. That is going to be difficult to identify aside from maybe bamboo vegetation that's going to grow at a rate that quickly.
I mean, then maybe that's what they should do. I don't know. I think that's, okay.
If I were to make a recommendation, I would say 3 to 4, just to also allow for changed environmental conditions. There may be something that may keep that vegetation from growing as fast.
Okay. I have one more question about this cantilever issue. So I did watch the DRB meeting, and that was something that they set out as a condition. And I understand that has largely been addressed, but not completely. Can you elaborate on where there is still part of the second floor that is extending outside of the footprint of the first floor? And what can we do about that if we want to be consistent with the DRB's condition? Or, maybe you could explain a little bit about what they were trying to get at with that too.
So the addition that's cantilevering out is the bathroom of the second story bedroom. And the draft does show that it's been reduced, but still cantilevers over a few feet over.
Can we fix that? Is that something we need to fix? What's your recommendation?
Well, while the DRB did place the condition that it can't exceed the footprint, council does have the authority to change the conditions if they see fit with the what's being proposed. Based on staff's review, it does seem if this was brought new, it would be something that staff would be able to support. But if this was based on the conditions, if they were to resubmit this, so we would have them push it back so that it isn't cantilevering over.
Okay, what's the issue with that? Why would DRB have said they don't want it, that second story kind of?
I believe it had to do with some privacy concerns, I believe, but I don't really recall. But I believe part of it was the privacy concern.
Okay.
No, thank you. Thank you. No. No more testimony.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I had a question on the window to the bed. Well,
I'd like to land this plane, folks. We keep coming back for questions, and there were briefings available all week, so please, it's my intention to soon come to a conclusion on this. But I will recognize you. Go ahead, but I'm frustrated.
so we were told that there's no issue with the windows to the bedroom, and then there was a slide shown that there is an issue. Can they see into each other's bedrooms, any of the homes?
Well, so the second story
From the second story?
didn't have any windows facing towards the appellants. So all the windows were facing.
I think it was the gentleman you were talking about, you can see them, so therefore they can see you.
He's downhill, that's the downhill.
So
Right,
there are
and-
windows that face downhill, but they are bedroom windows and bathroom windows and closet windows, which don't impact privacy based on the code.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
thank you, Mayor.
thank you. I appreciate everyone's input. Let's come to a resolution on this. We have two motions before us and other variations that can be done. One is to deny, one is to sustain the decision to approve the project with the conditions. And the conditions, as you mentioned, are almost there. And there's a few modifications as they get to the final plans, but it's pretty much what we've seen as their new design here before us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The other option is to continue the matter, directing the city attorney to draft findings, reversing the design review board's decision, and denying the project. Does someone like to make a motion?
Or I think we could remand it back to DRB if we wanted to.
That's another
I'm not
option, right?
necessarily suggesting that, but
direction.
that's an option.
Yes.
I'll make a motion and see where it falls to sustain the DRB's decision and with the conditions that they had. So they have to comply with all of it. This house is 23 feet tall. You can reduce 6 inches from each side on both floors and reduce it by 500-600 square feet, but you still have the same mass and scale. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. This is a 2-story house. You cannot hide the second story, unfortunately. And I was at the site. I looked down the neighbor's yard. It's really difficult to look down and look in. This is the blessing and curse of living on a hillside. You always have people looking into your yards, and you're looking at some other people's yards. I live in a flat area. I can see my neighbor's yard when I'm standing on my deck, and they do the same thing. I think and the way I wanted to see if they can put this up, because when you look at this picture, the good thing about the cul-de-sac is the first house is looking the other way, the middle house is looking straight, and the neighbor is looking, in another direction. It's very difficult, and I think I was on design board. I sat there for 4 years. I think this was one of the most difficult ways of addressing this issue, because both sides are young families and they want to have their forever house, and they have their forever house. They have to be neighbors for a long time. I just wish that they could get along with the way it is. This house, again, it could have been 4,600 square feet. On this lot, by code, it could have been 35 feet tall, but it's 23 feet tall, and it's 3,700 square feet. It's not a mansion. And the garage portion of the house is over the garage already. You bring it forward, it goes against our code, because our code says you have to set back the second story from the street facade. So no matter what you do, and if you look at this house and the house from the neighbors down below, it's very similar to them. It's clean cut, square windows, there's variation on the roof, and the first floor is maybe 8 or 9 feet tall ceilings, and the second floor is probably 8 feet, because when you have this A-frame roof, you have 4 feet of attic, then you add your floor thicknesses, and you have 9 foot and maybe 8.5 feet. It's not a big house that sits over someone else's house. I know they look down on neighbors' properties, but I think they can work with their neighbors even to make it better for them to be happy, and they can build their own house. As far as the balcony goes, I would have fought. I mean, when I built my house, I fought tooth and nails to have a balcony from my bedroom, and we hardly use it, but it's there. I never went to the balcony and looked at my neighbor's yards. I mean, it's just not things that people do. But I don't know. If it was up to me, I would give them the balcony, but in a different angle, so they won't look down on the neighbors above them, or look up on the neighbors above them. But that's secondary. I mean, my motion would be to approve it with the conditions, and the balcony, I'll leave it up to the council. I don't know if they want to approve that or not, or put it back in or not.
If there's a motion.
Oh, I had a question about the motion. Did you also?
Well, I was going to speak to the balcony, but go ahead.
When you say uphold the decision of the DRB, so how about the bathroom that's still cantilevered over? Would you want to push that back, or are you okay with it the way it is?
They're talking about this
It's very
section.
small. Yeah.
It's nothing. I mean, when you when you restrict a house to be the same footprint, the second floor to be the same footprint, you're restricting them from designing it well, and then we ask them, why is it not designed well? This
You're
can't
okay
tell
with
you-
it as
I'm okay
is?
with that. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I mean, that,
Is there a second?
Does your motion include anything about the balcony? I mean, we've been here this long, and I know everyone's tired, but.
I would
mean,
put
if
the
you-
balcony,
for
I would put
future
the
homes,
balcony
so-
in from the master bedroom or primary bedroom. I think it's just the quality of life, just to have a little balcony there.
But they've already accepted a
would rather-
No, I
redesign
know,
of
but
the
they,
balcony.
no,
Why
I
are we-
understand. They just ask for it if they can have that back. They're trying to accommodate everything, so it's not,
Okay.
sorry?
I would rather keep it the way the DRB laid it out. I don't want to inflame things more by
Okay,
by
so,
going back and.
is that a substitute motion?
No. So he would.
He wants the balcony in.
I mean, are
You want the balcony in? I mean, let's just
We're
let's put
discussing
out.
it, so, we're
Put it out on
discussing
the
it, so to
table.
see if there's support for it or not. If there's no support for it, then,
I think as long as it's not facing any of their thing, I'm okay with it, and I would support that. So as long as the design is such, and I will speak to this because I think one of the heartbreaking parts of all of this was like somehow accusing like neighbors of, looking at each in inappropriate ways. You all live in a neighborhood, you're like young families with kids, like to make such accusations or assumptions about your neighbor is, I don't think anybody would want that for their parent or their husband or their wife, and I think it's highly inappropriate.
Yeah.
So,
I would not, personally speaking, I would not support returning the balcony. The appellants are in a worse position, would be in a worse position now than they were if they had just let the DRB decision go through. I would, if Mr. Brotman was making a motion without the balcony to sustain the decision with the
Yeah,
current
I'll make that motion. So without the balcony.
you're making a substitute motion, okay?
substitute motion,
Sustain the decision of the design review board.
I will second that.
Let me just say that for me, it's not necessarily the privacy issue per se. I'm not an architect, but I wish this house could have been designed in a way that, I'm thinking more of the one, I think, person who's probably not here speaking today, but the home, if you're looking at the home from the street directly to the left, who has, and look, it's an odd shape. When you look at an aerial view, it's an odd shaped home because it doesn't look like it has much of a backyard, but it has a courtyard. And the second story of this house, again, I think you should have a second story. I think you should build it to whatever the law says you can, even if it's in excess of what the other FARs that were presented were, that we've settled that issue. But if there was a way to not, and I don't know if it will block the sunlight, but I'm hoping that our staff takes these types of things into consideration, because you don't want to have a massive shadow cast over a courtyard. And I know that you had mentioned solar issues. In terms of the balcony, I think they finally come to a place where they're fine without the balcony, leave the balcony out, plant mature vegetation. But again, for me, the situating of the second story, I just wish, I don't think we have an architect on DRB anymore. Would have been nice to have one weigh in on this, but it's fine.
Roll call, please.
what's the, which
Wait,
So
let's
the motion
clarify.
is
Brotman's
to
motion
sustain
as
it.
stated in item 1.
All right,
Okay.
okay.
Council members Asadrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Mayor Najarian.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your patience.
Good luck to both of you.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
I know that it's past 11, so
So we've lost the new business, but we do have the public comment.
yes.
Okay, on to public comment.
This is the second period of oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We have a number of cards and a caller. Okay, our first public comment is by Beth Brooks.
Well, I told Patrick Murphy he could go first.
Oh, that's fine. You're right, so.
Yeah, because he gave up his.
Patrick Murphy.
Did we lose 2 council members here?
No, they're watching it well, we lost Mr. Kasakian, he's on his way.
Mr. Kasakian. Okay.
Before the speaker starts, so we're not getting to my request for the BRT?
We went past 11 o'clock.
I don't have a problem with it.
So it comes back next week, next meeting.
It will be a very short conversation.
Rules are rules. We all voted on it.
Yeah, rules are meant to be bent, right? I'm okay with it. In for a
With what?
penny, in for a
It's
pound,
okay,
Mayor.
it's okay.
You're
But
okay with
you
what?
didn't-
With him, you know,
Don't get
item
a
number,
vote.
I left the agenda back there. I forget what the item was.
I know, you don't get a vote, Mr. Murphy,
I
but
know.
you do get to go
I'm
first.
just giving you an opinion,
I
that's all.
understand. You do get to go first.
So we're not going to get to BRT? My request?
Pursuant to our conduct of meetings as adopted by the city council in the unanimous decision, any item that is not taken before 11 o'clock is removed. However, that ruling may be,
Right, you can make a motion to continue. If you, someone can make a motion to continue, if there's majority support, then that item will, you can continue past 11 o'clock.
doesn't it come automatically?
No.
You mean, when you say continue, what do you mean?
No, I mean, to do it tonight.
Okay, so the ruling of the chair can be overruled by a majority vote of those present in council. So is there a motion to overrule the chair's?
And just
Decision.
so we're clear, it's not necessarily overruling, it's not a parliamentary procedures. Again, it's just, regular meetings shall end no later than 11 PM unless such meetings are extended by the affirmative vote of at least 3 council members. And council confers with the city manager to review the status of the remaining items. So obviously, that's not really an issue, this one, but, so it just takes a motion.
Is someone going to make a motion? And I presume you want to make a motion to deal with this item.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, it is, it's on item 13. It may not be on, if you're looking at the PDF version, it might not be on there. But if you're looking at the PDF version online and not the HTML, yeah, it's.
Well, that's tricky. I've ripped up my agenda at this point of the game.
I would have been done by now, but let's, I make a motion to continue to next week. This is really ridiculous. It's been a year and a half. I had maybe 2 items, and this is what's been done. It's okay. I'll make the motion to continue to next week, and I'm gonna take my time to talk about it, because you can't run the meetings this way, that you break the rules in other items, let people go on and on and on 3-4 times before everyone else makes the motion. But when it comes to a 2-minute item, we take 4 minutes to discuss it if we want it or not. I'll make the motion to continue to next week and be placed on the agenda. That's all.
It doesn't need a motion, it'll carry over to next week.
That's fine. Let's continue it. Not a problem.
I was okay with staying too. I don't know why you're.
Because the mayor
Okay,
is
but that's
discussing this
fine.
issue for a few minutes, that then you have to make a motion to overrule his decision.
That's fine.
I mean,
It's not.
it's okay. It's not going anywhere. Well, let's bring it back next
But
week.
I don't think
appreciate.
we're meeting next week, Mr. Garpetian, so we're already
You don't have a
here.
meeting next week again?
We don't have a quorum,
Oh,
Mr.
look, I have a quorum.
Councilman Garpetian. No.
So, go ahead.
Good, make the motion.
Well, I just like to have is it okay to do it? Do we need a
Well,
motion to overrule your
Actually, I
decision?
did have a discussion with the city attorney, and we are concerned about conflict issues involving that item.
There is no conflict issue. I know you're trying to create a conflict, but
Well,
there's
the
no
conflict
conflict
is you have an
issue.
interest in real estate, which
I don't have an
abuts-
interest in real estate. I don't have an interest in real estate, and there is no decision being made. We're not making any decisions.
Any attempt
So-
to influence council on that item,
I'm
whether
not-
the decision is being made or not,
No.
is something that
I
you
don't
can
have a
subject-
conflict. There is no ruling that I have a conflict. I don't own, I don't have an interest in real estate. So,
Isn't your office on there, on
it's
Broadway?
not, it's not my property. I'm leasing there.
That's right.
I may move tomorrow.
It's an interest in real property, Barton.
It's not interest in real property.
You know what that means when you say that you have an interest. Doesn't have to be a fee simple.
Well, you haven't proven anything that I have a conflict of interest. I'm just agendizing this thing.
Hey, so you're saying you don't have an interest in real property.
I don't.
Okay. That's,
I know when someone speaks against the ideas that some people have, then all of a sudden it gets to be really sticky, but.
so it will come back on the 30th.
What comes back on 30th?
Utterly
No,
confused about what's happening.
I want to discuss it now, and we have a support for discussion.
Then I think it just needs a motion.
You just said you wanted to put it over.
No, I have my
Did I
colleagues.
not hear that?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for simplicity, if the council wants to consider this item, someone needs to make a motion, it needs to be seconded. The council needs to vote to
I'll make the
discuss it.
motion to consider this,
Sure.
to consider this item, that's it.
Okay.
And it's very brief.
Is there a second?
We
Roll
need a
call.
formal vote?
Yes.
Council
This is to
members,
consider the item.
And I have
okay.
we have to
Count-
take a vote? Okay,
Yeah.
take a vote, let's take a
Council
vote.
members Asadrian.
Yes.
Brotman.
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes,
Kasakian, Mayor Najarian.
No.
okay.
Okay, read the
So-
item.
The item is 13, discussion of councilmember future agenda requests. Councilmember Garpetian's request for a report on the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project. Mayor Najarian, we do have some cards on this item.
Really? Okay.
I like to have this item agendized for staff to bring a report up as to what this project is, what the conditions are, what is being done, because none of the businesses on this route know what's going on. And we are the only city that has dedicated lane for buses, and that will put us on the map for AB 79.
I think you're
Pasadena.
advocating, hold on, Mr. Garpetian. You're advocating and you're trying to influence something here. You're going beyond the, Mr. City Attorney, am I speaking out of line here?
I
would-
am,
If I may just briefly address that comment, a couple of things. So just remember this, the part of this discussion is just to request, make the request, state the reasons why you're making this request, and then there's
Because-
and then there's 2 minutes for that, and then council members can ask clarifying questions. You hear from the speakers, and then you vote. As you know, there is a concern regarding FPPC conflict on this one. I do believe any council member who may have an interest can still make a request for a report, but still cannot attempt to influence the outcome of the decision. So my suggestion would be that if you're making a motion or making a request that the council agendize this and make a very generic request that what information you're requesting and not state the nature of support or opposition to the project.
I'm not saying support or opposition of the project. There is a project proposed, which is a BRT project. I want to have a report as to, people don't know where is the route, which way it goes. Is it a dedicated lane? It's not a dedicated lane. Is there a street parking being removed or not? I'm not advocating or anything. I'm just saying staff to bring a report forward, because when I asked them, they said, this is not our project. We don't have to talk about it. Yes, we do. We have to let our residents know what this project is about. And currently, there is another line, which is 501, that goes through it goes from North Hollywood to Pasadena and goes through through Glendale, and they have about 6 or 7 stations in Glendale. And the way this is being proposed or being presented to the public is like they're going to have 30,000 ridership when the other line has 1,275 riders.
I think you're advocating, Mr.
not
Garpetian.
advocating.
You
Can I-
absolutely
Can I
are.
ask a
Now,
question?
I want to agendize this to bring all this information back, that's all.
Mr. Button.
Yeah, I know we had Metro come here and present very recently. And it wasn't the first time they came to present. So I guess my question would be, what would be the difference? What would we learn that's different from a staff presentation that we wouldn't learn from a Metro presentation, or that we wouldn't have learned from a Metro presentation? They were here, and I believe Councilmember Garpetian, you were here when they presented.
No, I wasn't here that day.
No, he
They came the only day I wasn't here. so.
Okay. And I know it was difficult to schedule them, but we had them here. It wasn't the first time that they were here. So if our issue is we want people to understand the project, I don't know that having another report here is going to change anything, because we just had a report here.
This is what you had. It was a colorful rendering, and it doesn't tell you anything about the project, the meat and bone of the project. I want people to understand what this is. That's all. This is what you had.
But that's why we just had a report.
Do you want it to come to council, or are you asking that the
No, I want-
city do a, like?
No, I want it to come to council.
outreach?
I want it to come to council. I want the staff to explain, the city staff, the manager, and the city attorney to explain to people where this is dedicated lane, how many parkings are you, the essentials, the details of this project. How many parkings, if there is any loss of parking, where the left turn lane is going to be restricted if there is one. Where is it the curbside? Where is it the center lane side? Let people know. They don't know. Let me put it this way. The residents do not know.
So if I may, Councilor Garpetian, based on your comments, then follow up to Councilmember Brotman's question. You'd like to see a more robust community outreach, or you want a report at council?
I want both. I want to report at council first.
So the
then
report
based
at council, Councilmember Garpetian, we have to rely on Metro's information, because obviously, right? So I think the best way would be to invite Metro staff to come back and make a presentation. Otherwise, Public Works is going to take their information and just replicate it.
I understand, either or, but the information that I have here is from Metro. I
Right.
met with them. They came in after that. I met with them. I asked
Right.
tough questions, and that's when they started talking about maybe there's a left turn lane restriction that they didn't say in here. Maybe there's a loss of parking. Is it 1, 10, 100, 200? That's when the numbers started coming up. Where is the dedicated lane? We are the only city that has dedicated lane throughout the line.
And
Every
I-
other city has, what do they call it, the other one? Help
Mixed
me out
flow.
here. Mixed flow and dedicated lane. I want people to understand this. So they won't come back later and say, we fell under something because you didn't tell us. I don't want to name it.
And I
because
would recommend that we invite Metro staff.
Let's
to
re-invite Metro staff. Then
provide.
maybe we can ask the tough questions and it won't
Yeah,
be
absolutely.
advocating. I'm not advocating for or against anything. I just want the residents to understand what this project is. That's all.
And perhaps if we are inviting that the details that Mr. Garpetian is speaking to are actually provided, I don't think anyone's hiding anything, or they've done these depending on the questions that were asked, but perhaps the presentation can be more specific.
And there are many cities that are asking for the same thing. Pasadena,
They did
Eagle
come
Rock,
and present, but you're
Burbank.
asking, yeah.
I mean, they just came, we
Right.
can ask them to come again, but they just came, what, like 2 months, 3 months ago?
If they don't want to come, then maybe we have to have a discussion and ask these questions from staff because they know what this project is all about. We have to issue permits, right? We need to know what it is.
Well, we can definitely try and invite Metro staff that they're.
Let's find out if they can come and when they can come.
Can I ask a question? Do you want to invite them, walk me through if you want to invite them to a council, or do you want to do something? If you are trying to get the community, like, to know, right? do you want something where they're coming in, but maybe we're also coordinating with them for a town hall in one of our community centers, so like residents can come and it doesn't have to be during a city council meeting? Because really, like, if we're getting the details, Mr. Garpetian, we can each go and meet with Metro. And we've seen what this forum is not the one that's gonna guide our residents, but if we feel like their community outreach hasn't been conducted in a way that speaks to the details that you're asking for, then as a city, we have an obligation to say, you know what, this is what we want our community outreach to look like, because our residents don't know.
Right. I appreciate that. I think they have to have a presentation here and tell the council and the residents the details, the details of the project. And because when I asked them how your community outreach is going to be, they said, this is a state agency, we can do whatever we want. And they're telling people, they're not asking people's opinion. I asked them, I said, are you going to ask their opinion? They said, no, we're just gonna tell them what we're building. That's it. I want them to come here and explain it in detail as to what this project, we know it's a route, goes from Glen Oaks to Central to Broadway to LA, or Eagle Rock.
Well, why wouldn't we do a council in your neighborhood, in that neighborhood, and invite them there?
You can do that as long as it's recorded and it's part of our
You know, Metro has
archives, so
done a
people
lot
can
of
watch.
outreach. They had a virtual town hall just about 4 weeks ago. They had an actual, I think, an in-person meeting shortly before that. They came to city council, and that's just this year. This has been 3-4 years of public outreach. I know, because I've been to those meetings at the public library, at the various locations. So, I mean, we can do more. I don't think the city should be doing the report because it is Metro's project, but understanding that they don't have 100% design done yet. I think it's only 60% design at this point. So the details, the granular details that maybe we want are not going to be there.
Whatever they have, if they have 60%, let them provide that 60% details. Because this is not it. This rendering that they brought here, this little package, is not it. So my thing is, my goal is for residents to understand how this project is going to be implemented in Glendale. That's it. And let them come here and answer our questions and answer the people. Believe me, people will be here. And then this is televised, it's part of our.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you'll get people here. Yes, Mr. Brown.
In my opinion, the best thing to do is hold another town hall outside of here. It can be a council in a neighborhood, or it could be a town hall.
No, I mean,
Get people to come, do it in that neighborhood, do it somewhere in Northwest, near Glen Oaks. Have people come, and that's when people can get their questions answered. It's a lot more fluid environment than a council meeting. You don't have 3 minutes to speak. There can be a lot more back and forth.
I think it has to be a
format.
format that we had for city council in
That's
your
what we have,
neighborhood.
yeah.
Then we can, as council members, we can ask questions. I don't want it to be like all these things, sticky notes, I like this and I don't like that. It has to be a presentation that we can ask questions. Of course, public can ask questions as well.
So that's when a town hall.
I think that would be a cool council in your neighborhood to have in Northwest.
Public can't ask questions of a presenter in the middle of a meeting. I mean, we don't do that back and forth.
Not back and forth.
Council can ask questions.
Council can ask questions. Public can
I like
come up and speak.
I like the town hall meeting where there's
Yeah.
back and forth.
Where there's back and forth,
There's
like we've done.
displays, there's detailed pictures that don't flash on the screen or aren't on a 8.5 by 11.
But it
sheet
has
of
to be like
paper.
a city council in your neighborhood, so we have the setup, it's televised. I don't want it to be just, it has to be, if people cannot make it, they can be able to go back and watch it.
It doesn't have to be exactly that, Councilmember Garpetian. You can have GTV6. If what you're looking for is something that is recorded, then GTV6 can always set that up. If what you're looking for is for us to have the contents for us to be able to upload to our YouTube like a meeting, then we do that
Same
with.
format as city council in
Okay.
your neighborhood. So we can sit there, they can come
Okay.
present it, people can show up, and we can ask questions.
I think it's
Mr.
better
Mayor,
if
you
it's
have
a town
speakers.
hall, because city council in your neighborhood, it's
Yeah.
like a city council meeting. You know, you
There's
have
no
3
interaction.
minutes. There's no back and forth. If you have a town hall like we've done with GWP, you get all this back and forth. People can come
They're
up to the
doing
mic.
that
they can-
already. It's not effective.
No,
They're
they
just
can't do
coming.
that at a
Mr.
council meeting.
Garcia,
So two
where are
things.
we on
You-
this?
You have speakers, and then also, this is not supposed to be a debate. If you recall, it was supposed to be questions.
Which
and
we've
then-
gone way past that.
And per the policy and process, we need to take votes.
What?
Direction.
Okay, let's hear it from the speakers.
We have Ellen Durham and Ellen Dish and a caller. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Najarian, members of the council, I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak on this. I totally agree with Councilmember Garpetian's request that the residents of Glendale need more information on this project. The supposed outreach by Metro is totally insufficient. I went, I drove downtown, I parked, I walked to the library for that supposed community outreach that Metro did a few weeks ago, whenever that was. And there was no opportunity for discussion. It was not a community forum. It was simply a PR stunt by Metro. You walked into this room and they had 7 or 8 groups of 3 easels each with nice, nice, pretty pictures of what the project would look like. And, it did not really educate the public. It was just a PR event with no opportunity for the public to express their concerns. Oh, you could express it to the Metro people who were there by the easel, and they said they were going to, take it into account, but most of them couldn't even answer any questions. And so this community really needs to know more about it. Are we going to have mixed flow lanes? Are we going to have dedicated bus lanes? That's going to make a huge impact on the community, particularly along Glen Oaks. And I know my area in Northwest is very concerned about that, not only from the impact in Glendale from having lanes removed, but with the specter of SB 79 coming at us, that would basically, dedicated bus lanes would make us subject to SB 79 as currently proposed, and most of my neighborhood would be subject to having 6, 7-story apartment buildings by ministerial approval, and would decimate our neighborhood. Thank you.
Well, I want to take issue with your characterization of that as a PR stunt, Mr. Durham. Metro has had numerous meetings where the planners listen to the residents. And don't take your anger out at Metro about SB 79. Your anger should be taken out at our local representatives, Nick Schultz, Caloza, and Sasha Renee Perez, to name a few, not to Metro. Next speaker, please.
Ellen Dish is the next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for letting me speak. I agree with the council members' desire to have it again agendized, if for no other reason that people that are here tonight were also at the meeting of the Metro. I was there too. I submitted comments. I think it would be nice if there could be some kind of back and forth. But at the same time, what I'm disappointed in, yes, is that there is no discussion of the history of transit. This is my personal note, history. In Glendale, we should be well aware that, because I grew up even around that part of North Brand where there's a concrete kind of platform, and we used to have light rail, basically, all of Los Angeles. And why what happened there? I think it was a foundational sin in the 50s when they were removed. And we are in some kind of a long, stretched out process of trying to undo or fix basically the loss of transit, but how to do that when we are so used to cars already? Autopia, I don't know if there's this kind of way to even imagine ridership. I mean, on the other hand, we should try maybe, but I don't think it'll work. So when people say conspiracy and so on, that was the conspiracy, I think. In the 50s, car companies, road construction companies, and public agencies that dismantled the transit system, which was the largest in the world, I think, in the early 1900s. You're between a rock, a hard place, and it keeps me up at night. I, again, support the council members' desire to have this discussion, which should include a brief history, thank you, of transit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a caller, and this is the last comment on this item. It's an anonymous caller. You're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I've been watching this meeting, and it's been quite upsetting listening to the lack of knowledge stemming from some council members and the inability to listen to basic metro projects. So for council, I will be giving some quick facts about this LA Metro BRT project. One, this was supposed to be a quick build project that was supposed to be completed last year. It was delayed for numerous amounts of years due to this type of stalling from multiple city councils. Two, Senate Bill 79 would not trigger development of apartments near this BRT line, because the stops aren't serviced 24/7, which is a requirement for SB 79, which has not even been passed by the state legislature, mind you. Three, regardless of that fact, arguing against transit-oriented development is just bad economics, it's bad for housing, and I totally digress. What is this hostility for people who are living in multifamily units and apartments? Why is there such a hate towards those individuals? I don't understand. Four, fact, both Burbank and the city of LA have sections of dedicated bus lanes in this project. Look it up. Five, businesses have been notified. I myself have seen numerous amounts of papers on businesses lined on brand with BRT projects posted on their walls. Six, this is a great project that we need. It will be better than the 501 and will improve connectivity for both residents who live in Glendale and for people who work outside of Glendale who want to commute here. Seven, this is to answer Councilmember Garpetian's, I guess, confusion on why council doesn't have to approve everything from this project. This was already approved by Measure M. This is a voter-approved project, sir. This is a share that Glendale gets from LA Metro's transit projects when we pay into the county sales tax. Eight, these comments reek of NIMBYism, and the stalling of a necessary project that we have here in front of us is just insane to me. The residents of Glendale deserve and want rapid, electrified transit that connects to both the subway and the A line. It is just completely embarrassing that we're even trying to undermine this project to begin with. It is literally just a bus rapid transit line that's not even fully dedicated right of way. In my opinion, we should have had dedicated light rail 30, 40 years ago when the A line was being expanded. The council back then did not have the courage to do something like that. So I asked this council to have the courage to actually prop up transit in Glendale today. A commenter recently noted that the streetcar used to service Glendale. That is correct. We used to have a line going up Brand, going on Cerritos, all that jazz. So go ahead, ask for an update on Metro BRT, but know that this project will be built and you will not be stopping it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
You, and that is all.
Just comment quickly.
For President.
Briefly.
Comment.
Just briefly on the confusion part, I think you have to take a look at the route of the BRT. North Hollywood doesn't have a dedicated lane. Burbank has mixed flow and dedicated lane, half and half. Pasadena doesn't have a dedicated lane. Only Glendale has dedicated. No, because he was saying there's a confusion and you don't know about it.
About the agendizing or not, like.
Right, no, I mean, there's.
Gone too far. This
Yeah.
discussion's gone too far.
Well, you addressed Mr.
In about
Durham's.
18 seconds, I think.
So I did the same thing before I was cut off. So is it going to be agendized? How? I'm sorry. Can we?
Mayor, I would recommend that you entertain a motion so we have direction, whether it's for a town hall type of meeting or at the council.
Can we propose a town hall at this time, or does that have to come as new business?
I think
Or is
that-
it germane to the initial?
Well, this item is to decide whether to put this on a council agenda. So if there's not support for that, then we can have a further discussion. But you can provide alternate direction to have a town hall.
Town hall,
With recording.
not town hall with the setup that we have here, or the setup that we have for council in your neighborhood. If you have a town hall, they're gonna bring these photos and putting it here and there. It's a waste of time.
Well,
All right, we're running into time difficulties here, so it looks like we're not able to take action. If that's your motion, I don't see a second for it. So that fails. That's your motion. You
Hold
wanna?
on. Let me make my motion before you decide if there's a support for it or not. I like us as council to be able to ask questions from Metro when they present it, and that will clear the.
That's not a
the air.
motion. Make your motion,
So
Mr. Garbage.
my motion is the same. I want Metro to come here and make a presentation so we can ask questions. If there's no support on it, then let's have a council in your neighborhood, city council in your neighborhood, the same format. Town hall meeting, I don't know what that means. They're gonna come in and everybody's gonna ask questions or.
and again, whatever format the council gives direction on, we have to run it by Metro. Obviously, we can't force Metro to.
So is your motion to request from Metro?
Yes,
to
request.
come either to a
Council meeting.
council meeting?
Or council in your neighborhood meeting and present.
Okay, but
With-
not
with
either
details.
here in these chambers or in a city council type meeting in another location to present the item.
Yes.
That's the motion.
That's not, okay,
Okay, is there a second?
not for that.
Okay, that motion dies.
Can I make a subsequent motion? Because I have to make.
Just keeping, you can, but just keeping in mind, any request for a meeting that we are holding then becomes subject to the Brown Act if you're all gonna be there. If you're just asking for a town hall that we hold, then it wouldn't, if that's not a meeting of the council, then we'll have issues where majority of you can't be there. So just keep that piece of it in mind as well.
I would,
We have neighboring city council in your neighborhood. That's not a Brown Act?
That is a Brown
Well, the
Act.
council in your neighborhood died, so what you're
Yes.
saying is the town hall we can't have a format where.
Can't have more than
all
3 of
five
us there.
are.
Right, if we're holding the event, then that becomes, and majority of you want to be there, that becomes a council meeting. And then you basically are having a council meeting in your
So if
neighborhood.
you're having a council meeting, I think what I'm looking for is the format. Do we have to follow the 3-minute rules on that special meeting, or we can have town hall rules?
As long as we comply with the rules of Brown Act to allow members of the public to speak and have whatever's going to be discussed on the agenda, listed on the agenda, then you
Okay.
can have flexibility with the format in terms of how.
Town hall.
Yeah, so we can, as long as we do the 72-hour noticing, as
It's
long as
24, yeah.
we're, or whatever, I mean, so, for special meetings, right? So we can get GTV6 to come and record, and do we have to have oral communications, or it can just be that item and that's it?
It'd be just that item.
Okay, and we don't have to have the rest of the stuff that's usually,
Correct.
okay.
I mean, assuming we're talking about a council meeting, for lack of a better term, in your neighborhood, it's a special meeting, follows the special meeting rules. The only thing that's discussed or the item on the agenda. Members of the public can speak. Any council member that wants to address the.
If Metro is willing, very similar to how staff, as an example, comes and presents, and then we're able to ask questions, or the public's able to ask questions of staff, wouldn't that be the same thing?
I'm viewing this of what you're suggesting as a city council town hall. It's a town hall on BRT.
That's what it is. It's a town hall and BRT, special city
Yeah,
council.
I bet
Can you have,
BRT.
can you have back and forth? Can people come up, ask a question, and then they get an answer, and then they ask another
No,
question?
no,
That kind of back and forth, that's what we need. That's the way the public can really get their questions answered. And I've seen us do that on many occasions with other important topics that are before the public. To me, I think if the intent is for the community to understand what's going on, I think that's the best way to do it, and that's what I would say we ask Metro to do that.
Well, they can present the project in detail, then they can go out and answer questions from people.
At the
Okay.
town hall, that's what I would support.
So you're proposing a
Not-
town hall style meeting with back and forth, not a formal,
Not a formal council meeting.
not a formal council meeting.
And it can be
I'll
recorded on
second that.
GTV second, yeah, okay, all right.
What
Roll
is
call.
GTV going to,
Roll call, please.
Council members Asadrian?
The presentation.
they're not presenting anything, that's what they're
Roll
saying.
call. We're having roll call right now.
They're not going to present anything.
We're having roll
It's going
call.
to town hall.
No, they're gonna present whatever we ask them to, so.
And then they'll be back and forth.
We'll
You
worry
can go
about the
up to
details.
Go up to the microphone, they could line up, go up and ask
So
their
can
questions
you,
and
can
go
you make
back and
that part
forth.
of your motion that they have to make a presentation?
Well, that, yeah.
We'll,
Yeah, we
That
just
would be-
said
we'll
that.
discuss the details when it comes to council for approval. Roll call, please.
Without approval, I
Council
mean-
members Asadrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
Wait, I've.
No, what
This is
approval?
town
This is the
hall.
approval.
Yeah, but this is not, we're not agendizing
This is
something.
going to be putting, well, we're agendizing this to
No,
be put
no,
on the
we're not
future agenda.
agendizing.
I don't see why we need to,
Discussion of the meeting, this is to
This
have
is
a meeting,
it.
to
This
bring
is
it
your
back.
alternate
right?
motion.
no, I don't think we need to bring anything back. I think we just need to have staff talk to Metro and
That's
ask
right.
them to set up a
Right.
town hall. That's
That's
it.
it.
We don't need to
That's
have
the
any
point.
So
agendized
I'll
item.
second that.
But we're not, that's not really
Okay, it's
something
not
we can
necessary
vote
then.
on.
Okay, that's not necessary?
That's not, it's not on the part of this agenda, yeah, you don't
Okay.
need to
All right.
agendize it.
But staff has heard the.
And let's go back
the
to,
suggestion, and they can do it.
I'll make sure Metro is available when necessary.
And I'm sorry, I have an early flight tomorrow. I can't.
Let's
I
take a
didn't-
vote.
I didn't realize.
Need to vote.
We don't need to vote.
We don't need to.
I didn't
Okay.
realize this was going to go so long when I.
No,
when
I didn't. That's why I
agreed
wanted to
Yeah,
move on.
I didn't, I thought it was gonna be
to it.
a.
Can't.
Okay, let's go back to public comments
Yes, I
or
already read the item.
communication. Mr. Murphy
yes.
was first.
Patrick Murphy is the first person to speak on this item. 5 minutes, yes.
Watch it on television, Councilmember Brotman. I'm speaking once again regarding the housing element, the land use element, and the surplus land designations. Outreach to the public is now being conducted by the public, and as such, the public is now engaged. At the August 19th meeting, I explained how Glendale's housing element overstated the affordable housing potential of the Sears parcels. Excuse me. Staff said my comments were absolutely not true. That was a quote. But the housing element, Appendix A, proves otherwise. The state certified housing element called for 593 affordable housing units in this project. As it stands today, the current Sears project is only supplying 72 affordable housing units and is presented before the DRB on Thursday. On December 6, 2022, when the housing element was adopted by council, the Sears project was an active application, and the affordable housing unit count should have been represented accurately in the housing element adopted by the council that same evening. I would like to address the city attorney's comment during the meeting on August 19th that a site listed does not necessarily have to be developed at the density or income mix shown in the site's inventory. That is true. However, the Sears project was not a hypothetical project. This was a proposed project which received approval from the council to proceed. This is one of the primary reasons I posed the question as to whether the public-owned parcels in the draft land use element are being upzoned with the Coro to make up for the deficiency in the state certified housing element. We were also told at the August 19th meeting there would be a memo provided to you the very next day, which would have been August 20th, explaining the discrepancy of affordable units on the Sears project. Have you received the memo? If so, will you share it with the public? As regards the surplus designation of the public parking lots, on March 4th of this year, you were told that designating the lots as surplus would lock in the control element at existing density guidelines of 300 units with 25% designated as affordable. I will state again, the best protection is to not have designated these lots as surplus in the first place. We have heard in a recent podcast from a staff member that hopefully the public lots will be grandfathered into today's state density mandates by designating them as surplus. Hopefully grandfathered. When on March 4th, it was locking in the local control element. Now it's hopefully grandfathered. As we all know, the state can do what it wants, when it wants, until challenged. Please do not provide the public with a false sense of security by misinforming us with claims of protection. Changing the designation of the parking lots with an overlay is obviously changing the zoning and makes them vulnerable to development of multifamily housing. In addition, doesn't the general plan update require a city to amend its zoning code accordingly? So if you put a Coro in place and you change the general plan, you have to change the zoning. The city should inform the state immediately that we rescind the public-owned parcels from any surplus list. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ellen Dish. Following Ellen is Beth Brooks.
City Council, thank you. I will be very brief. Idea came to me and I wanted to share it. About last month, it's foreign policy related, but of course, Glendale, center of the universe. Last month, yes, the President Trump met with the leader of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and they somehow came to some peace agreement, part of which is the idea that there will be investments into a route, Trump route for international peace and prosperity. So I don't know if it's sincere or not. I hope for peace, of course, but my point is I was interested how it wasn't mentioned, and I waited for the month to be over. So I just want to mention the idea which came to my mind, yes, which is Glendale should maybe play a role in it. By this, I mean Glendale was at some point, along with Burbank, San Fernando Valley, Center for Military Industrial Complex, aerospace industry. So now that also we might re-industrialize the country. It's a crazy idea maybe, but it's that time of night. Like, we should maybe look into how these two could work in tandem, provide manufacturing jobs also here, I don't know, while supporting peace abroad. So that's all I want to say. Thank you. If this, because I met with the mayor, yes, where I discussed old history, the first Armenian in Glendale, and I became so stuck that I forgot to mention this was also on my agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Brooks.
You know, when you stay till the bitter end, there are so many things to say, so let me pull it out of here. I mean, I think, you know, taking as a whole the whole idea of outreach. You're treating, let's say you have two people throwing a ball. One person is me throwing a ball, and the other person is a professional baseball player throwing a ball. We're both throwing a ball, but the professional baseball player knows how to throw the ball professionally. You need public information officers. You need civic engagement specialists. You can't be schlepping out poor Mr. Calvert, who I attack like crazy because the poor man is gaslighting the public for whatever reason. He's gaslighting the public. He's not capable of communicating to people details. And when you're reassuring people, and that's all you're doing, you're just allaying their fears, you're reacting to them emotionally. You want them to be calm. You don't want them to ask questions. Facts are objective. Reassurances are emotional. So you're sending out somebody who is still confusing people because he's confusing. I'll be honest with you. You need a person who knows how to speak, who's digested the information and offers facts. People are reassured by facts. They have anxiety when they're being gaslighted. They really do. And gaslighting is, and I will read it because I love this quote, a form of emotional manipulation that makes people doubt their own reality and judgment through persistent lying and denial of events. This tactic involves manipulative attempts to persuade people that they shouldn't be afraid, for example, because their fears are mistaken or illogical. Here's another analogy. Let's say, God forbid, somebody goes to the doctor and the doctor says you have a fatal disease and in 2 years you're going to be dead. But you know what? Go home, chill out. It's okay. It's only 2 years from now. That's how people feel about these parking lots. To tell people to be calm, it's still a ticking time bomb. And to go home and say it's not a big deal, it's still ticking. It could be 2 years from now because of the 8 months that the state requires for the notice for all the notices and the negotiations, and then it has to go to the different boards. It's still a ticking time bomb. So you have to explain to people, just like somebody with cancer wouldn't, and she thinks it's funny, but just like somebody with cancer would want to know, explain to me what's going on in my body. Explain to me what medicine I should be taking. You have to have somebody who knows how to communicate those things. And you don't have that person. That's why people don't understand about the BRT. I also went to that meeting. And it was like, what the heck is going on here? You know, because you need a communicator. You need somebody. And when they communicate to the public wants to know, how does that affect me? They don't need a summary. They didn't know, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And here's the definition of A, B, and C. No, how does that affect me? How much does that cost me? How does that affect my house? How does that affect my children? How does that affect my business? That's how that person needs to communicate. And there are people who know how to communicate that information. And so far, you haven't dispatched those people, nor has Metro. I also believe, you know, I hope the caller is listening. Mr. Anonymous wants you to be brave, but he wasn't brave enough to give his name. I thought that was very ironic. And he wasn't clear, but you're confused. You're not confused. He wasn't clear. I have to agree with Patrick. I personally think the land use element, wherever it is now, I don't know, is it being under some sort of environmental review and you're paying a consultant? I have no idea. Again, lack of information that's on the website that you could put up on a website should be stopped. If it's being reviewed, it should be stopped. I think you should change it. You should revise it. You don't need any more public outreach. You know what people think about this. They want the coral removed. You know, and with the Surplus Land Act that you did designate, based upon faulty information from Mr. Calvert, I watched that video from March 4th so many times, you were totally manipulated with lies. Now, there's no legal remedy because he lied to you, because you passed a resolution based upon lies. And there's no formal process to go back to the state to say we can rescind these designations for surplus land, but they were made in error. You made them in error. And so I think that they should be pulled off. You should contact the state that you were lied to. Basically, you were lied to. So that's I have a lot more to say, but I don't have any time because yeah. But I think if you're going to have outreach, you're going to have specialists do it. You can't just have an employee go out there. You can't. It's not working. You know, it's not working. Thank you.
We have a number of callers. Our first caller is Paul. Paul, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for giving me the time. I was going to mention something, but I'll put it off because of the previous discussion about the BRT. I don't see the harm in agendizing a discussion on the BRT. I know one of the points was that it's just going to be the same presentation that was already provided by Metro, but I think there's two things that are being missed. First, it's a presentation by Metro, and it gives council the opportunity to ask Metro questions. But in addition to that, there needs to be a report from the city staff. So the Metro presentation is naturally going to be from the perspective of Metro, and they're going to address concerns and issues that are driven by Metro. Someone at the city level, at the staff level, has to take the input that they receive from Metro and run it through the city filter, run it through the perspective of city staff, through the perspective of city residents. How are these specific changes that Metro is proposing going to impact the city? And I think it's appropriate. It's understandable that that would only be done by people from the city. We can't expect Metro to do that. And it follows to reason that residents are going to want to understand it from the city perspective, not from the Metro perspective, first and foremost. The last thing I'll just point out, Mayor Najarian, you pointed out that Mr. Durham was angry at SB 79, and I don't think Mr. Durham is capable of being angry. He's probably one of the most even-keeled people I've come to know. And I think his concerns are valid, and you shouldn't just dismiss them out of hand because you've labeled them as being irrationally angry. So I do think they're valid concerns. So I do think this should be agendized. This should be a report from the MTA. It should also be followed up with a report from staff from the perspective of the city and the impacts that this will have on the city. What will it do? How does it tie into the mobility plan? How does it tie into land use? All these things are important, and it's very understandable that we would want to understand that from our perspective. And I hope you agendize this in a formal meeting and give everyone a chance to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Edwin. Edwin, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I have two things I like to talk about tonight. The first thing I want to talk about is new development, future new development in the city of Glendale. So one of them is the Sears building. I know for a fact it's going to be torn down and built into an apartment complex. The one thing I want to bring to the city council's attention is that there's not enough parking in the city of Glendale on the street. And I'd like to see if it's part of the building code for new real estate developers who develop apartment buildings to require that they provide more than enough parking so that we can address the growing parking problem. Because each unit that's being built has a household that has 2 cars. So, and I think there needs to be enough parking be built in the new development apartment complex. So let's say, for example, if an apartment is going to be 40 units, there needs to be 80 parking spots, and plus there's also should be a requirement that there should be 25% additional parking spots be built in the apartment unit parking structure so that we can also address the growing parking problem. The second thing I want to talk about is we've been talking about affordable housing for a long time. Now, the one thing that nobody talks about is that how important it is to protect Prop 13 so that property taxes don't go up sky high and properties don't get taxed at the current market value. Can you imagine what would happen if Prop 13 was repealed? homes will be taxed at market value, and we have homeowners in the state of California who cannot afford to pay higher property taxes at current market value. And it's also going to price out the community where people who rent apartments, now the landlord has to pay the current market value of property tax. That increase does get passed on to renters, and that's going to cause the housing prices to get out of control. And it's very important that the City Council recognizes and understands the importance of supporting and protecting Proposition 13, because if we don't have Prop 13 protection, we're not going to have affordable housing in the state of California. The cost of living is sky high, and we don't want to see more and more families getting displaced in the city of Glendale or anywhere throughout California. And it's very important that we recognize that. And the problem here in the state of California is every time there's an election coming up, they always put in a ballot measure to repeal Prop 13, trying to claim that we need money for housing, we need money for schools, when the schools already have more than enough money from property taxes. And we don't need to repeal Prop 13. So I please am asking the City Council to recognize the importance of protecting Prop 13 in the state of California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final caller is anonymous. You're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Dear Mayor Najarian and council members, I am concerned about the legality regarding council business tonight, specifically the discussion and vote of item 9E from the August 26, 2025 meeting, also discussed and voted as item 9C tonight, September 9, 2025. The city manager stated that the item was moved from the previous meeting because there was a 2-2 tie vote, which was moved by the council members Brotman and seconded by Asatrian on August 26, 2025. Since the motion on the item was a tie, the motion failed. The item was not written on today's agenda of record as a reconsideration. The agenda only noted that it was moved from the previous meeting. In addition, none of the no votes from the August 26, 2025, namely council members Najarian and Garpetian, made a motion for a reconsideration, nor did they change their vote for a possible reconsideration. So the item 9C today should not have been discussed tonight, and the vote may likely be invalid. Please ask the city attorney to clarify the legality of the vote. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, and that is the final caller.
Yeah, to Mr. Anonymous, I looked at that recently. In our charter, Article 6, it indicates that a tie vote is a failure of the item. However, that item is continued to the next meeting until it can be disposed of. Something like that.
The speaker spoke correctly as to the general rule of parliamentary procedure, but our charter trumps that and requires a tie vote to come over to the next meeting.
Exactly. Okay, we are adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Doris Tweet and Lynn Raggio. We are adjourned.